finally done what it has kept telling us has to be done, and has demanded that the world accept. The world doesn't accept, but Israel did it. Yeah, it has struck the Iranian nuclear weapons program. We don't know the extent of that, but what we do know is that Israel killed dozens of Iran's leadership, mostly military leadership, including the head of the Revolutionary Guard, the head of the general staff of the army, and pretty much all the key players in Iran's nuclear weapons program, as well as destroying their ballistic missile stockpiles. This came, according to reports, when Iran was days away from actually being able to build an actual nuclear bomb and be able to deliver it, which is really there's a lot to say about that, and we will say it all. We are live in uh, the middle of the night here in London. It's 4 a.m., but the sun is starting to rise, and very late at night in Boston. And we will be joined from by people in different time zones as we continue. Welcome to, I don't know if this is the Daily Objective. I don't know what show this is, but yeah, Michael. Yeah, don't let anybody say we don't do happy, good news shows on this channel.
Yeah, it's the way I found out about this was that my wife, who's I spend most of my time in Tel Aviv, but I'm in Boston right now, Massachusetts. She texted me at about 3 a.m. her time that there were missile sirens or the major emergency sirens in Israel, waking up essentially the entire Israeli population, I believe. And there was, as usual, miscommunication or misunderstanding that the IDF had bombed missile sites and nuclear sites in Iran. There was, I think, mistaken. A lot of people mistook it that there were Iranian missiles coming to Israel. I jumped on. I called her on the phone. She was in the safe room, uh, locked in with my 9.5-year-old daughter, and actually our son and his girlfriend. All four people and the little dog crammed into this fairly small room while the sirens rang at 3 o'clock till 3:30. Um, it turns out that this was another amazing Israeli strike. I mean, this is a takeout. I just take you back. I mean, I believe this is that Iran attacked Israel directly twice. The first time with about 15 or 20 missiles, and the second time with several hundred missiles. And I was actually on a plane at Ben Gurion Airport when 200 Iranian missiles came at Israel, 20 around our plane. We could see them. So for those of you that think this is all baloney, I'm certainly an eyewitness to it. We saw about 15 of those missiles taken out by the anti-missile system and around Ben Gurion International Airport, and 5 of the missiles falling, and you could see them. And I can tell you, people on the plane were panicked. In classic Israeli fashion, this is back in October 1st last year. We took the plane back to the terminal. We all crowded in, and an hour and a half later, we got back on the plane and took off for Athens like nothing happened, and we got to our vacation spot. What happened tonight was really nothing short of brilliant and beautiful. And finally, I mean, we don't know. You know, Netanyahu gave a speech tonight. The English version, at least, had we don't. He said we don't know if the nuclear weapons will be here in a month or a year. But the fact that they were arming missiles and they have 4,000-pound missiles, munitions on missiles, ballistic missiles, and so on. I mean, it's all designed to do one thing, and it's destroy, destroy, destroy. First, it's Israel, the little Satan. Then it's America, the great Satan. But in the meantime, let's take out the Sunni states because we don't like them. And let's kill all the Christians because those don't belong in any Muslims' lands. Let's reestablish the Islamic Caliphate from hundreds of years ago and make all the women covered up, and the gays are all dead, and all minorities are in trouble. So it's a regime that for reasons that I've never understood since Jimmy Carter completely bungled this during the Iranian Revolution, and American hostages, I think 53 were taken. You know, we the world have put up with this crap from this piece of crap regime that has contributed nothing and suppressed its own people and fomented terrorism. It's the largest sponsor of terrorism everywhere in the world. They've done nothing good. What you'll see now coming out in the news is, of course, Europe will be against Israel, and the UN Security Council will pass some resolution that the Americans will, of course, veto. I mean, it will be incredible. And any thinking person has to say to themselves, what are they defending? I think what happened tonight, and we'll get into some more details. I'm not a military expert, but it is spectacular. And my one hope, and I thought it was going to stop after one or two runs, but I understand they were on the fifth or sixth now run, and they intend to continue this over days, which is terrific.
Yeah, yeah. This is a continuous attack, and yeah, they said it's gonna take days, and they expect the war to take 2 weeks. And yeah, it already. The thing is, information always takes time to come in, and the fact that it already looks spectacular means that it is spectacular, and probably a lot more, more than we know. Yeah, a couple of things. You mentioned the October 1st attack. I was also on a plane, but from London to New York, and I was watching it. And when I landed, I had a connection to Boston actually, and we did a show, and I was in the airport lounge with the airplane behind me. So I remember that day. But yeah, you mentioned your family in Israel crammed into a small room because of the sirens, and those were sirens today to basically wake people up so that they know there's possibly an Iranian response coming. But Israelis have become so used to cramming into these small rooms, and this is very much a moment where you see it as the beginning of the end. You were talking on the reality show a couple of days ago about how Israel's response to the Houthis is always, some half-ass bombing of something that they tell them in advance so that, just the stuff gets bombed and not the people. And yeah, here there was no, they didn't tell them. I mean, we heard about it in the news. We were hearing about it, but it wasn't. They clearly didn't expect. All these leaders died in their sleep, in a sense. So yeah, this is without a doubt Israel's finest moment in this war. Yeah, this is possibly as an achievement bigger bigger than the pager attack. Now look, the pager thing was so impressive in terms of military intelligence, getting it to the pockets of terrorists. But this is significant long term. This is, the anti-Israel side. Some of them sometimes used to, at least in the past, and certainly the Israeli left, talk about peace. This is how you bring about peace. You remove the people who are obstacles to peace because all they want is war until they kill you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree. I think just from one of the Israel news feeds I get just pointed out that when the numbers come out, the Operation Beepers, which was hugely elegant. I mean, I don't think anything could be that elegant. That was James Bondian, it was pure spy fiction, right? But the numbers here were just enormous, and they say that the reports from Iran as the strike was stronger than anything before. They said there were many hidden bases, nuclear scientists and politicians and other key people wiped out, and that Iran is too ashamed to even talk about it. I think one of the things we said on this show, and a lot of us have wondered, when Israel eviscerated Tehran anti-aircraft defenses and followed it up with silence, meaning you left the enemy completely naked and unable to protect itself, and then you let them continue to enrich uranium, sell oil, fund terror, and so on. None of us could understand how that could be. And we also understood that the longer the time went since then, that they were going to be rebuilding these anti-aircraft defenses and so on. Again, I'm not a military person, but trying to piece together what I hear, I guess Iran did, of course, start to rebuild some of that, and apparently Israel was able to block a lot of the electronics and the radar systems to detect things. So not only do they take out the functional sites where there's anti-aircraft missiles and guns and so on, but they block the tracking ability. And think about it, to fly over 1,000 miles and with fighters like that, stealthily come in and attack an enemy country's capital and take out specific people on specific floors of high-rise apartments. I mean, if this doesn't give the Iranian people an option to revolt and be done with this completely oppressive and backwards regime, one of the most evil regimes on the planet, I don't know what will. It was beautiful on Israel's side. And like you say, Razi, this is the way you bring peace. You get rid of the people that want war. And it gives the opportunity to the Iranian people, many who seem to be really good people, who just want to live a normal life and contribute to the world and live in a peaceful world, an opportunity to get rid of this oppressive, backwards regime.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Iranian people. I don't know if anybody is watching in Iran. We have people watching. I know we have people watching in Saudi Arabia because we actually have had over time actually paying members of the Ayn Rand Center UK from Saudi Arabia. I assume in Iran it's more likely, maybe it's more difficult. I don't know, but yeah, if anybody is watching from Iran, assuming you're not with the regime and you want to see something better and Western friendly, like you had before, or much better, because that wasn't exactly the best regime in history. Yeah, absolutely. We are with you. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Thank you, Sahib, for the very generous super chat, and thank you, Wes, for the very generous super chat. Yeah, it's a good super chat day already. Well worth staying up until 4 a.m. and then some. Oh, and I see we have a bunch of trolls in the chat. That's wonderful. Welcome. Enjoy, enjoy the evening or morning or whatever it is, because it is a beautiful moment. Uh, the the amazing thing is, yeah, we don't know to what extent Iran has any defensive capabilities, but we do know that Israeli planes are flying back and forth without any issue, and Israel is saying this will take days. So they're saying we're coming back. If in a sense they are kind of letting them know, but you don't let them know if you think they're going to shoot you down. So Israel is confident that yeah, that there is no risk really to its pilots.
Yeah, just one other update. Daniel put up on Daniel, maybe you want to read it.
Oh, there is a report that Ali Shamkhani, a senior advisor to Ali Khamenei, was seriously injured in an attack on his home.
Which
Okay,
is
well,
good.
we would prefer if the person he's advising was
Was dead,
injured, but
yeah,
we'll
it'd be
take it.
good. Well, they've got more chances. Yeah, I think one of the other things that we'll no doubt talk about tonight is, of course, everybody in Israel is bracing. My wife has been up all night since 3 a.m., just too adrenaline fueled to go back to sleep. Of course, never mind the drilling sirens from 3 till 3:30 can definitely leave you with a little PTSD. It they're all concerned in Israel about the quote response from Iran and how many missiles are going to be fired. I want to remind folks that nearly all of the 200 missiles that were fired from Iran before were intercepted, and that was with a guy that was in the United States presidency that was asleep or demented or both. Um, and clearly, U.S. was helping with defense, and the full expectation is that the U.S. Will help with any defense as well. Ironically, or not ironically, stupidly, but completely in character, Iran has threatened the U.S. now, and that's great because I'll say this again, and I've said it many times on this show. I don't. Israel has shown that Iran is largely a paper tiger. Of course, it's dangerous, but done properly, you can neutralize these people. And you have to use overwhelming force, and you have to use incredible brains and multiple ways to go after them. But these are school playground bullies who can be taken out if the leadership would just do what they were elected to do, and that is to protect us. If I actually hope that Iran attacks a U.S. base or two, and I hope that gives Donald Trump and the U.S. military a chance to destroy Iranian military, destroy it, because it's very clear that with a few more F-35s, which America has plenty of, that Iran stands no chance. And quoting the stupid numbers that are quoted about how many hundreds of thousands of troops they have, troops don't stand a chance when you've got planes flying at the multiple speeds of sound, dropping really precise and very deadly weapons on you. I don't. I guess I understand why Israel is nervous about a response, but I think it's a little bit being overblown, and I want to be cautious about it. I don't want to be arrogant about it at all. I'm not downplaying it. I truly hope the U.S. is prepared to help Israel defend against this and stop all of this. We have to stop this nonsense. The future of the world will not get better if we allow rogue regimes like Iran, and similar with North Korea. We see it with China. We see it with Russia. The more we let them get away with, the more dangerous the world gets, and the more in jeopardy those of us that live in free societies are in.
Yeah, so I absolutely would agree with you that people should be cautious in Israel. I mean, look, the fact that the previous Iranian attacks were definitely not the best they can do. And I'm not sure we know what the best they can do is. And it's possible that they have, nuclear weapons are not the only weapons of mass destruction. It's possible that they have stuff that could cause a lot of damage. So yeah, let's hope that Israelis, yeah, stay safe. Uh, I think the way this started, it is likely to be over soon, and it is again if Israel and the U.S. don't make the mistakes of the past and finish the job. It will regime change in Iran will be easier than it is in any of the other horrible countries around the Middle East. I'm thinking of, I'm looking at this Marco Rubio statement, which I'm going to read, and I'm thinking of it as kind of, what would the previous regime or the previous president and his Secretary of State have said? And this is definitely better. I don't think this would have happened under. I mean, we've already seen them. There was an attack by Israel on Iran that was planned, that they basically leaked to the press intentionally in order to thwart Israel's efforts and help Israel's enemies. But if Nikki Haley was president, I'd expect a better statement from whoever was her Secretary of State. So this is what Marco Rubio said today. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. So, I mean, even so, yeah, again, much better than you could have expected from the previous administration. But even the threat at the end isn't. Can't you add something like or else? Yeah, this could have been better, but America knew this was happening and planned for it, prepared for it, and that is at least something to appreciate as opposed to what we got before.
Yeah, I think the whole Trumpian situation here, they beat the crap out of the Houthis and then stopped and sort of had a ceasefire with the Houthis, but it didn't extend to Israel. So the Houthis continue to send 3, 4, 5 times a week single ballistic missiles to Israel, and that has us all running into shelters again. And of course, these are big missiles, folks. These are 10 meters long, and when you blow them apart, it's not like they fall into bits and pieces. They fall into large pieces that can kill you. They won't blow up anymore, but they will easily fly into your body and decapitate you or whatever. Or they can hit buildings and so on. So that's why they continue with the air sirens even when they hit the missile, because the pieces are so big. And then you'll see on the news every now and then 3 and 4 meter pieces of these missiles missile pieces that land in various places. Anyhow, that was a little bit odd to leave, and it wasn't even clear to me that the ceasefire with America extended to Europe because it wasn't. There's little news about whether the Houthis are still targeting international shipping, and I suppose the good news is if they were targeting it, we'd hear about it. So no news is probably good news in that regard, and I hope that America would defend non-American shipping in the area. This whole situation with this Witkoff and Trump kind of pretending to be negotiating. And I have to say, I've said on the show a couple of days ago how disappointing this was that we were considering going back to the negotiating table. It's curious if you look back over the last 48 or so hours, this so-called sixth round of negotiation, which the number itself should make everybody cringe, was off as far as the U.S. was concerned a couple of days ago, and then suddenly Witkoff was going to go to Oman and have this sixth round. And a lot of Donald Trump's words today you can reinterpret now that this was kind of lulling, and the Israelis have said this whole thing was to lull Iran to sleep. Netanyahu himself said he was going on vacation, and they pulled the cabinet together last night, the Israeli security cabinet together, ostensibly to talk about a hostage deal, and like that's the last thing that anybody should believe in because the Hamas is not doing any hostage deals. And I am sorely disappointed. Marco Rubio has been a staunch supporter of Israel. This is about as, kind of, I'm not going to even discuss this as you could possibly be. That said, Israel apparently did receive multiple bunker buster bombs. We don't know what the number is from America. As soon as Trump came into office, at least one military expert on one of the news shows was definitive about that. He said, since Joe Biden left office and Trump came in, they obtained the bombs that would allow for penetration of the deep nuclear sites. And clearly, the U.S. knows about all this, and some of the shenanigans about which aircraft carriers were in the area and not. We don't really know what's where as far as the American strength is concerned. You've got to believe that America has been told all along that this was coming. Ironically, yesterday was day 60 of the Trump ultimatum. I don't know if you guys remember, but 61 days ago from today, Trump said, Iran, you have 60 days to negotiate a deal. And also this morning, ironically, in U.S. time, the IAEA, one of the most impotent and useless organizations on the planet, finally, after 20 years, condemned Iran for violating its nuclear agreement. What a shock. It took them 20 years, but
And
hey,
days before they were about to have a nuke.
exactly. Days before, because better late than never.
This is the
Preferably
body
after they
that's
have a nuke.
supposed to. This is the body
Right.
that exists only in order to
No,
do
it's
this
so
and prevent
and
it.
so UNRWA is there to help Gaza, become a real country. We all understand that these institutions are not only corrupt, but they're evil. Anyway, so you could say this whole thing has been a very nice charade. And I cannot believe the U.S. hasn't given Israel a ton of intelligence information. I mean, Israel's just not that close to Iran, and the U.S. has a ton of military assets and also spies. Israel has their spies as well, but in this whole area, this Persian Gulf area, and they have lots of bases. America has bases in Iraq and so on. So I don't know why the White House has chosen this kind of, we're neutral-ish. We don't want Iran to have a missile. We're not letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we're not letting them enrich, but we're going to negotiate with them. And even Trump's words about the negotiations were absolutely idiotic. I mean, the negotiating is going well, but it's difficult. What does it mean, Donald? Really? They've
Yeah,
said, screw you.
I don't
Yeah,
know
go
if
ahead.
Sunday's round is still on. I don't know if the people on the Iranian side who are supposed to negotiate are still around. So that might not
They're
that
fine.
might be a bit of a problem. I'm not sure how if flights to from Tehran to Oman are still flying. Uh, I'm not gonna deal with the trolls too much today, but one interesting point that somebody's saying is 4 million chosen versus 500 million Arabs. Good luck. First of all, why do you have to lie on the numbers? Yes, if the numbers are what matters, then the Arabs have the advantage. But you do realize people have free will, and first of all, not all Arabs are savages like you. The cultures, Arab cultures everywhere are savage cultures. But yeah, and this math hasn't really worked out for Arabs who have tried to destroy the state of Israel since before it existed and to this day. And I wouldn't really celebrate the numbers today because, again, numbers wise, Iran should be easily wiping Israel off the map, and it's not really working. Uh, Thank you, Boyi, for the super chat. I don't know why I read the name as it's written, but I will do that. He says, huge win. Am Israel Chai. Love you. Thank you. Yeah, so oh, by the way, we have 288 people watching and 74 likes. So people hit the like button, make sure more people, the trolls need somewhere to go on this difficult day for them. We need to support them emotionally and yeah, help them through this difficult time. They are with us here every day. So yeah. Uh yeah, Michael, I saw that Daniel was sending some stuff.
Just the usual, by the grace of God, from Khomeini that Israel will be wiped off the map.
And N12, that's news, Channel 12 from Israel, right? Reports that an initial retaliation by Iran against Israel is expected in the next 2 hours. Um, yeah, I don't know how they know exactly that. But yeah, it makes sense that if Iran still has the ability to do that, they will. It also makes sense that Israel. So I've heard reports that Israel has been planning this attack for 20 years, like the details of it for 20 years. I would assume somewhere in the things that were planned there was also a plan for what kind of retaliation there will be, and it wasn't just like let's make sure we have anti missile defense systems. So
Well, I think the Israeli Air Force is still flying around Iran. So, number one, they'll pinpoint where the missiles are being launched from, assuming that's what the response is going to be. And number two, I mean, I don't know, I don't understand the terrorist mindset where you just accept that your people are going to get clobbered and it's okay to lose thousands of people in the name of God. And I guess they're all going to get to Allah and so on. Because they're really in trouble. There's a new report just came in that explosions are happening now in Western Iran on top of it all. So it seems like it continues to go on, and it should go on. And frankly, I hope Israel has the capability, and I'm wondering how they're doing it because it's a long flight from Israel, and they don't have aircraft carriers, at least nothing extensive. So the people who have aircraft carriers is America. Oh, I don't know where all this stuff that keeps coming is coming, or they're doing a huge amount of, refueling in the air, which of course takes time and is not the most elegant or safe thing. I've done a lot. It's quite interesting. And again, I'm not a military guy. I just say that it. I don't know what Iran thinks it's going to do. They can send off 1,000 missiles and some are going to get through and kill some Israelis, and that's just going to make Israel more pissed off and do more damage. And the amount of damage right now, Iran seems to be naked. I have one other fun thing to talk about because we were talking about the IAEA, and if you don't mind my saying, I just saw a report from Reuters that that of course because the Natanz nuclear site was attacked, and that's the biggest one. One of the biggest ones in Iran, and probably blown to smithereens, and especially if there were the true bunker busting, deep penetrating bombs, or multiple less penetrating bombs, one after another, came down. But the agency is very concerned because of leaking radiation. So the agency that was supposed to stop Iran from enriching uranium is now suddenly very concerned about the radiation that it just discovered today was being produced. And this is classic bureaucratic bullshit. I mean, there's no other word for it.
Yeah, and that concern also, you have to wonder, okay, it's it's a reason to be concerned. But again, who are you blaming for that?
Oh, they're
Are you
blaming
blaming the
Israel, of
people
course. This is terrible what Israel did. They stopped the Iranian sorry, don't want to be George Bush, nuclear program. Oof, nuclear program.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if there's radiation leaks that, as you said, it's radiation. We didn't know until yesterday that they're even enriching uranium. Yeah, that what would happen if this attack didn't happen? I don't know if the IAEA said anything about that. Um,
No,
yeah,
it'd be like North Korea, where we did a deal to stop North Korea from getting nuclear weapons. And as always, North Korea, as all these deals go, the West was very good about their deal and kept up their end, and the rogue state did what rogue states do. They lie. So now North Korea has nuclear weapons. That's how effective the West has been at stopping these rogue regimes.
yeah. Daniel says here in the chat that maybe it was Azerbaijani bases. That's possible. That is a big gamble for Azerbaijan. That yeah, they have a close relationship with Israel, but they are on the border with Iran, and I don't know that they have the ability to defend themselves against Iran. But yeah, it's if it's over for that regime, which it really really should be. I mean, Israel says this is going to continue for days, and it could be that it's going to continue for days because they need to, soften the defenses before going into some of the more complicated sites. Because maybe there is a ground operation component to this of some sorts. I don't know how exactly, but it's possible. And it was discussed was it in April that the New York Times reported that Israel was planning to attack next month, so May, and the U.S. stopped them. So yeah, it could be that there's a lot more coming that we don't really know about, and yeah, even what has already happened. Okay, Iran now confirms that the chief of staff was eliminated about an hour or two ago. They were saying that he was running the whole operation, but it doesn't seem like there is much operation. So even if he was eliminated like 5 minutes ago, he's running it as much as he was running it up until then. Yeah, this it's actually surprising, that a country so committed to killing that that's their whole, reason for existence. That's what they do when they, with their proxies around the world. That's what they're building their military for, is completely incapable of defending itself, and yet insists on going to war. Again, this is a war that Iran started, despite whatever statement they just put out today that they didn't start it.
Well, all the the far left media in the West will, of course, side with Iran on this because Iran was just a nice regime that has done good things for the world and was, they just wanted to have a nuclear weapon or 15 of them, and death to the great Satan and death to the little Satan. Uh, it, I hope truly that Israel is smart enough to just no apologies at all. This needed to be done. Iran started this war in 1979. Iran started this war with the revolution when it declared war on the West and picked up on Israel. But it's been saying death to America. And frankly, as some of the mostly right-wing politicians in America say, but one of our favorite Democrats, Fetterman, said beautifully. He said, "What more do you need to know other than to listen to Khomeini, who says death to America? What is so difficult for all of us in the West to understand what death to America means when it's coming from a group that is trying to produce a nuclear weapon?" And it's a great question. I don't know why people in America and in the UK and frankly, a lot of the Western countries don't take these rogue regimes at face value. I just don't get it. But somebody has to, or else they are going to take death to America, death to Israel, and death to the West.
Yeah, by the way, one thing I haven't seen in the news, Daniel, maybe you can check, is the Iranian foreign minister back from Norway? Because yeah, maybe he's needed back home to take up arms. Bob asks, Razi, did you always have a beard? Yeah, I was born like this. Um, yeah, and yeah, by the way, the Zoom chat here with Daniel is its own extra privilege. Maybe we'll have that as a members only perk. Daniel says, Iranian response is strong. Khamenei is tweeting every 5 minutes. Yeah, the good thing about Twitter is you don't actually have to be the person tweeting it. Somebody can manage your account, which I don't know. I don't know in his case. Have we seen video of him, or do we just have Iranian confirmation that he's still alive? Because that's not always not always a reliable source. But while we wait on that, I will read this again because I read it a lot on the show, and it kind of it sounds different today. So this is from the Donahue interview that Ayn Rand did. The question was, what should be was it the Donahue interview? Anyway, what should be the U.S. policy in the Iranian crisis? How should we get the hostages back? Her answer was never to allow the country to get into that situation. It's certainly the fault of our foreign policy, and at present there is no right course of action. It's too late. If we didn't march with force the first or second day after the hostages were taken, nothing we do after that will be any good, and it will take us years to live it down. That's 45 years ago, and this is at least the closest moment we've had to actually living it down. And yeah, if the next few days look like the last few hours, then this mistake of Jimmy Carter will have been fixed by, I can't believe I'm saying this, Benjamin Netanyahu. You know, giving credit where it's due. Look, the guy has been talking about it for 20 something years. He's finally done it. So well done.
Yeah, you need to act. And one of the things that people forget is that the longer you let cancers grow, the harder they are to kill. And what has happened is since Reagan did a great job getting the U.S. hostages back by basically making a phone call and telling the then Ayatollah that the U.S. was going to destroy them if they didn't get the hostages back. And the U.S. didn't send in 3 fake helicopters that broke down like Carter did. He just was credible. Carter playing, of course, Biden and Reagan playing Trump. But Reagan didn't actually do anything about the Iranians. I mean, he was busy with the Contras and all sorts of other things that were going on, and not a lot of which we have a lot to be proud of in America. But we've let this cancer fester, and it has continued to fester. Trump did shut it down to a large extent by putting the sanctions on, cutting off oil sales, and nearly bankrupting the regime. And then Barack Obama came in and gave to the tune of $500 billion, folks. $500 billion went to the Iranian regime under Barack Obama, and this ridiculous nuclear deal, which actually I have friends who are in the deal who said it was a good deal. It would really slow down things. And what's beautiful about that statement is it has zero philosophy attached to it. It would slow down things, and it would let them reconsider. They're not reconsidering, guys. And of course, then we had Trump won, and then we had Biden, which was a total disaster. He let up all the sanctions, all the money that funded all of the different Iranian proxies came from oil sales from Iran illegally, or at least going through the sanctions, because Joe Biden decided not to maintain the sanctions, either on paper or, more importantly, in reality, on Iran. And we should all be clear that Iran is able to do all of the bad things that it does because the free world refuses to put a kibosh on it, to shut them down. It is doable. Trump won in his first term showed that it was doable. And Biden showed that you could easily undo it. And Trump, too, put the sanctions on again. Of course, we know that there's false flag ships and there's all kinds of ways to get around it. That's what we hear about. Who knows what the full truth is? But the good news is now Israel's finally taken a real action here, and in beautiful Israeli fashion, a combination of very clever targeted assassinations, apparently a lot of stuff that was coordinated with spies on the ground in Iran, along with these gorgeous strikes, et cetera. We'll get some information on the nuclear plants and whether they're destroyed. One other question, and we can talk about it, is my understanding is you don't actually have to destroy the plant. What you have to do is basically destroy any access to it and seal it off. And don't forget, these bombs are extremely hot. And a lot of times, apparently, there's a melt of the facility. So not only do you end up with a crater, but you have melted, molten areas that really make it very difficult to even begin to excavate. And of course, all of the scientists that are down there busy doing their good deeds for the world and helping to enrich uranium for Khomeini and all will be dead, which I'm sure the IAEA and all the do-gooders in the world would be very upset because all of these innocent people that were just enriching uranium would have been killed.
Yeah, and again, all the I don't know exactly what that means. This is what Israel says, that basically all the key players in that program were targeted and killed, and that's gonna be significant as well. Just like the fact that Israel killed a bunch of military leaders in Iran, and you don't see any response from the Iranian military as of yet, because it's difficult to respond when you have no leadership. Daniel is seeing the same reports that I'm seeing. Wing of Zion has taken off from Ben Gurion Airport. That's the Prime Minister's plane. It doesn't mean that he's on it, but it has taken off. And here's a yeah, we can read the Revolutionary Guard's statement. Iran's Revolutionary Guards confirmed the assassination of their commander, Hussein Salami. Salami was one of the most prominent commanders of the Islamic Revolution and stood at the forefront of defending the principles of the revolution and the nation. His path will continue with doubled motivation. We won't continue with weapons, but at least with motivation. The
Well,
Zionist
maybe half
regime.
motivation because there's only half of them left, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
the Zionist regime will pay a heavy price for the crime committed with the knowledge of the White House and the terrorist regime of the United States, the Revolutionary Guard stated. At least we know the Revolutionary Guards don't have a policy of not negotiating with terrorists because they're calling the U.S. terrorists while negotiating with them. But yeah, it's always fun. What was the name of the spokesperson for Saddam Hussein, who was still talking about victory when Saddam was hiding somewhere and the Iraqi army was gone? You remember who I'm talking about? There was a nickname that was Comical Ali or something like that. Anyway, if somebody remembers, let us know in the chat. Also, of the 353 people watching, only 122 have clicked likes, which basically means that the terrorists win. Just so you know. And yeah, we are. It's past Michael's bedtime in Boston. The light is coming up here in London, so it's past my bedtime. But yeah, we are keeping it going. I'm not speaking for Michael. I'm not gonna ask him to stay up well into the night, but I will stay up, and more people I
You're
expect will
younger than
join.
I am, Razi.
Well, I'm feeling older, but I'm actually feeling younger today than typical. And as I said before we went live, my hair always looks like I just got out of bed, so that's I have that excuse. Um, but
I have another good update I'm seeing now from New York. The UN chief, guess what they said here? You can all imagine. UN chief, I condemn any military escalation in the Middle East. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres addressed the Israeli attack on Iran saying, quote, I condemn any military escalation in the Middle East. I'm particularly concerned about Israeli attacks on nuclear facilities in Iran at a time when contracts contacts are taking place between Iran and the United States regarding the status of the Iranian nuclear program. I remind UN member states of their obligation to act in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. I call on both sides to exercise maximum restraint and avoid at all costs a slide into a more serious confrontation, a situation the region can barely sustain, end quote. Again, showing marked leadership from one of the primary failing institutions of the modern age. What a total idiot and an evil, despicable person. He condemns any military escalation, including the enrichment of uranium towards a nuclear bomb. That he doesn't condemn. I like how he pretends that the contacts between the US and the Iranian program on nuclear are going anywhere. It's a typical twist of bureaucratic baloney and classic for the UN. And the UN member states should act in accordance with the UN Charter and international law, including the over half of those states that are in absolute violation of both the Charter and international law at all times. And it's all a bunch of smoke and mirrors and crap, but it's right on par, and we appreciate the consistency of this esteemed disaster of a human being.
Daniel, do you want to just jump in, or do you want to just you can join the show itself, but or I can read your clever Zoom.
Oh, that's funny, Daniel. I didn't see your comment. I actually read it from breaking news on Ynet, and that was pretty funny.
Yeah, Daniel says, do you think Antonio Gutierrez woke up or his staff had this ready for when Israel attacks? Yeah, that is it's funny, but it's very likely that they had this stuff ready. I mean it doesn't even have to be ready. Because you know what he's gonna say. If you have one of his writer, I don't think they need to approve every single time, something that has already been said a million times. You just change the whoever it is that is the victim of Israel, and it's boilerplate. Yeah, Michael, you do look like it's
Sorry, I'm fading.
it's bedtime.
I'm fading, man.
Well, Daniel, do you can jump in either case. We will have this stream going for I don't know how long, but yeah, expect we have regular programming every weekday, the Daily Objective and the reality show. The Daily Objective is on weekends as well. I expect in the next few days, I don't know what it's gonna look like. So stay tuned, but yeah, this stream right now will continue. We will look at the news as we're streaming and see if there's any updates that we have. And yeah. Oh, Oman, the mediator in the U.S.-Iranian negotiations, now chimes in. Uh, Israel is responsible for this escalation and its consequences. Okay, so yeah. Oh, by the way, it says something that whenever Israel or the U.S. negotiate with some really evil regime, which of course you shouldn't do in the first place, the mediator is always some really evil regime that you shouldn't negotiate with as well, and certainly not use as a mediator. So, I mean, this is, I don't know where to place Oman in terms of, in comparison to Qatar. They're not powerful enough to be as dangerous as Qatar. But yeah, thank you, Oman, for chiming in. We appreciate the feedback.
Well, all you have to do is look at the UN Human Rights Council and understand the beautiful irony. If it weren't so sick, I mean, it really be worthy of Oscar Wilde or some other comedian. How absurd all of this is. I mean, the UN Human Rights Council is populated by some of the most despotic anti-human rights regimes in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, Netanyahu says that it may be that Israeli citizens will have to be in the in the safe rooms. What do they call them? I'm pretty tired. I don't remember words anymore. But
yeah, the safe room.
In the
they're
room,
saying people should stay close to the
shelters.
Shelters, yeah. I think most people are Generally, they have at least 10 minutes for an Iranian missile warning, and that's plenty of time usually. Uh, frankly, even if you're driving a car, there's this idea that you should pull over and either get under the car or stay away from the car. Nobody really knows. But the fact is, if a missile's coming in, you can calculate your chances of it hitting the car, whether it's moving or not, and it's the same. Um, they're
Yeah,
mostly
but
concerned that,
shrapnel and
yeah,
yeah.
they're mostly concerned that there'll be people that freak out and on the road, and there'll be fatalities as an accessory, et cetera. But I think, don't forget, Israel's been at war, folks, for a very long time, but especially since October 7th, and almost, somewhere between 2 and 7 times a week, depending on what period it was. Even in Tel Aviv, we were running to shelters. So this is nothing new. It's not like this is something that people don't expect. And I don't think that there'll be a huge amount of difference. It's also the weekend in Israel. Friday and Saturday are the weekend, so that will help. School was canceled. They do have school on Friday morning. This, to a lot of parents who like to have Israeli humor, this is considered, as serious as a missile siren, that we are keeping the kids at home today instead of getting our 3.5 hours to do what we need to do. So that's kind of Israeli humor for you.
Yeah, and look, it's very likely that, there's going to be more of it in the next few days, but it's more now and then it will be less. I mean, look, once this regime is gone, the Houthis have whatever they have left, and then that's gone. Uh, and yeah, then we'll go back to talking about actually uh fixing what needs to be fixed with Gaza. Uh, Daniel.
Um, yeah, this is fun. So the only reason I'm even awake is because I had a really bad cough, but I'm really would like to thank the person who gave me this sickness. So I'm actually awake at this moment. Um, but yeah, I mean, talking about the sort of the response, right, is going to be sort of like somewhat of a scary thing. But the thing is, as I think Michael said, when that happens, Israel will have a good amount of time to basically prepare for it. I think both of the last strikes, it took a bunch of time for Israel to basically get ready, sort of like brace for impact, as well as Iran has to shoot over somebody, meaning those countries have to shoot it down, or they are kind of liable for sort of allowing that to go through. So, like last time, I imagine countries around, and especially America, will help shoot down anything that happens. There is a question: how much stuff do they even have, especially with sort of how much stuff they give to the Houthis, they give to Hezbollah, they give to Hamas. So not to mention how much did Israel blow up. It's important to remember that when these operations happen, it's not like Israel started working on a plan for this when like Netanyahu realized he wants to do this. It's like America probably has plans for Iranian invasion. That's something you just have ready. Sorry, my voice is like really bad. That's something simply you just have ready for when the sup- the what you call it, the people, the person leading the armed forces, when he wants to do something, there is like a plan ready. So Israel is ready for anything that happens. Somebody earlier said try to compare Israel, try to say that Israel is now in a really bad position like Ukraine. And that was really funny to me because Ukraine in the last few weeks and months is like in the best position it's ever been, especially with the strikes it has been able to do against Russia. Like this, the operations Ukraine has done in Russia with both the bridges and destroying their strategic bombers, that's like rivaling Israeli ability to basically strike within enemy territory. So I, for me, one of my favorite concepts from Ayn Rand is the impotence of evil. And the fact that we can see it so clearly, finally, after such a long time where we haven't been able to see it, we can see how powerful the West is, how powerful the better countries are, and how incapable these dictatorships are, because they have to be by definition. Dictatorships are not productive, they cannot do, and all we have to do is simply strike. And yeah, so I hope for the best for the Iranian people. As somebody said, there are reports about people going out to the streets, so I hope this is the beginning of the end for Iran.
Yeah, I mean, people going out to the streets in Iran is makes sense because again, people go out to the streets when they have no support from anywhere else in the world, and they risk their life, and they are sometimes killed over going out. Again, we I think I mentioned this on the reality show a few hours ago, but when the Iranian president died in the helicopter accident. Um, they were shooting fireworks, which just to celebrate, like they were risking their lives to celebrate because of how evil that regime is. So yeah, Iranians, many Iranians are happy today, and yeah, I'm sure that if they see an opportunity, and hopefully Israel gives them that opportunity, this regime is done. Thank you, Warren, for the super chat. Warren says they are saying Natanz is completely destroyed. That's very good news, and hopefully, yeah, that's uh, one of many. But yeah, that is one of the main ones, right? So,
Yeah,
Michael.
the Iranian Foreign Ministry has put out basically another mimicry of, the unforgivable violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty, et cetera, and blaming, of course, that it couldn't have been carried out without approval from the U.S. government with coordination and so on. And the U.S. government will also be responsible for the effects and implications of the Zionist regime's adventure. It's really flowery language. I mean, you have to get screenwriters to do this kind of stuff. I do truly hope that we don't get into another one of these situations where Israel is called to stop just because a bunch of people are screaming at the UN and a bunch of bad regimes are supporting Iran. They've got to finish the job here. And obviously Israel's saying we're not looking for regime change. Of course they are. This is when someone says to tell you the truth, you've got to be really worried that that isn't the truth coming out. Of course, they're looking for regime change. That's the only thing that's going to stop this mad rush to get nuclear weapons to destroy Israel and do great harm to Western countries. With that, gentlemen, I am going to call it quits. I'm sorry, I'm fading. I
Thanks,
will be
Michael.
incoherent.
We
Pleasure.
will hopefully see you on the reality show in how many was that?
You will. You
13
will.
hours.
You got it.
Great.
All right.
Which
Cheers.
might still be this same stream. I don't know.
That works for
But yeah.
me. Works for me. Cheers.
Thanks. And
Okay.
thank you, Soupycast, for the super chat. Soupycast says, "Hey guys, late show. Something happening? The Thursday's the new Friday, so we decided to have a party, and yeah, it's a late night party. Daniel is drinking a can of vodka or something just as good. Yeah, I'm here with my coffee. By the way, I need a refill for the coffee, Daniel, but I don't want to leave you here alone. But I might do that because I think for me to be able to form some complete sentences, um, I will need some more caffeine. But yeah, any thoughts?
Yeah, a few more. I mean, where to start again? So, first of all, Iran is already saying, we'll replace our people and we'll continue like fighting. But Iran is not exactly what you would call sort of is like the best and brightest go to Iran to sort of like work. There's only so many people that Iran has. There's only so many people Iran can sort of like replace people with, or like replace like proficient people with, right? It's that has been always a problem for both Arab and because technically Iranians are not Arab, they are Persian, but that has been a problem for the Muslim sort of like world almost forever. The fact that they don't have like good people, because they don't promote good people. They promote, it's very like like nepotism culture, right? It's all about families, it's all about that. So they've never had like really good experts. Any sort of help, any sort of build up that the Middle Eastern countries ever had was with Western experts coming in and teaching them. So this, we have to finally completely get rid of this moral sanction we have been giving to Iran and other countries for so long. So hopefully things will go better this way. Again, I'm really excited for sort of what will happen in the upcoming hours, for that matter, but upcoming days, upcoming weeks, especially from the American side, if they'll get involved in any way, if Iran will drag America in any way. I don't think they have any reason to. There is. You always say, I think even Oman said, called this like an escalation. I think I'm not sure if we've done an episode on the idea of escalation, but the fact that like any time like Israel strikes, it's like an escalation. Like Iran is developing nuclear weapons. That's an escalation. It's you're not allowed to do that. That in a modern world, you're simply not allowed to develop nuclear weapons. That is something that even by the international law is kind of looked down upon. So Iran has escalated, and Israel has de-escalated, I guess. And somebody in the chat has been talking about the idea that sometimes good wins, sometimes bad wins. That only happens when your morality is goes against reality, where morality is just something completely separate from being good at life. According to objectivism, according to a proper rational morality, good morality is about living a good life, and that means being productive. That means sort of conquering the nature. That means conquering sort of your own life. So when you reject morality, when you go against that morality, that means you are not being productive. And dictatorships are famously known for being really bad at allowing their citizens to be productive. And this is exactly what Iran is. It is not capable of any productivity. That's why it's failing. That's why we never really have to be afraid of these nations, only to the extent we give them sanctions, because to the extent they are sort of they have efficacy, it can only be from the good parts of their society. And if a really bad culture is uh, efficient or good, it means there's probably some sanction we are giving it. And Iran has been getting a lot of sanction from the West, and not the good kind.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, uh, Iran is been aided by Russia. Russia, has been in its own war, which of course dictatorships are the countries that start wars. So Russia started its own war. It's a bit difficult for it to help Iran in the war that Iran started. All of these countries, like you said, exist, and to the extent that they have the ability to like do something effective, that is because of better countries, of free countries. The whole negotiation between the Trump administration and Iran was about essentially if Iran decided to kind of roll back its nuclear weapons program, America would keep the regime in power, the regime that has funded the people behind October 7th, the people behind Hezbollah, the people behind the Assad regime, and the people behind the wars that they themselves started, and the people behind the slogan "Death to America" and "Death to Israel" will be funded by America, Trump's America. That was what the negotiation was, and as is to be expected, when you negotiate with such a country, at the same time they were going all out in terms of getting their nukes basically ready to go, and we were yeah, we would have seen something very, very different if we didn't see this, possibly within days. Um, Somebody asks in the chat, do people on this channel like genocide? No, we are pro-Israel. We are not supporters of Palestinianism. Soupy Cask says Jackson Hinkle really struggling tonight. I can only imagine, but I will take your word for it rather than look him up. I just looked at Twitter and I see I already see some pretty disgusting things. There's this guy. Um, uh, who is he? I'm assuming he's actually I'm not assuming he's British, but from Mint Press News, and he says none of this would be happening if Iran really did have nuclear weapons. Yeah, these people really struggle. It's difficult to push the women and children line and the poor underdog living in a open air prison bullshit that they do with the Gazans in the war that they started. Uh, when you talk about Iran. So when they defend Iran, they really, I would say, they show their true colors when they defend the Gazans. But when they defend Iran, it's hard. It's hard for them. So yeah, they're going all out. They're saying, "Oh, how sad, how sad we were a few days." By the way, if a few days from now, if we hadn't seen this, and a few days from now we saw a nuke on Tel Aviv, would these people be crying about the women and children? Of course not. They would be celebrating in the streets the same way they celebrated on October 7th. So yeah, the misery of the pro Hamas, pro-Palestinian side is kind of an added bonus to this wonderful, wonderful night and wonderful news. And thank you to all the trolls in the chat. We enjoy your misery because you are bad people and deserve to be miserable unless you change your ways.
Yeah, if I can stay a little bit longer on the sort of like incapability of evil. I mean, again, just look at the news. Look at what Israeli news are, or sort of like news on Israeli actions, right? It's they blew this up, they blew this up, and they blew that up, and there's more reports, and these people are dead, and these people are dead. And the news about Iran are like confirming that people died on their side, and it's like, oh, now Israel done bad. We will respond. Yeah, that's all you're getting from Iran right now. It's just them saying, "Oh, oh, this is gonna be bad. You're gonna be bad." Like the fact that there is still not a response from Iran. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I mean, is like Iran of all places should be prepared for this. Like Iran should have already been responding. This absolutely is weakness. This is not being able that they are not coping or they are trying to cope, but they are absolutely failing. They are simply they're probably. I wish I was a bit more awake for this, but they're probably like scrambling. Like they do not have a chain of command. Most of the chain of command died. That we don't even know who everybody is dead. I think there's like dozens of top officials who are gone. We don't really have confirmation that anybody is alive, right? Like we are seeing, people posting, but that's not the actual people. So this is like incredibly good to see. Somebody, oh, do you want to
Uh,
jump in?
well, no, I had a couple of news items, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, somebody was asking like the only question is what will happen after? Who is the next threat to Israel? Israel has no desire to like forever just fight whoever. Israel wanted peace before it was founded. It just wanted to like there are Jews here. It wanted to have a state, and every time it tried to not assert itself, but simply exist, it was attacked by the surrounding nations. And Israel has been doing like show me like one country in the Middle East that has like gave up territory for like peace. Israel is the only country that does that to its fault, in many cases. But Israel is doing that. If Iran is gone, who is the number one sponsor of like not even terrorism, but like specifically anti-Israel sort of groups, the Iraqi militias, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, the Hamas. Iran has been doing this whole time. If Iran is gone, uh, it might not necessarily mean there is a peace in the Middle East. I think there is still a lot of animosity towards Israel, but then it might be the end of sort of like outward sort of action against Israel. So again, like Netanyahu has been crying about normalizing relations with Saudi Arabia for ever. I feel like he like believed them. They Israeli leadership really wants peace, and as I've said, to its fault many times, when the only action you can do is fight.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that idea of peace with Saudi Arabia, but I will, I assume this makes it more likely Saudi Arabia is not going to openly support this, but they love it, yeah, we are joined by James Valiant. James, let me just read a couple of things in the chat. So Alex, not Alex from the channel, but Alex from the chat says. Um, the UN probably are very sad. I can see that you haven't been watching from the start because yeah, we Daniel actually read the comment from the UN being sad, which makes us happy. Thank you, Gigi Ryder, for the super chat. Gigi Ryder says Iran TV announced seriously that Iran was losing only because jinns are helping Zionists. That is, Iranian TV. I don't know if they, killed any of Iranian TV people. I don't know if this is official policy of the channel, or maybe they had to scramble as well. I'm also reading, so this is from an Israeli news website, and I'm kind of translating it back into English. That Trump um, said in an interview on Fox News that Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to go back to the negotiating table. An American source in Washington says that American source said that Washington is still planning on having nuclear or
They're still
having talks
planning their talks on
on
Sunday or
Sunday.
whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I was asking James earlier. I know you weren't watching, but because you were
Yeah, I'm
busy,
sorry I
but
missed. I
not
was
not
doing another
not
podcast on an
yeah.
entirely different subject. Oh
But
my God.
yeah.
Trump
But
is still going to talk to the Ayatollah, is he?
well, I don't know who he's going to talk to. I was asking earlier if the
Well, through an indirect, whatever.
Norwegian the Iranian foreign minister is still in Norway, maybe. So he might be safe, and maybe he can fly. Maybe they have direct flights to Oman, or he can change in Saudi
Understand though
Arabia.
that the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard got it, and I'm just weeping into my tea about that one. Oh my gosh, what glorious news, just to catch people up. What glorious news I think this is. And of course it pisses off the UN. And of course my cowardly leaders in the United States are saying, well, this is unilateral action on the part of Israel, but if they hit Americans, but I guess Trump is actually even saying he's going forward with his plans to negotiate, I guess, through a third party or whatever they do, with Iran. But hopefully there won't be much to negotiate over when the dust clears here. Let us all sincerely hope, and given Israeli efficiency, we have good reason to hope that the Iranian nuclear program has been eradicated.
Yeah, just a word to the trolls in the chat. Keep the comments coming, but no spamming. We will remove you if you make the same comment multiple times, as we did with a few trolls already in on this show. Yeah, James, you missed out on some trolling of the trolls and some general merriment, but
Yeah.
we have
Well, let me just say that Israel has done the entire civilized world a favor, that any decent person in a civilized country would say thank you 1,000 times to Israel for doing this. Because my European leader friends, whether you're in Norway or Britain or Spain or Canada or New Zealand or Australia, you guys are on the wrong side here. Do you really think that Iranians with a nuclear capacity would be good for civilization, for any of y'all? Because if they got their nuclear weapon, they wouldn't stop at Israel, nor would they even stop at America. They would go on and destroy civilization as such if you didn't just comply with their jihadist Islamist nonsense. Thank God. And it's about effing time that this happened. I mean, good Lord, since the time Obama has been engaged in his ridiculous negotiations with Iran, what a wrong-headed, stupid thing. Do you think that Iran would ever comply with negotiations? They didn't comply with Obama's agreement. They weren't about to comply with anyone's agreement. These savages were hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon so that they could destroy Israel, and don't think anything else. Uh,
Yeah,
no. Thank, and thank you for not having a weapon against all of Western civilization.
yeah.
We all owe Israel a giant thank you.
Yeah, this policy precedes. Thank you, Gail, for the super chat. This policy precedes Obama. He took it to the next level,
Yeah. Oh,
but
no,
yeah,
no. We've
uh,
been appeasing Iran since 1979 and the Islamic Revolution
and
and their attack on the American embassy, which even Ayn Rand back in the late 70s said should have been responded to immediately. Every day that passes when you sanction evil like this, your ability politically to deal with it gets less and less. And looking at world opinion today, the ridiculous anti-Semitism, let's just call it what it is, anti-Semitism at the United Nations and among so many world leaders, including Western world leaders, makes it politically difficult. And so Israel was doing such a brave thing. Now, they should have done this a long time ago, as you point out. America should have done this my teacher and mentor, Leonard Peikoff, almost 25 years ago said the enemy was Iran. Before she died in 1979, Ayn Rand said, "Look, you've got a short window. If you don't attack right when the situation happens, you are already sanctioned. Your political capital goes,
yeah,
and
you know,
better late than never, I suppose." And of course, even this will get Israel all kinds of untold international grief. But let's just have a moment of celebration.
oh
These
yeah. I mean,
savages.
I'm celebrating the international grief. I love it. It's you know with friends like these, just I'm enjoying that. And yeah, Leonard Peikoff, I believe it was in '98, was it when Clinton bombed Iraq? Mysteriously, for some reason, it was around the time that he was getting into some trouble. But Leonard Peikoff wrote then that why Iraq and why not Iran? So yeah, Leonard Peikoff 27 years ago, Ayn Rand 46 years ago, and yeah,
If you have
wrap things up.
principles, ladies and gentlemen, if you have moral clarity, you would have seen that Iran was the enemy the minute it took power. These people are relentless, religious fanatics, devoted to the destruction of Israel, devoted to the destruction of Western civilization. And if you have moral clarity, if you have correct philosophical principles, it will seem decades later like, okay, they had some kind of X-ray vision or some kind of crystal ball. No, it just took moral clarity to see the nature of the Ayatollah's evil, savage regime, their mysticism-based collectivism that was hell-bent on finishing the job that they think Hitler should have finished. They want to destroy Israel. They want to kill as many Jews as possible. And when they were done there, my European friends, do you think they would have stopped? No. They would have continued against the whole of Western civilization.
Yeah, actually, Daniel,
Israel.
there's a video I have in mind that I might ask you to share. If you don't know which one it is, let me know in the chat in our Zoom chat, and I'll tell you which one it is. But I'm gonna read or try to also translate and read a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. Uh, Actually, I don't need to read the whole statement. They say our sovereignty and our territorial integrity have been violated. And I just, to paraphrase Jerry Seinfeld, you're not sovereign and you have no integrity.
They are not legitimate. And the point is, if there is an aggressor here, I mean, come on, open your eyes. Iran's been funding Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hezbollah affiliates. They've been hell bent on killing Americans and Jews in the region for how long? For how long? I mean, how overdue is this? How overdue is this? And frankly, when I hear, well, from the Trump administration, Rubio and the Trump administration, well, Israel's acting unilaterally. You cowardly SOBs. You should send up fireworks. This 4th of July, we should have an Israeli flag right there next to the American flag because civilization and any hope for liberty of the humanity in the future has just been given a great boon. I mean, can you imagine in Iran with ballistic missiles that were tipped by nuclear warheads? My friends, they would, after destroying Israel and killing as many Jews as they could, they would have come after America, Britain, Norway, Spain, Ireland, Australia if they could, New Zealand if they could. If you think that your appeasement and your attacks on Netanyahu, arrest warrants against officials in Israel would have spared you from the wrath of Iran, you guys are living in fantasy land. These
Well,
people hate civilization.
we actually have a video of essentially the foreign policy and the policy towards Israel and its enemies of these Western countries. Daniel, can we see that video?
Why are you? Oh, we're on your side! We're on your side! Holy shit! What? We're on your side! We're on your fucking side! What the fuck?
Yeah, sometimes when you're on the side of savages, it doesn't actually turn out as well as you think. They don't appreciate it. I don't know why.
Well,
Thank you, Apollo
pause
Zeus.
here. Pause here. Look, the mystic Islamic world, if there wasn't Western civilization, would be unreservedly at one another's throats over sectarian differences. Of course, they would be. And if there was no Western civilization, there would be nothing to impede them from attacking their own. So if you think that they would, if you have any doubt that they would attack their own, what do you think they're going to do to you, relatively secular people or Christians in the West? What do you think they're going to do to you? You're next up. You're next up. And then when they get rid of you, okay, then they'll go back to attacking one another. But of course they hate you. They hate you because you're civilized. They hate you because you're non-Islamic and you don't buy into their mystic collectivist nonsense. So if we see internecine disputes among Muslims, ladies and gentlemen, being Norwegian or Irish or British or Australian is Canadian is not going to spare you. You're next up. I mean that literally.
Yeah. Thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat. Apollo Zeus says 5:20 a.m. Razi, 9:20 p.m. James. Yes, yeah, we are both past our bedtime. James, you go to bed early typically, but yeah, hopefully you can stay with us for a while. I do expect this stream to go at least as long as I am able to stay awake, which is why I'm going to ask Daniel when you can jump in. I will go make another cup of coffee and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. But I will also say, Apollo Zoo says it's lighter in London than where I am. Yeah, you're to the north of here, so it should be lighter there, but some of this is artificial lighting. Yeah, Greta would hate me all around, artificial lighting, Jew,
Greta's been
what
having a
else?
bad days lately, hasn't she?
Yeah, oh, somebody, I think it was Yotam earlier said it's a shame they didn't keep Greta around for a couple of days.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And you know those folks going on hunger strikes? Why don't they just go to Gaza if they think people are starving there? Because you know something, they know people aren't starving in Gaza. They'd get 3 squares a day if they were living in Gaza. So yeah, you go on a hunger strike, you'd have to do it on your own elsewhere because you'd be well fed in Gaza, unfortunately. Uh, but yeah, our
Now,
friends at the UN must be really, really irritated.
yes,
Uh,
I will leave you two to talk about it while I go get a coffee, but before that I will read this comment just because um the person's name here is Bret Hart, who was my favorite wrestler growing up. So the person using Bret Hart's name says they could not adapt to modern civilization. They will be left in the past where they belong. I mean, look, if you're talking about Iran, they don't need, well, they need some adapting because it's been nearly 50 years. But no, the people in Iran, if there's anywhere in the Middle East where there's hope for a civilized country, like not just in our lifetime, but in the foreseeable and maybe immediate future, if this turns out the way we hope it does, that is Iran. So yeah.
Let us hope, because there is at least a significant portion of the population of Iran who wants something different. They've got a more secular segment of their population, and consider how they've been oppressed by this horrific, savage theocracy. And I just can't help but comment on the fact that had Iran been something more than a medieval savage theocracy, they probably would have developed nuclear technology and enriched uranium properly long ago. But we can all thank our lucky stars that these savages out there are not 10 feet tall, and that it took them years and years and years, because we've been negotiating with them about their nuclear program for many, many years. And I suspect any other country with their half of their act together would have already had nuclear tipped ballistic missiles by now. But the savages, fortunately, but I understand they were close and getting ever closer. And so, again, all I can say is thank you. I mean, we have been critical of Netanyahu and the Israeli government. They should have been fighting this war differently from the beginning. And my country's policy has been despicable in holding back Israel from what they should have done. But this is a glorious day. If we can set back these savage theocrats back to the dark ages where they belong and where they dwell in their minds, all the better. They cannot be armed with nuclear weapons. That is a threat to the whole of civilization. And all of these Western world leaders who've been so critical of Israel ought to be ashamed. And they ought to send telegrams right now and social media posts right now saying, thank you on behalf of Western civilization for taking out I want the dust to settle, and I want to know the full extent of the damage here. But thank you for setting back the Iranian nuclear program, because these monsters are hell bent on the destruction of civilization. Israel is just the most proximate, and they have the most direct religious reason to hate Jews. That's the only difference. They'll come after America. They'll come after Britain. Trust me.
So thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat. It's also a very good super chat day for us, which all the more reason to celebrate. But James, because you were on a different podcast for a couple of hours, I don't know how much of the news you've managed to
I
catch
need
up
to be
on,
caught up. Maybe Daniel
but
can catch me up.
it is so Israel targeted dozens of officials, dozens. So we know about some of the main ones. I don't know if we know all of the main ones, but yeah, apparently all
Yeah.
key people in the nuclear weapons program and uh, seemingly destroyed or close to destroyed the ballistic missile stockpiles. It was much more than just the nuclear facilities. And Israel is saying this will go on for days. And when Michael Kaufman was on, I was saying. If you're saying it's going to go on for days and you're already going back and forth, freely flying around Iranian airspace, Israel is probably very confident in its ability to achieve something great here, and I think it already has achieved something great. From what we already know, it's clear that it is something great. And there's more that we don't know than we do know. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mary, for the super chat. I'll leave you two to discuss it. I'm back in like 3 minutes.
Okay, Daniel, I had heard that the chief of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard had been taken out, and I was hoping that their nuclear scientists were being targeted. But can you catch me up a little bit on who all Israel has taken out, which sounds like a delightful addenda to this story,
Yeah,
and that
so
it's continuing.
yeah,
Oh,
so the I don't know what they call them. Basically, the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps,
yeah.
the Salami guy. Yeah, he's dead. Iran has confirmed that he's dead, so we have that to go on. And yeah, apparently Israel, or I think it was like an IDF radio, has just said that they've eliminated 10 over 10 Iranian nuclear scientists in the initial strike. These individuals are considered key knowledge centers within Iran's nuclear program. Again, I don't know how good the Tehran University nuclear education is, but I'm assuming they don't have too many experts to cover this. So yeah, I've been mostly just having fun looking at what people say. I I'm just going through like Twitter's pages, Jackson Hinkle, he's spazzing over this. Candace Owens, she's like, oh my God, what is Israel doing? I looked up Dugin also. I was
Yeah.
interested if he has anything to say. But his
Yeah.
last quote is something like, do you want Trump and Elon Musk to make up? And he said, yes, I do want them to make up. So he didn't comment on this yet. He's probably
Oh,
sleeping.
well.
I mean, imagine sleeping right now when this is happening. Imagine waking up in your favorite country after Russia is just gone.
Oh, well, remember, friends, they are friends with the dictator of Russia. They are friends with North Korea. They are the ones in an intimate trading relationship with China. Yes, Iran is in bed with all of the worst actors in this world, and the evil nations of the world, and all of those who are its sympathizers will be waking up to the very bad news today. But very good news for anyone who loves freedom, loves individual rights, wants a civilized world to be possible tomorrow, wants the survival of Israel, a place where Jews might be able to be safe in a world of increasing anti Semitism. All the themes that we've spoken about here at Ayn Rand Center UK, this is a glorious day. And if it upsets Candace Owen, I could not be more happy. I imagine she would be upset about it with her bizarre theories, her weird anti Semitic theories about the origins of Zionism in Israel, with her obvious hatred for Israel just dripping from her, and all the others. I mean, from Finkelstein on down. No, no, no. And everyone in my country who said, no, America can't go to war with Iran. That would only cause, all this kind of blowback. No, 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 no. Israel has done us all a gigantic favor in all of those respects. And I hope that all the Israel enemies out there and the anti-Semite monsters out there wake up to some really grim news. And I can imagine that their social media tweets are going to be, crying into their tea relentlessly. Well, too bad. And what are these savages going to do? Really, honestly, what blowback can there be? They're sure going to try and fire. But look, Israel's so effective, they might not have anything. They may not have a pea shooter to fire back at Israel with.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Daniel, I show up back for my coffee. He disappears as quickly
Disappears
as
immediately.
Iranian defense capabilities when they see Israeli jets in the sky. Thank you, Alan, for the super chat, and thank you, Paul, for the super chat. Paul says it's awesome. Iran appears to have no air defense. Yeah. So actually, I
Israel had
was
taken them out. This
so
was the
I
moment to do it.
James,
America should be helping.
I called you when I started watching the news from Israel, like I don't know, 20 minutes after this started, and as we were talking, I'm watching, and I don't really know what city the video is, but I see kind of things taking off, and it looks like it maybe is defensive missiles or something that isn't very fast. And yeah, I was wondering what it is, but yeah, it doesn't look like anybody, it looks like everybody's safe. On Israel's side, it looks like nobody's safe on the Iranian side. So yeah,
I
very,
wouldn't want to
very
be
good
an
news.
Iranian nuclear scientist or a high government official and the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to being taken out. I mean, one of the most has to be one of the most evil people on the planet. Him being gone. I mean, if you're not, this is what I can't get about the people who've always said to my country, well, we can never take Iran on. We shouldn't do that. It would cause all kinds of blowback. No, these people are medieval savages. If you do it right, they won't even have a pea shooter to even try to shoot back at Israel with, or try to hit American interest in the area with. No. And that's why America, frankly, should be helping them so that we eradicate any possible. Well, you can take out the entire Iranian leadership from the air and all of their military facilities, as far as I'm concerned. And that would, in fact, give the Iranian people a chance, perhaps, to create a better situation for themselves. A country where women disappear in prison because they don't wear the hijab properly, and if women go out and protest it, they disappear in prison. No, and as Rosie has pointed out earlier, there's a population, a group there who want something better. And if we can eradicate the leadership and eradicate their military facilities, then the people of Iran themselves might be able to establish something better there. That is our hope today. And that, see, think about it. Think of what another group of people that should thank Israel. The relatively secular people in Iran may actually have a chance to do something to change their situation. Anyone who believes in decency and civilization should be happy today. And how can you cry about the death of these theocratic monsters who supplied Hamas, who did the atrocities of October 7th? I mean, look in a mirror. How can you live with yourself and say, "I'm sad that no one should have done anything about Iran's"? No, sorry, you guys are morally. I won't even say that you're morally confused. You are morally upside down. You are perverse in your whole approach to what justice requires, what security requires, what the long-term safety of Israel and indeed all of Western civilization requires. That's what we're talking about here. What a glorious, glorious day.
Yeah. So reports from some media outlets in Iran. By the way, so we know that the head of the Revolutionary Guard was killed, and the chief of staff of the army and his second in command were killed. Yeah, the media in Iran reports that the uh,
Once
oh
more,
yeah,
the confidence of
so the
Israel is
chief of
on
staff.
shining display here. I
Uh,
mean, look,
Wait, I was just
yeah.
from this report. So the chief of staff has been replaced. There is a new chief of staff of the Iranian army, Amir Habiballah Siari. May his memory be a blessing. Should we already say, or yeah?
Well, at least it's a memory. How much I will say. It is, and it's certainly a blessing that it's a memory.
I mean the new one, and his
Yes.
impending,
Well,
his
the new one is
impending.
still
I
presumably
mean,
alive.
there were days in September of last year we had a lot of fun around what was going on in Lebanon, where, they had
Major
basically
attack. Look at how
one after
confident
another
Israel is.
people replaced people, and then were killed.
Of course. But look how competent Israel is. Sometimes I just sit back and I'm dazzled at the competence of Israel. Speaking of objectivism and Ayn Rand always used to say, for example, about the Soviet Union, that they weren't 10 feet tall, that the regime could be brought down without the loss of a single American life. And that's what happened. They proved to be an economic basket case. They couldn't keep up with America's buildup, and the Soviet Empire collapsed. Before that, interestingly enough, Ayn Rand actually was working on a screenplay about the development of the first atomic bomb. And she actually went out and met Oppenheimer and the scientists at Los Alamos. And in her notes, she says, it is unlike, although the Nazis were the first to start doing it, and that's why America developed their own program to build an atomic bomb. I mean, America was terrified. I mean, given the rockets hitting England at the time, can you imagine if the Nazis had gotten an atomic bomb? It would be horrific. So America had a very aggressive program to develop an atomic bomb because the Nazis were working on it. But Ayn Rand in her notes said, these dictators, even Germany, where they have all these brilliant scientists and engineers, she said, no, it's going to take them much longer than if they could ever get it, because it would take a more competent, civilized country. And what she said about the Soviets and what she said about the Nazis back in the day apply in spades to these Islamic savages. As I say, had there been actually an advanced, secular, civilized world in Iran, they might have gotten nuclear weapons a lot sooner. They might have enriched uranium to the weapons grade level, or at least near weapons grade, a lot sooner, and attached them to ballistic missiles that might have actually penetrated Israeli air defenses. So they're savages. They weren't 10 feet tall. And on the other hand, when you look at a civilized country, a country like Israel, in sharp contrast, where the mind is free, freedom is the condition for the operation of the human mind. And so you have to think right here, we have a shining example on display of what a relatively free country, a country where the mind is free, and the competence, the intelligence, the technological prowess and superiority of Israel, which is demonstrated again and again and again. And when they have the backbone to do it, and they've got more backbone than we do in America, and when they've got the backbone to go after their enemies, one can only be dazzled sometimes at how well Israel can do this. And this should teach us another lesson. Israel should do this. Israel should use their technical prowess, their brilliance, their military competence to take out their enemies in this fashion. They are, I mean, little Israel, think of it, a country barely the size of the state of New Jersey in my country, can take on all the powers around it practically. And Iran was the most savage and the most aggressive, and they were that close to getting enriched uranium that was a threat to all of civilization. So congratulations, Israel. I'm forever dazzled at your military competence. This is another example of why relatively free countries are always superior to the relatively primitive, savage dictatorships. In this case, when you're looking at Islamist savage dictatorships, they're living in the dark ages. Do not hesitate. Take out your enemies and make it with extreme prejudice so that you know, if Israel had, just also be a little critical of, as we always have been. I mean, this is maybe not the moment to do it, but had Israel been more properly aggressive about Hamas, the stuff in Gaza would not still be going on today. Israel, do not hesitate. Take it to your enemies until they are destroyed and their entire capacity to do you harm is destroyed. And you are doing all of civilization a great favor. And you have the competence to do it. You are vastly superior to these savages. Do not hesitate. Do not let the morality of altruism, the sanction of the evil, which the UN represents and these Western leaders represent whenever they're criticizing you and sending out arrest warrants for your leaders, ignore that. Ignore it every time. Defend yourself and go all the way for it and wipe out their capacity to do you any harm every time.
You know, earlier on this show, a troll in the chat said something like, "Oh, only a few million Jews and hundreds of millions of Arabs. You know, how do you think this is going to end?" And you know, this has been the case. I mean, it was way fewer Jews. But this has been the case from before Israel was created and until today. And again, to say that today of all days, I mean, Iran is not an Arab country, but it is Israel's biggest enemy. You know, this shows you that, yeah, if the power of the mind is stronger than the power of the muscle and the power, the strength in numbers idea. Sorry to disappoint all the communists and
No.
Islamists
8
watching.
million, 8 million Jews in the region, I guess, can defend themselves against a larger number of Muslim fanatics who surround them of various sects. I want to use the biblical analogy. Yes, even I will use a biblical David and Goliath. Goliath, by the way, was from Gaza. And David was, of course, the king of the Jews who conquered Jerusalem. Now, forget that. He conquered Jerusalem. But here's little David with his slingshot taking out the so-called Goliath, who wasn't really 10 feet tall after all, was he? No. Um, Score one for David here. And once more, the Philistines have lost.
Um, Oh, yeah. So I was gonna say about our criticism of Israel, which, you know, we have a lot of, and we, you know, we're not afraid to say it and say it again and say it harshly, but we have been saying certainly from a certain point around I think May or June last year, because I think the first 7 or 8 months of the war, it was not going well at all. And at some point there was a switch. There were a few very impressive operations, even, but we remember the pager operation as a turning point, and it was a turning point in terms of the threat to Israel from the north. But even before that, with the rescue operation of the hostages, with the killing of Mohammed Def, with the amazing killing of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Israel has done things throughout this war, which is now Israel's longest war in its history, things that are amazing, so impressive militarily, despite it fighting with, its hands tied behind its back, and things, as you mentioned, both with what it did in Lebanon and the result of it that we saw in Syria, and then what it did in Syria to make sure that when Al Qaeda does take over, it has no weapons that it can use to attack Israel specifically, but nobody. So now Syria, and again, I hate the idea of the Abraham Accords. I'm against them. I've said this. I hate the idea of Israel, begging, dictatorships for peace. But Syria is now in a position where, whatever its future is will be dictated to it, and it has very little it can do to threaten anybody. And now with this, Israel is removing one of the biggest threats to humanity that exists. And even if the regime isn't removed, and I think that would be a big mistake, the threat of it is being removed significantly.
Israel has reshaped the region, has utterly reshaped the region. It was a horrible thing and a terrible price to pay. On October 7th, Western nations should have been, America and Israel in particular, should have been on this earlier. We should not have had to suffer October 7th. We've cited Ayn Rand and Leonard Peikoff as giving us those warnings long ago, long ago. We should not have had to endure, either in Israel or America, the Islamic violence that we have over the last 40 years. But the entire region has been reshaped, much to the increased security of Israel. And thank you, Israel, my own country, America. The world is a safer place. The world is a better place because Israel has completely changed the environment in which they're trying so desperately to survive and keep an outpost of comparative freedom and civilization going. And we should all be rooting for Israel right now. Any decent, civilized human being. And I guess I have to exclude the people at the BBC. I guess I have to exclude the leaders of major Western countries because apparently they don't appreciate, and certainly no one at the UN is going to appreciate this. No, ladies and gentlemen, those very people are so wrong when they tell Israel to hold back, because what has happened today is a dramatic enhancement of the security of all of civilization, not just Israel, not even just America. Thank you, Israel. Thank you.
Earlier in the show, we reported, Daniel shared a report that Ali Shamkhani, the senior advisor to Khamenei, was injured. It is now reported that he is no longer with us. He has met his 72 virgins, and unfortunately, his boss, as far as we know, is still, I wouldn't say alive and well, alive and looking up a lot more than like he did in that funeral. Yeah, I'm sure his all eyes on whatever.
Dazzling, because just this attack may give the Iranian people a chance. Think about it. Now, think about that. Israel is so slandered. They called an apartheid state. They're calling what Israel does to defend itself a genocide. To consider the perversion of that. I mean, in the last 100 years, the greatest victims of an attempted genocide were the Jewish people in Europe. Oh, my European leader friends, by a European country. Now, and gathering up the Jews as best they could from all around Europe so that they could simply slaughter them in the millions. Okay? And Israel is attacked. Israel is attacked for engaging in genocide when they warn people to get out of buildings before they bomb them, when they try to find ways to feed the enemy population, which they ought not to do. They ought not to do. But in this instance, they're giving the Muslims of a different sect, I understand, the people of Gaza, but Muslims a chance to change their government for the better. The oppression of Muslims in Iran, Israel, is the best thing for the Muslim population in the region when they do something like this. The Muslim population in the region. People of the world, wake the F up. That's what you're seeing here. If human life is your standard of moral value, as it is for those of us who admire Ayn Rand, if human life is your standard of value, this is a glorious thing.
Couple of other updates. We called it about an hour ago. Saudi Arabia has condemned the Israeli attack in Iran, saying it is hurting or harming the sovereignty and security of Iran and is a clear violation of
Okay, so what Iran
international
was doing by
law.
funding Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis wasn't a violation of Israel's sovereignty.
A
Well, no,
violation of they're talking about a violation of international law and norms, which shows you what a joke international law
national
is,
law
because the idea
norms
that
are.
the gang that runs Saudi Arabia, the criminal theocratic gang, that's what a dictatorship is. It's
Now,
a
in their
criminal
own
gang that took
self-interest,
over an area.
Now,
Uh,
in their own self-interest, Saudis know that this is a good thing. But of course, they have to, for Muslim consumption, say this, even though they, many of them at least, in their heart know that their security in Saudi, I don't give two F's about the security of the royal family that runs Saudi Arabia. Not two craps, okay? And for my president to go there recently and say, oh, well, we don't want to change the way you do things. You do you and we'll do us, and you guys can be medieval savages, was despicable. Absolutely despicable, because he's willing to bend over and do anything that's required to make peace, make his peace. Now, on the other hand, you have to know that there are people in Riyadh, people all over Saudi Arabia, who know that this is a good thing for their security. So, you just F off, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, yeah, and it's good for their security, but their security should not be a goal of any free country. Again, the fact that we're negotiating or we treat certain dictatorships as allies, even though they're as savage and as evil as Iran in their ideology, and remember 15 of the 19 hijackers and the head of the organization that did 9/11 were Saudis. It wasn't an accident. It was a direct product of the philosophy of the country, the culture, the
This
education
Wahhabi,
system.
this Wahhabi religion is taught to this day in mosques by religious authorities in Saudi Arabia, and it is behind Al Qaeda. It is behind so much Islamic terrorism. It is the ideas still being taught by religious authorities in Saudi Arabia, this vile, savage, Wahhabist version of Islam. But, the version of Islam that they teach in Iran is just as violent, just as savage, just as mystic, just as primitive, just as tribalist, just as violent. But the point is, what? We're going to choose between two different flavors of vile medieval hatred and mysticism? No. They both want the total destruction of Israel. They both want the destruction of America. Ladies and gentlemen, God damn it, wake up. This is a glorious thing. And cares? Who cares what they equally theocratic monarchy in Saudi Arabia thinks, when you know that they know that their own security is enhanced by this? Once more, ignore it, ladies and gentlemen. They're saying it for Muslim consumption, UN consumption, and all the rest of it. Nonsense. And by the way, if anything has enhanced the chances for peace in the region, it's this. Not some Abraham Accord where we bend over backwards to try and appease Saudi Arabia so that they recognize Israel, Mr. Trump. Get that through your head.
Daniel, I don't know where this quote is from, but it's from some news source. And the quote that Daniel posted here is Israel expects some Iranian missiles to get through, says the official from where? And yeah, I again, I've said this as well. I assume that what we saw from Iran the two times it attacked Israel last year was not its best. They were not doing the maximum, and I don't know that they'll do the maximum now, but I expect them to do a lot more.
They'll
And
try.
and I
They'll
hope that
try.
Israel, yeah, but the thing is, look, they got through last time as well. They just didn't really, do as much damage
Minimal
as we would
injury
have
and
liked.
damage, of course, but still they'll try. And you're right, whatever is the best they've got left at this point, they're going to lob at Israel. Expect it. Israel once more is taking one for the team civilization here, because we don't know. We can never really know when Iran, throws missiles at Israel. It's just that Israel is so damn competent at defending itself that the damage is relatively minimal. And let's hope that that happens here. But you better believe that whatever they've got left, they're going to be throwing the best at Israel. Israel is the front line of civilization, ladies and gentlemen, and they're going to take whatever Iran can do in terms of a response here. Heroic Israel. Say thank you to Israel. Leaders
Look,
of Norway, Belgium, Spain, Ireland, Great Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, whoever else has been on this list of Brazil, this list of monstrous world leaders who have been condemning Israel and trying to get them convicted in their international kangaroo courts. If the UN ever stood for anything, if international law ever stood for anything, it would have been morally opposed to Iran for the last 40 plus years.
I mean, the UN stands for something, and that is why they are on the side of Iran, because what they stand with, or what they stand for, is along the lines of what Iran basically exists for. You mentioned Israel is so competent in defending itself, and it is in attacks like this with Iran that, according to Israeli news sources, has been planned for 20 years. And the pager operation we also know had been planned for a long time. It wasn't competent in defending itself from the people of Gaza. And what I'm thinking of now is, with the achievements of Israel over the past 20 months, there is one thing that I don't know if I'm thinking, will Israel do what needs to be done there? And that's the West Bank. Because with Gaza, uh, yeah, it's nowhere near what we'd like to see, but I do think they will at least, remove some of the population or let them leave voluntarily, but encourage it. And yeah, with the West Bank,
Encourage.
they very,
I know how
very
I would
well.
encourage Palestinians to leave the West Bank and Gaza, and they should be strongly encouraged
Yeah, but
to
that's but with
leave.
with the West Bank, that's not even that's not on the table. And with the West Bank, a major military operation is also, they're doing some military operations, but a major operation is not on the table. And I'm wondering if that will only come after an October 7th attack, or worse, comes from the West Bank.
And
And I'd also wonder if Iran, being unable to really respond the way it might want to here, and we don't know that it is unable, but even if it is able, if it might kind of throw whatever it has left, not just in terms of its own offensive weapons, but in terms of its people, obviously in Gaza, but in the West Bank where they're more free to operate, whatever Hezbollah has left, whatever forces they have in Syria, in Iraq. The Houthis might do more than they've done before. So Israel could be in for some very, very difficult
yeah,
days,
you
potentially the
know,
worst since
it,
October 7th.
Israel has pretty much survived two major ballistic missile attacks from Iran. The greater danger is, frankly, the populations that are nearest to Israel, as October 7th has proven. There's no question about it. So batten down the hatches, Israel, against the popular violence, the Intifada type violence
So
that
let
we
me just update, because yeah, the IDF spokesperson has just said that Iran has fired more than 100 um, drones towards Israel, and Israel is working to shoot them down. People who are watching in Israel, do not assume that this is not a big deal. Do not assume that these drones don't have, some sort of warheads or you know, potentially. Remember, Iran does have weapons of mass destruction other than nuclear bombs.
Right.
Yeah, stay safe. Assume the absolute worst, and be happy if it turns out to be just
Yes,
drones
yes,
that are
yes.
shot
Let's
down.
hope it's the same as before and really not much damage, but you can't treat it like that. Iran is going to throw whatever they have left, certainly the best of whatever they have left at you. Take the warning seriously. Get yourself and your kids to safety. And like I was just saying a moment ago, it is the populations, the so-called Palestinian populations that are near at hand, that may actually be the most dangerous threats you face with terrorist violence. So Israel, batten down the hatches. Um, it's coming. And you guys are the front line of civilization. I cannot thank you enough from the bottom of my heart as an American living way out in California. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking that risk onto yourselves to do all this. You are the front line of the battle of civilization today, as I've said
And
repeatedly.
James is staying way past his bedtime to say that thank you, and we might have somebody else from California joining us, hopefully soon on this stream, which will continue until we collapse and when the morning traffic here in the office starts. Maybe they'll wake me up and we can go live again. Um, yeah, Bret Hart. I love that. Bret Hart in the chat says, we saw what drones can do in Russia recently. Yeah, Israel is not Russia in many ways. I mean, I think Israel could shoot down drones probably better than Russia. And yeah, but yeah, that was come on, that was super impressive. And again,
Yeah,
that shows, what good people fighting for a good cause can do, even against a much stronger enemy. And in many senses, Israel is supposedly fighting against it's Iran has a much bigger military. It's a much bigger country with a bigger population. So yeah, Israel is the underdog here in a sense, but of course Israel has been the underdog from before it was officially it declared its independence. Remember, so we mentioned that Israel said it's expecting this war to last 2 weeks, and the first thing I thought was the Egyptian whatever it was in 48 when they attacked Israel, saying this won't be a war, it'll be a parade, and we'll be taking over Tel Aviv in 2 weeks. Uh, that didn't happen in this case, and actually, I think it was Wonder Freeman who asked earlier, is this another 6-day war? The way it started, that record could be broken. Yeah, let's see. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Yeah, James.
ah, just yes, thank you. This might be a good time to pause. I mean, we have been a consistent voice for civilization and for the defense of Israel here. And Bonnie has been a wonderful supporter. There have been many others, and I just want to thank all of them. I almost feel like here we are, kind of, because it is a happy moment when we've had so many sad moments, and the most horrifically sad was October 7th, when innocent women and children were horrifically mutilated, beheaded, raped, burned. Does it take that? Do we have to endure that before we even get the response that we've gotten? It shouldn't have to. And if there is a hope for civilization, it's because of voices like ours that have the courage to support Israel and support civilization. So all of you super chatters out there, believe it or not, for whatever, we're just a little small voice. Nobody, but the fact that there is a moral argument on behalf of Israel and what Israel's doing right now is a precious and vital thing. And so personally, I want to thank all of our super chatters, all of our supporters, because you guys are on the right side of history. You guys are helping to create a voice that supports Israel when it does the right thing like this. So thank you, each and every one of you. Bonnie, you've been there, and I know many others of you who've done that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not
Yeah,
just
and
Israel, but
we're
Israel's
not that
standard.
small. We're not that small a voice, and we're a bigger voice than we used to be. And our coverage of this war, and if I speculate on why we've grown, I think the coverage of the war and the clarity that you don't get even from other pro-Israel channels, and you get it on a daily basis, not because this is what we want to talk about every day, but because we are a cultural and political commentary channel, and this is the most important issue of our time, the defining issue of our time for Western civilization, for the culture in Western countries. Yes, people in the US, people in the UK, this is your war. Even if you're not Jewish, this is absolutely the most important issue. And again, the things like today are, this is a day that is historic, and is changing. It is actually changing the course of history, what Israel is doing right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Israel has utterly reshaped the region, and more than that, they've shown what they can do. They've shown the entire Islamic world where the competence is, where the confidence is, you know? And let us hope that Israel itself takes a lesson from this. What succeeds is when you take it to the enemy and take it to them thoroughly and properly. That's the only thing that's going to create real lasting peace in this world and protect civilized countries like Israel and America and the United Kingdom. Razi is exactly correct. Razi is exactly correct. This is the front line of the battle for civilization right here. And while I'm thinking of people and feeling grateful right now to various people, I think we can all say thank you to Razi. Razi, who frankly has taken criticism from friends of ours from being so focused on this issue. But he's right. He's absolutely right. This is the most important issue in the world, worldwide issue today. This is by far the most important issue. And if Razi has succeeded from that, good, because this is what needs to be focused on, ladies and gentlemen. And it is actions like this by Israel that have actually given Western civilization and the state of Israel some chance of surviving in the long run. I am not exaggerating. Western, as I said in a recent podcast here on ARCUK, Western civilization is in a process of killing itself. Here is Western civilization standing up confidently, competently, and using their technology to push back on the worst, most savage enemies of civilization. That's the only way I
Well,
have of putting it.
First of all,
Thank you,
James,
Razi, is what I mean.
thank you for the kind words, and also thank you for being a part of it, even at this ungodly hour. Although here at the Ayn Rand Center UK, every hour is an ungodly hour. Thank you, Suzanne, for the super chat. Suzanne says, "Thanks for bringing us this wonderful news." Am Israel Chai. Yes, absolutely, and I mean, like I said, we're not a news channel, but yeah, right now we are commenting on the news as it comes in and trying to also report it. And in some sense, because I speak and read Hebrew, I'm reading the news in Israel, which might come in a bit faster than the news from elsewhere. Then again, in Israel, it is subject to the official government censorship. So there are things that might not be said in Israel. So
Well, and
yeah,
frankly, I
if we're
don't mind
missing
waiting.
anything, let us know. And thank you,
Frank,
Apollo Zeus, for the super chat as well.
frankly, I don't mind waiting. If it means the success of the operation, if it means the security of the Israeli forces, the pilots and so forth, the IDF forces, if it means that it helps secure this operation, if it means that it secures Israeli military forces and means the success of the operation, then please let me know. Well, after, I don't mind waiting. You do have no obligation to tell the world until you've done what you need to do, and you can safely tell the rest of us what you've done and what its effect is. So I perfectly understand the need, especially when you're in the midst of an operation like this, to keep secrets. So I'm patient. I can wait to hear the full story later. Make sure your operation is successful. Make sure you minimize the danger to your people, to your pilots, to your drone operators, for God's sake, to IDF soldiers, wherever they are. Absolutely. And Mossad, secure, every, that Israel must have the most brilliant intelligence operation in the world that I've ever heard of in history. And the security of those people is important too. And they really risk their lives in getting Israel the important information they need to pull off an operation like this. Talk about heroic bravery and heroic bravery that, as I say, saves civilization. Israeli intelligence, military intelligence, Mossad. My God, thank you. Thank you for risking your lives to save Israel, to save civilization, and to pull off an operation like this so brilliantly, and so many other things so brilliantly. I stand in awe of your work, Israeli intelligence. Hats off.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, getting tens of people, dozens of people in Iran, it's individuals. I one of the things I saw on Twitter is look, Israel's operation in Iran is bombing civilian buildings, residential buildings. Yeah, residential buildings where the people who are implementing the death to Israel, death to America policy were sleeping comfortably in their bed. That's the civilian or the residential buildings. But James, you mentioned,
They
we don't
live
want to
somewhere,
know.
don't they?
Yeah, we don't want to know, and we don't really. And it's war. The reports typically don't come in immediately, but sometimes they're still reported. I think we have a report. Do we have a report right now that we can share, Daniel?
Tom, I'm currently 10 miles outside of Beaverton, unable to get inside the town proper. We do not have any reports of fatalities yet, but we believe that the death toll may be in the hundreds of millions. Beaverton has only a population of about 8,000, Tom, so this would be quite devastating. Any word on how the survivors in the town are doing, Mitch? We're not sure what exactly is going on inside the town of Beaverton, Tom, but we're reporting that there's looting, raping, and yes, even acts of cannibalism. My God, you've actually seen people looting, raping, and eating each other. No, we haven't actually seen it, Tom. We're just reporting it.
Yeah, that seems pretty accurate. Remember, Jeremy Bowen from the BBC. I like to remind people of this because this was pretty shocking when he said it, but apparently nobody really cares. And he's still the head of the international desk. He is the person who sets policy for how BBC reports on things, and he also wrote recently an op-ed. He shows what his views are, and when asked about reporting Hamas numbers. He said, those are the only numbers we have. What do you expect us to do? Not report numbers at all? To which, again, any rational person would say yes. You
Yes.
do not report the numbers that terrorists tell you when they know that if they tell you higher numbers, people in your country will take to the streets and yeah.
No, we're going to be told by Owen Jones tomorrow that this was launched as a baby killing operation against the poor civilians of Iran, and that it's just an expansion of the genocidal activities and motives of Israel. Um, it's when I say that Israel has been saving civilization, I mean that it is even saving the rear ends of people like Owen Jones and Mr. Bowen at the BBC and all these other people, and they won't even know. They won't even be able to articulate. You know, it reminds me of the LGBTQ for Gaza, the gays for Palestine and all that. Do you think for 5 seconds uh, women would be treated decently? Do you think for 5 seconds the gays would be treated decently if these people had their way? Do you think, Mr. Owen Jones, that you would survive if Iran had its way? No, no. But trust me, he's twisted his mind into such a hatred of Israel so upside down in his moral understanding of the world, frankly, that he will no doubt be soon telling us that this was a genocidal, intentional effort to kill babies in Iran by Israel within how many hours? Wait, how long will it be before Owen Jones and his whole cadre are telling
Well,
us that this was a despicable act of violating human rights? This is one of the glorious moments in the history of warfare, and he will tell us that this is one of the most hideous moments of atrocities that we've ever heard. Now, he ignored the atrocities on October 7th. He twisted those out of. He doesn't still really recognize what happened then. So, can you imagine someone so cognitively impaired what he would think here, even though it's saving his
he's
sorry
not
ass,
cognitively impaired. He's morally impaired. He's
morally
cognitively
impaired,
fine. He knows exactly what he's saying. I mean,
but
he
it's
knew
saving
exactly
your
what he was
sorry
doing.
ass too,
He
Mister.
knew exactly what he was doing on October 9th, 2023, when he put out his first video after October 7th, the video titled Palestinian Lives Matter. His first thing that he wanted to say to the world was, stop talking about these Jews who were slaughtered and these Jews who were taken hostage, and think about the people who killed Jews and took them hostage. What about them? What about their lives? Don't you care about them? That was the first thing he said. And anyway, when you mention his name now, I went on his Twitter because
I am curious.
one of the changes Elon Musk made was that you can now read tweets of people who blocked you. So yeah, even though he blocked me, I can read his tweets. But yeah, I think he's still sleeping. He's gonna wake up to this
Oh,
news. Uh, Almost like the whoever is still alive among the Iranian leadership woke up to the news. Well, he's gonna wake up after a
those
nice
poor
long sleep.
Iranian military leaders who got killed. Isn't that awful that Israeli that Israel that killed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander and all of these military operatives? Oh, and think of those nice nuclear scientists in Iran who got it. And oh yes, this was an intentional genocidal act on the part of Israel against Iran. We're going to hear things that I'm making it up, but we're going to hear things that absurd from people that morally bankrupt.
Well, actually, somebody in the chat says, wasn't Owen Jones one of the people Israel selected to watch unreleased October 7th video? That was then, this is now. No, he went and he then did a video about it. We did a video about his video about it. His video included like a minute or two at the beginning of saying, yeah, that's horrible. It was atrocity and blah, blah, blah. And then he went on for, I don't remember how long, but a while. I think it was long. It was longer than most of his videos, and he was saying basically there was no evidence of rape. Of course, there's things that
Even the UN, even the UN found that rape
but
was
even no, but even in
systematically
the
used.
videos themselves, I mean, you see things like
No, I don't
women
want to describe
women
what
who
I
were
saw in that
yeah
video that made it
women who
obvious that
yeah.
rape was being systematically used, along with numerous eyewitness reports and forensic evidence, ladies and gentlemen, from the people who examined the victims and who spoke to victims. Rape and mutilation were systematically used on October 7th. And if you're so twisted that you can't see the moral difference, and that's exactly it. He's morally twisted. Razi's exactly right, and that makes him cognitively impaired in one sense. You could tell him every fact in the world, it won't budge him an inch, and he'll make up his own twisted rationalizations for why Israel is the bad guy here. Expect it. Expect it in moments or hours.
Uh, yeah, I'm just trying to see if it has already come in, but yeah, 6 a.m. I'm with you on that, Owen. I'm also not a 6 a.m. person unless I am still up. Uh, but yeah, let's actually look at the news rather than at what Owen Jones may or may not
I'm
have to
sorry to
say.
even brought up an unpleasant subject
Oh
like
no, no,
a
it's
happy day.
we talk about Owen Jones a lot, and yeah, we are
Well, so
uh
many in the English speaking Western media ought to be ashamed of themselves for the way they've spoken about Israel over the last year and a half. It's really despicable. I mean, and look at the heroic things Israel is doing for all of civilization, and even the sorry ass of people like that.
Daniel, I don't know if you can get those videos of the drones on their way but they are out there. So if you can, let's show them. But with it's actually a bit of a surprise that they're starting with drones. Maybe I don't know why drones is unless they are armed with something unusual. Drones are easier to shoot down. They're slower than ballistic missiles.
Yeah.
Um, Much slower. And yeah, why is this?
I can
Any
only
idea
presume
why this is what
Israel
they are starting with?
I can only presume Israel has and let's face it, they prepared the groundwork here by getting rid of the air defenses and God knows what all, because we don't always get accurate information from the Iranian government, believe it or not, any more than we get accurate information from Hamas. But this may be what they think is their best shot right now. I can only imagine they'd throw their best stuff right now at Israel. So maybe it is that Israel's attack, this attack included, has so denuded Iran's military capability that's what they've got left, Razi. That's what they at least think that's their best shot right now. Let's.
Okay, Daniel, before you share that video, so there was a statement from just a general statement from the IDF spokesperson. Uh, oh, wait, this is something different, but this is also from the IDF. Yeah, more than 200 aircraft were involved, and they struck more than 100 targets throughout Iran, including of course the places where many senior officials in the Iranian army were hiding.
They may
So
have a
yeah,
hard time coordinating any military response to at this moment. You can imagine there's a bit of confusion in the Iranian military command right now. Isn't that delightful? So perhaps this is, them still trying to get their act together, given the fact that the commander of the Revolutionary Guard was taken out and several other key military leaders. So who knows what the condition is there, militarily and in terms of the structure of the Iranian military.
yeah,
So
and just the thought of 200 Israeli aircraft just flying around freely, chilling in the Iranian skies. Iranians, I'm sure many of them looking up and, enjoying it, just hoping that their neighbor doesn't happen to be a senior official
right.
in the Revolutionary Guard. But yeah, yeah, I'm sure that was fun. But again, there is an Iranian response. I hope this is as bad as it's gonna get, but let's look at the video, which I haven't seen yet, but yeah, let's look at it. Yeah, that is a drone. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like it'll be too difficult to shoot down, but again, how many are there? How many will they shoot? By the way, Jordan announced that it is closing its airspace. I don't know if that was a message to Israel or to Iran. Jordan, I think the first time Iran attacked, um, they did shoot down some
He
of
did
it, right?
actually assist in taking down Iranian missiles. Um, and, America has bases there too. And America has naval ships there. Um, you know, and if America had a backbone, it would be giving actual, tactical support for Israel's, uh, removal of the Iranian military problem. And let's hope that this really is a removal of the Iranian military problem. America's policy, instead of coddling and protecting the Ayatollah, should be regime change in Tehran. Actually, in the long run, that's the only thing that's going to protect civilization, because you can wipe out their military now, but if they stay in power, you know what they're going to do. They're not going to direct their resources to anything like making Iran secure for Iranians. No, they're going to be focused on building weapons that can attack Israel. And they're not going to do anything that can make their population better. They're not going to make a free market economy there, or a place with any kind of freedom of speech or freedom of religion there. No, they're not going to make life decent for Iranians. nor are they really going to think about their population security. They will, at some point, if they stay in power, develop weaponry aimed and targeted at Israel so that they can destroy Israel. So wipe out as much of their military as you possibly can now, Israel. But if America and the world does not accept the overthrow of Tehran's government, and if we don't make it our policy to do regime change in Iran, this really is only a short or intermediate term fix. The long term fix has to be change of regime in Tehran. Otherwise, the world will still be facing these people. At some point, they'll get their act together with all of their, they'll sell oil to China at some point. They'll get money, they'll develop weapons again, and they'll start it all over again. We have to change the regime in Tehran. As I say, maybe this will give the Iranian people a chance if their military truly is taken down and humiliated. Maybe this will give the Iranian people who want something better a chance. But that's the long term fix here, ladies and gentlemen. Israel's doing a magnificent job, and it looks like a pretty thorough job. But still, the long term fix is regime change. The Ayatollah must go, or at some point, they will once again be a threat to the civilized world and Israel in particular.
Yeah, and that long-term fix is something that needs to happen in the very short term because again, I really hope if Israel does whatever it has planned and uh, sees that Iranians are rising up, it will do more than it had originally planned to help out. And by the way, I just saw in Israeli media a quote from Trump, "We will defend Israel." Now I'm looking for it elsewhere and I haven't seen it, but that's that's
Well,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how many reasons has America had to take out the Iranian regime now for more than 40 years? And Mr. Trump has made all kinds of noise. But American presidents, whenever Iranians try to do something, excuse me, try to do something about it, we turn our backs on the Iranian population. Every time we don't do what we could or should do to take out the Iranian regime. I mean, they're a threat to us every bit as much as they're a threat to Israel. And the poor people of Iran, when they try to rise up against their government, America turns its back. In talk about a brutal ignoring of, and then America doesn't have a very good history here when it comes to that. But really, America, really, Mr. Trump, all those folks in D.C., they should be thinking, they should be taking advantage of this moment. They should be thinking about ways to permanently remove the Ayatollahs from Tehran and the mullahs and all of these monstrous theocrats who run the place and give the Iranian people a chance for something better. That will secure the world and civilization. Mr. Trump, not your negotiations. Do not resume negotiations on Sunday with these Iranian. In fact, don't negotiate with these monsters. Negotiation will get you nowhere. This is the only thing the Iranians know is force. Trust me.
Yeah, and I don't think Israel should try to convince Trump not to negotiate on Sunday. I think they should just get rid of anybody who would be the other side in that
Invite
negotiation.
them to the
There's time in
negotiations and take them
negotiation.
out.
Um,
We want leader to leader meter. We want the top leadership of Iran to be meeting with us, and then we'll negotiate on Sunday, and then just not show up and bomb the place. That would be perfectly moral, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen.
you. Thank you, Faye, for the super chat. I love how our one of our regular trolls who hates Israel and the Jews, but is a Trump supporter, says in all caps, as people like that do, fake news, Trump didn't say that. Do you know? I mean, yeah. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking to these people, but I will say that, and this is important to remember as well. Like, most people in this country uh, don't know that this happened yet because they were sleeping when it started and they're probably still sleeping now. The Israel's somebody in the Israeli government is saying to Israelis outside of Israel, not to kind of show that you're from Israel, and this is a good idea. Yeah, we know what happens around these things. We know that when there's attacks on Israel, Jews are at risk. When Israel fights back, Jews are at risk. There's
They're being killed in
obviously
my
there's
country.
special warnings for people in Israeli embassies and consulates
Of
because
course.
those will
I
be
mean,
targets.
before
But yeah,
this happened,
yeah.
Israeli employees at the Israeli embassy in DC were murdered, gunned down in the streets of my capital. In the United States today, in Colorado, there was that madman, that Islamist madman who was happy to do whatever it takes to kill Jews. Yes, absolutely. I end for over a year now. I've ended nearly every single podcast I've done here with be safe. All of my Jewish friends, indeed, all of my vocal supporter of Israel friends, be safe. You have targets on your back right now. And if it was bad before, if they were killing Jews in America weeks ago before this happened, the risk is all the worse right now. Please, please, please be safe.
So I'm still looking at reports here, and one of the I don't know how much of this is a report and how much of it is an opinion, but uh, yeah, somebody in the Israeli media says that part of the goal here is regime change, and
Oh,
I
I
don't think
love to
that's
hear
I
that.
don't think this is a stated goal of Israel in any way, but it could. But again, you don't get rid if you're just targeting the nuclear sites. You're just targeting the nuclear sites. If
Right.
you
That
know,
won't do
so
it.
yeah, Israel really caused great harm to Iran's military and to its regime, and its regime change now is a goal that can be accomplished. But
Now
this
it
report
can
also
be
says,
accomplished.
yeah,
Now is the moment.
but this
Now,
report
now, now.
also,
It should be the stated goal of Israel and American governments. I don't care
yeah,
what the international opinion is.
but this report also is suggesting that the U.S. Was informed about this well in advance and will basically offer Iran to come back to the negotiating table now from a position of strength. And this is so unbelievably stupid. And we saw this in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not completely eliminated because when you're negotiating from a position of strength, you can achieve, your very short-term goals in the sense that Hezbollah was firing daily at Israel. Then Israel destroyed most of Hezbollah. And then Hezbollah was like, okay, we'll stop firing daily at the moment, because we don't really have the ability to do it because you destroyed that. And yeah, if we have a ceasefire now, we get to live another day. And look, this is what the U.S. is basically. Trump, you are offering the dictators of Iran the chance to still continue to oppress their own people and continue to be a threat to the world when you don't have to. You don't even have to do anything at this point.
No,
Maybe
no, no,
help
no.
shoot down some drones and missiles, and that's it. The
He
regime is
thinks that the
gone
art,
unless you save it.
Mr. Art Donald Art of the Deal Trump thinks negotiation with any evil dictator and savage theocrat in the world is the solution. No, it is not. When you're dealing with dictators and savage theocrats, Mr. Trump, negotiation is not the solution, nor is it going to help America in the long run, or, as you point out, even in the short run. This is our opportunity to take out the regime in Tehran. Mr. Trump, your negotiation keeps them alive. If the Ayatollah survives, it will be your fault. Mr. Donald Trump, right now, they are vulnerable. Right now, you can save the world and civilization, Mr. Trump. And you don't do it by sanctioning them. You don't do it by keeping them alive. And if the Ayatollah's regime continues to exist, it will be largely due to Mr. Donald Trump. America has a sorry track record of creating its own enemies, fostering and coddling and sanctioning terrible dictators. The last 100 years has been a sorry spectacle of America doing just that. And Donald Trump is just the guy to keep the Tehran regime in power, to give them the moral sanction that could keep them surviving. Do not negotiate. Negotiation, Mr. Trump, deal making is not the solution to every problem. Indeed, you do not negotiate with evil. You do not negotiate with monstrously violent evil of this kind. Your art of the deal is not the correct strategy here. Take out the regime. If the Iranian people get a chance to replace it, those are the people you might negotiate with if it's a legitimate regime that might afford its people rights and freedom and work with the West. But no, this savage regime, if it survives, Mr. Trump, it'll be your fault. Full stop.
Absolutely. And again, like when Trump says, if this is what Trump is saying, look, we're reading reports, but
I know, and they
it's
may not,
plausible. Let's put it
but
this
it
way.
is
It is
plausible.
plausible that the person who has been negotiating with them for these past few months, where again, they got to a point where they're days away from a nuke. And he's still, talking about negotiation. Yeah, the only thing that will achieve is saving a regime that is a threat to the world, to all of the world, and says death to America. What is negotiable about death to America, President of America? I don't
What?
understand.
He's supposed to be defending America and the free world. And he will be the one with his belief that negotiation and deal making is the way to go. And he's willing to negotiate with any dictator and thug in this world. He compliments them. He'll compliment Putin, Xi, Kim, you name it. These are great guys. These are guys he respects. And so when it comes to Iran, of course, more deal making, wheeling and dealing, compromising and negotiating with the most evil players in this world is what he thinks will accomplish the safety of the world, the defense of Western civilization. No, Mr. Trump, your instinct to negotiate will only keep the most savage regime in this world alive. And it'll be your fault if they continue to oppress the Iranian people. And it'll be your fault when, I don't know when, maybe years from now, and you may not even be president anymore, but I will mark this moment, Mr. Trump, as you saving the Iranian regime to become a threat again in the future. You do not negotiate with evil. You do not make a deal. There, Israel has done us the favor of denuding their military. This is the moment. This is the moment, leader of the free world. If you want to if you want to defend civilization, Mr. Trump, if you want to protect your country, which is your responsibility, this is the moment to take these monsters out. I don't know how
So,
to put it.
the leader of the Iranian military, Abed Rahim Musawi, I don't know if I'm pronouncing any of this right, said that the forces have been instructed to punish this crime severely, this crime and its perpetrators. Israel has yet to understand the size and capability of the Iranian people. The Iranians have the ability to respond. We promise the Iranian people that the response is coming. Now, I kind of want to treat this like the what's his name, the spokesperson of Saddam Hussein, as the U.S. was wrapping it up there. But again, we don't actually know. It sounds ridiculous now, but we don't know. We don't know. We don't even know what is in those drones. And yeah, hopefully, let's take it seriously and then laugh at it once they're gone, which has to happen soon,
You know
as
what kind
part
of
of the
biological
negotiation.
or chemical weapons they may have developed or have gotten from Russia or China? I do not. Take these drones very, very seriously. Look, even if they're just gathering intelligence for a later attack, take it seriously. Knock these drones out of the sky. And my Israeli friends, indeed my Jewish friends worldwide, as I say, be safe. You are going to be targeted. You are going to be I mean, before this happened, I've never seen anti-Semitic violence like this in my lifetime. And you can see from my gray hairs that I've been around for a few decades now. I've never seen anti-Semitic violence like this in my country in my lifetime. And that was before this happened. Do you think you don't have targets on your back now? Be extra careful, because it's that kind of, it could be that when you take out the military of Iran, what the monsters have left may be just individualized savage terrorism and intifada type violence, October 7th type violence when their population is upset. And guess what? Populate in my country, America, they have the capacity to do violence against Jews, against Israeli embassy employees, and indeed, even vocal supporters of Israel. Beware. My government is not doing its responsibility in terms of protecting its own citizenry. Not today. Not even under Trump, as far as I'm concerned. Doing ridiculous overkill things on the one hand and not addressing it fully on the other. And if he allows the Iranian regime to survive, you know there's still a target on your back, my Jewish friends. Be careful. It's worse. It's going to be more dangerous out there now. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. In fact, Israel is doing the heroic thing that will help save civilization. But all they'll have left is terrorist kind of, perhaps even lone wolf attacks in Western countries. But expect it. Expect it. That's how these savages think. They'll go out with it. They'll martyr themselves for it. And so please be careful out there.
Yeah, one of the trolls in the chat says wait until oil goes to 300 per barrel. Pogroms in the USA. I mean, oil, if the Iranian regime falls and they haven't struck the oil fields. And I don't think, I'm not a fan of doing that if you can get rid of the regime without that. That oil can be put to good use for human flourishing purposes. And yeah,
One of the good things Trump did was to shut down Iran's oil exports. And you know something? The price of oil didn't go that high. America can increase its production of petroleum. Other countries can increase their production of petroleum. We can get it from people other than the Iranian regime. That is just hot wind coming out of someone's mouth, or nonsense pixels coming out of their fingers. The world does not. Oil blackmail is not on the table here. Let's we can do without Iranian oil, at least for the near term, as we take out that regime.
And again, that oil could be liberated along with the Iranian people. I've asked Daniel to jump in so I can go make another cup of coffee because it is 6:43 here. It's later, or it is later for Daniel in the morning, but he's drinking Red Bull, which I think is probably stronger than coffee. But yeah, I will be back in 3 minutes.
All right, jumping back in. Yeah, I mean, I love this meme about sort of like, oh, the oil prices, the oil prices. America is the biggest producer of oil. The period. That's it. Even with all the restrictions, even with all the sort of green, both transition and green sort of what you call them, like sort of like tax benefits and everything. America is still. And then I think the second one, I think I had it here. The second one is like Saudi Arabia. No matter what happens, we will continue be friends with Saudi Arabia probably for a while. So we're good there. Then it's Russia. Okay, we're not trading with Russia. Then it's Canada. But we can trade with Canada. We should continue trading with Canada.
And Canada can up its production of oil if it wasn't in the Greens and the lefties weren't in control up there now from the recent election. Again, thank you, Mr. Trump. We've only encouraged the left for taking over Canada. But the point is, the West can up there. If we weren't so much in the grip of the greenies, we could many Western countries could up their production of energy in general, and would be less dependent. But look, it's not as though we were terribly dependent on Iranian oil at all in the first place.
Like the sanctions were already there for a long time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even when Biden turns the other way, who's their only customer? China. Now, I know that affects the world market, but come on. It's ridiculous to think that somehow we're going to, and by the way, even if it were increased because of this, if it means the long-term security of civilization, it's worth it. I'm a believer in the free market. No one loves economic production and industrial production and international trade and the selling of oil more than me. But if it means taking out such a savage regime, I'm willing to take a little higher gas price. I'm not willing to take it for some environmental regulation that I don't know will have any impact on the environment at all. So, yeah,
and
we can increase our energy production.
Yeah, and even then, there's like so many different. I'm not sure where that went, if it's still happening. There was like the sort of like infrastructure plan to sort of like connect America with its like Eastern allies, and by that I mean Far Eastern, like Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. I think that was mainly for gas. But again, there are things happening. We can trade more with the fact about oil prices, like we shouldn't be trading with those nations in the first
Anyway,
place. The fact that it's happening, it's crazy. And yeah, these are things that both you can watch out for. And again, like I will make fun of like Western leaders to like not have any sort of foresight when it comes to like philosophic understanding of the world. But there is like a certain understanding of like knowing what to do is like it's not like the Western leaders are like, oh my god, we didn't actually think what will happen to the oil prices. No, there are like contingency plans. You set up like things in place for something like this. Like that's why when we talk about sort of like plans for Iran or something, there are already plans for Iran. America 100% has plans for Iran with every scenario, probably a regime change. America had a plan for a regime change for Canada during World War II. That was something that was simply there because you get ready for any situation you want, so you don't be surprised when it happens. And sort of going back, we have these drones coming, and so it looks like they will take like several hours, maybe up to or even longer than 7 hours to come in. I mean, we've
you
seen the
know they're
video;
coming.
it's not the longer. Um, and I mean, somebody earlier in the chat was saying how Ukraine showed what like drone warfare can do, but it's important to remember Ukraine isn't like right now they are the number one when it comes to drone warfare. They are the only ones who really have like 2 to 3 years of experience in like modern drone warfare. They pretty much like revolutionized the industry, and I don't think Iran is the one who has access to all that information. It's more likely that West, there is a whole Ukrainian intelligence sharing program with the West, and I'm not sure to what extent Israel has access to it. But if America has, I'm sure Israel has also to some extent. Not to mention Ukraine probably has information how to fight Russian drones, which is a big part of the Iranian arsenal as well. So people should still be safe. I mean, it's still coming,
Of course.
but yeah, I
And
think
they
Israel should.
pre-positioned these. I mean, the brilliant Ukrainian attack was as far away as Siberia and the Mongolian border and stuff, as well as northern parts of Russia. They using trucks and pre-positioned places. They pre-positioned these things long before. If Iran, I doubt Iran has the capacity to pre-position these things in or near Israel, and so they'd be coming from Iran. And so, no, let's hope. And again, I'm hoping that that's all that Iran has going here. Drones they can send from their own country or from perhaps their proxies in Iraq or something, and that's the best they can do. Maybe we can expect more coming from the Houthis, for example. But again, that's a distance enough that I'm hoping Israel's defensive shield can deal with. Um, but we should expect, I mean, as Razi pointed out, if Iran still has missiles, serious missiles, they can get places a lot faster than drones can. They will fire them. And I don't know what they have up their sleeve. Their military leadership is probably a bit chaotic right now, But once they get their act together, they're going to throw at Israel whatever they have left and the best of whatever they have left. So I wouldn't minimize it on the one hand. On the other hand, I would point out that they don't seem to have the brilliant intelligence that the Ukrainians had in pre-positioning their drones for the attack that we saw recently. I just don't think that's correct. No.
So we also have the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, Major General Abdul Ibrahim Musavi, has stated during interview, quote, "We have received instructions from our supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei to punish those responsible for the crime, as well as those who incited it." Now I'm wondering what that incited it means, because throughout this night, at several times, there is sort of like a push towards, America is also responsible, which I'm not sure. I feel like Iran is really sort of like just on a suicide path, because I have no understanding of why attacking any American base, why attacking anything, any
Well,
America would be beneficial in this scenario. I think
we
the best,
know
yeah.
we know recently that they've tried to assassinate Trump, Pompeo, Iranian dissidents in my country, and so if that's what they mean, those who incited it, that is to say, particular individuals in America or particular Israeli leaders, do they really their plots to assassinate? Let me put it this way: their plots. Israel has just did these brilliant attacks. When they want to take out an Iranian military figure, they take them out. But Iran has been trying to assassinate figures on the other side, and they have been singularly unsuccessful. So again, while I wouldn't ignore Iran's threats of retaliation, on the other hand, their attempts to take out and assassinate people in America have been singularly unsuccessful. And this is the comparative incompetence that I've been commenting on now for the last hour. But they can always get one through. They can always get one through, and all it takes is one. And boy, a lot of people can get hurt, or they can assassinate some important leader in the West. And if they think that's the person who helped incite their violence, this is part of the cowardice of certain European leaders, for example, as they, send out arrest warrants or, say persona non grata to Israeli leaders. They think with this cowardice that they will avoid, threats from Iran. But threats from Iran, as I say, are generally hot air that don't succeed. And Iran's military may be being wiped out as we speak, and their top military leaders being wiped out as we speak. So this just could be hot air for domestic consumption. But again, as Razi says, don't dismiss the idea that they will do what they can. They may have pre-positioned, you know, thinking of them having the long-term strategic genius of Israel is not credible for me. But who knows? They may
Yeah.
have cells in Western countries and ready to attack Western leaders and Iranian dissidents, even in my country. That's been their plan, and it hasn't worked so far, and let's hope that continues. But who knows what they have up their sleeve?
So we are joined by Eyal Reichel. We haven't seen you in a long time, nearly 12 hours. But yeah, before you joined, I was gonna say, first of all, to explain that we've been live for 3 hours, and if people are wondering why we're still live, part of the reason is because there are drones on the way. And Eyal, I hope you are able to quickly. We see the beautiful background there, and I hope you're able to quickly get to wherever you need to get to if those drones arrive. So it is, uh, yeah. Daniel says it might take like 7 hours. Yeah, they um, but yeah, part of it is we want to kind of follow this and look. We've been covering. James mentioned this. To many people's criticism, we've been covering mostly, pretty much only this war since it started. And not only is this the biggest moment in the war, it is one of the biggest moments in Israel's history. I think it's one of the. It is if we put several of the major operations that Israel has done, obviously the pager attack, but even the attack that started the Six-Day War. This is that level. I think. Yeah, your thoughts, and of course, how you doing? How have the last few hours been?
All right, so quick update on me. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can
All
hear
right,
you, I
perfect.
think, better than we heard you on the reality show.
That's great. Okay, so update on me. I'm currently at a friend's house with my wife because they have a better shelter at their house. And that is also the reason why I'm currently at the balcony, so I wouldn't wake everybody up because they're resting. And everything is like all the, civil programs are canceled today in Israel. The civil life is basically stay at home. Uh, for me, it's important to share that yesterday, it was night. I came back from celebrating my anniversary with my wife, and we were home, and it was pretty late. And I was about to take a shower, and there was sirens. So we went to shelter, and I look at my phone, and I see the initial reports. And I just want to share with you the sense of pride and justice that I felt at that moment, that we're finally doing what is right. And I'm so glad to say that yesterday in the show I underestimated the attack that would be. And this is great. And it seems like we're going way beyond what I thought we would go. And I think this is much needed and ought to be. And this is a great time to be alive and see good destroys evil and see justice being made. And I really hope, as I said yesterday in the show, that the people in Iran, the good people who doesn't want to live under a tyranny, the good people who want to have true freedom and justice, will rise up against this evil, jihadist, irrational regime. And I'm really thrilled and I'm really happy. And I don't know how long I can stay on the show and make noise here and wake up my wife. But I just wanted to share this out of my heart. Like, this is a great time for me, and this is something I've been waiting for way before the war started, but especially since the war started. Like, I knew it was gonna happen eventually. I knew there is no other way. And by knowing, I mean, like, I told myself, well, we
All right, you froze there, and I was just gonna say that was so beautifully said. Hopefully, we can get you back. Beautifully said, and if you can hear me, first of all, Mazal Tov on the anniversary. It's a pretty nice anniversary present you got there, and yeah, yeah, you said you've been. First of all, a couple of things I completely share is I think we all underestimated what was going to happen if and when it happens, and. Uh, there was another point to this, but I am also without sleep. I forgot what it was. So, James.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, in one sense, you don't want to spend even the end of your anniversary in a shelter or something. But yeah, by the way, happy anniversary and congratulations. And I hope that nothing worse from Iran is headed your way right now, because they will throw whatever they have left at you guys just as earnestly as they can. So be safe, and make sure your family's safe, because you guys are the heroes. You have every right to feel proud for what your country is doing for all of civilization, for all of humanity. And being on the front lines, all I can say is I understand your pride and I understand your joy. And I'm so glad that we underestimated what Israel might do right now. Along with you, I came on the show a couple hours ago, and I was caught up at how comprehensive this attack appears to be. And I can't be more delighted, how many military leaders, how widespread the attacks appear to be. And so far, how minimal the Iranian response. I mean, I know military leadership in Iran may be in a bit of chaos right now, but so far, it's only been some drones, some slow-moving drones in your direction. But even those, who knows what hell they can rain from the sky. And whatever Iran's got left, batten down the hatches. It's coming your way. You heroes on the front line of the battle for civilization are going to get whatever Iran has left in their arsenal headed your way pretty quickly, if not already by now. They've done their best. I suspect in the next hours or days, whatever Iran has left, they will be throwing at you in your direction. So, my friend, please be safe. In fact, I want to just repeat to Jews worldwide, Israelis worldwide, even vocal supporters of Israel worldwide, the bad guys are going to do what they can. We're in my country, America, we've seen horrific violence like I've never seen in my lifetime against Jews. Israeli embassy employees in Colorado, there's a target on your backs, and the monsters and their friends are going to do whatever they can, even if it's just, a lone wolf, intifada type violence against civilians without sophisticated drones or missiles. They'll do it, and they'll do it now in response. So be safe,
Absolutely.
please.
Yeah, look, as we speak, jihadists across Europe are waking up to the news and to the news that it is, time for them to step up. So yeah, be safe wherever you are. But yeah, in Israel, of course, you know, we know bad things are coming, or at least they will try to throw whatever bad things they can. And one thing I'm wondering about is, all Israelis have these kits that they get from the government with a gas mask and what's the thing called that you put in your,
Propane.
yeah, in case you do get infected. And there is no indication, obviously, that this will be in use at all. But yeah, is there any type of
No,
instruction?
those kits are expired. It's like no longer relevant.
Really?
Yeah. And basically, like, yesterday at the shelter when the siren started, so we met the neighbors there, and I told them, like, this has been some crazy few years. There's like at first, like, you're sitting at the bomb shelter and you don't feel anything anymore. Like, people in Israel are used to, like, every once in a while there's an emergency, you gotta brace yourself, you gotta get yourself to shelter. So now, like, people are just like regarding the threat coming, we're very chilled about it. Like, we're just doing what we gotta do, getting into shelter, and like, whatever comes will come. Like, we are not in some sort of a panic or a stress, at least not what I'm seeing. I don't see any indications of that. Every person takes it in a different way, but in general, the mood is pretty much relaxed in this regard. Yes, I know there are some drones in the way. I've seen reports about Israel destroying many Iranian missile silos, and a lot of explosions that are an indication that we got a major stockpile of their ballistic missiles, which is good. I assume we also attacked their launchers. And I've also seen reports about Israel having total air superiority in Iran, which is a good thing. I assume we also have the proper tools to stop the ballistic missiles from the side of Iran's airspace in case such missiles will be shot, which is the assumption. So basically, the drones should arrive in several hours, let's say 6 hours from now, roughly. So we assume that, let's say in 5 hours or so, I don't know, let's say a ballistic missile takes half an hour, so 5.5 hours from now, they'll probably launch the ballistic missiles if they can. And the expectations are for pretty heavy fireheads. So in a few hours, we're gonna be in shelters. As of now, I currently see like people walking around the street, driving their cars, walking their dogs. Like I literally see it in front of me right now. Like, you know, and I think Israelis are feeling a sense of pride. I see on X, and I talk with my friends, and I see the memes. Great memes. There is the meme, Greta wearing the hat frag, getting a sandwich. So they face swapped her with the leader of Iran, wearing a frog hat and getting a sandwich from IDF. So pretty good vibes here in Israel. It's really, yes, it's gonna be a rough time, and we're bracing ourselves and getting ready, doing whatever we need. But there is a true sense of pride and achievement and happiness, because if we wouldn't have done that, and that's what I told my wife yesterday, because my wife, of course, wasn't enjoying us having sirens and having to go to our friends and like, leave in our house so we'll be in a safer place. And I told her, listen, this is a great thing happening right now, because if this wouldn't happen, the rest of our lives in Israel would be in tremendous fear and lack of freedom and lack of security, having to know that we are under the threat of a nuclear Iran. So this night and this morning there is a lot of emotion, a lot of processing, a lot of pride, a lot of there is a huge sigh of relief in the strategic level, in the long-term level. When you think long-term, this is history in the making, and this is going to a very positive place. This should have been done a long time ago, and the fact that it's done now, better late than never. So this is our position here in Israel.
Yeah, and it's great to hear you voice that position, and to hear the birds chirping and see the sun, in the blue sky in the background. It's a beautiful day in Israel. Yeah, both visually and morally. It's great to see this happening. And again, there is a very real risk that something bad is coming. I'm wondering, can Israel do anything about those drones before they arrive? Or is it basically,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So this is not the first time we've been attacked with drones. So basically, let's look at the three Iranian major attacks. So there is the first one, and forgive me for not remembering the dates, but in the first attack, so Iran started with the drones, and then they combined it with ballistic missiles. Now, the drones gave us a head start. So we knew when the drones will arrive, and we got ready way before the ballistic missiles were sent. So all of our operation and systems and personnel were in full capacity, ready to intercept the attack. Now, this is a rule of thumb in war. After each attack, both sides learn their lessons and implement them. So in the second attack, Iran started exclusively with ballistic missiles. So we wouldn't get the head start with the drones. So we had less time to get ready and counter this attack and have all our personnel in full capacity. This time, it's completely different, because we initiated the attack. We inflicted major damage on their military leadership, and they're in complete chaos and panic. So they're just doing whatever they can, which is currently sending their drones. I assume there might be some, as I said, some ballistic missiles. Both sides learned their lessons. There is pros and cons. We learned our lessons from the previous attacks on what should we focus on what should we invest on to defend ourselves. And the Iranians have learned their lessons in regard to, they know they have seen some of our weak spots in what they could have learned from the attack, and they're probably focusing on that if they can, if they made some, like, whatever emergency plan, because they are not ready, and that's a big plus for us. So I assume they will send some ballistic missiles, as I said. I assume we'll manage to take out most of the drones. I assume we'll manage to take out most of the ballistic missiles. We have our own defense system. We have depend a lot of supply from the United States of America for defense. And I talked about this in our last show. We should have had a completely independent industry in this regard. But like I think we're in a good spot here. I wish it was a joint operation. I wish the United States would have joined us as a statement, because Iran is an enemy of the West.
Well, you may have seen this, but Trump made a different statement, which is
Yeah, I am.
that he still
That's why
wants
I'm
to.
saying that.
Yeah, he still wants the negotiation to happen on Sunday, and Daniel just sent us here Iranian state-run media reports that Iran will not participate in Sunday's nuclear talks with the United States in Oman.
Good.
James,
If
are
you're
you
proud of
proud
your
of your
country,
president for like
oh,
basically begging Iran, begging them to come back to the table when that regime is dead in the water? Just begging, please, please let America come save you from being removed from your reign of terror ending. A reign of terror that started with an attack on America.
if Israelis have every reason to be proud today, Americans should hang their heads in shame about their leader still wanting to even talk to these monsters when this is our opportunity. You're absolutely right. It should be a joint effort. Americans, I mean, Mr. Trump thinks deals and negotiation can solve everything. No, no, Mr. Trump, I'll say it again. Deals and negotiations do not solve every problem. And now, at this moment, when Israel has achieved so much against Iran, the most evil nation on this planet, I mean, no, Americans should be ashamed of their president even suggesting that we continue the negotiations. At this moment, it's insane. At any moment, it's immoral and self-destructive. At this moment is utterly insane. And if Israelis have every right to be, and let me just also say, your attitude, I mean, it's just incredible. I know you've had a lot of experience with having to deal with, the forces of evil for many years, but that's maybe what's trained this amazing, courageous. I mean, in America, the term is badass. You Israelis are just the coolest under fire. I know they've had a lot of experience being under fire, but you guys, the term is badass. The attack, the competence of it, again and again and again, your courage in the face of all this, when you know that whatever Iran's got left is coming your way and they're going to throw it at you. And your courage and your attitude about it, I mean, it's admirable. Israel, you guys are the most badass people on the planet right now. There ain't no doubt about it. I'm here in the safety of California, okay? But I'm ashamed of my president, even considering continuing. First of all, negotiating with Iran at all is sickening to me. But to do it now, utterly insane. Utterly insane. And as proud as Israelis have a right to feel today, Americans should feel ashamed that they have a president who at this moment would, even through proxies or whatever on Sunday, negotiate and beg to negotiate. Well, and look, here I am thinking, of course, yeah, Iran says, no, we won't negotiate with you, Mr. Trump, on Sunday. Well, delightful. Yeah, you take that moral stance, Iran, because that's the only thing that's going to save America from itself in negotiating with you guys. It should, as you say, be a joint operation. America right now should be aiming for the throat for regime change in Tehran right now. This is the moment. If you want America to be secure, Mr. Trump, if you want to save world security, if you're the leader of the free world, this is the moment to take out the evil regime in Iran. And let me just say, I am in awe of Israel. I'm in awe of Israelis. You guys are the most courageous, badass people on this planet. You are fighting the fight of civilization. Every civilized country in this world owes Israel a giant thank you and a debt of thank you, rather than the absurd things we hear from so many European leaders and the United Nations that attack Israel for engaging in, I won't even repeat their lies, just trying to defend yourself. No, Israelis are the most bad, and your attitude is just such a classic example of it. You guys are the most courageous, badass people in the world. from this American to all Israelis, thank you. Thank you for helping civilization. We all owe you a giant debt of thanks. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's very heartwarming.
It's the truth. It's the best I can say. It's what an American with any kind of eyes and sense would say. It's simple justice, sir.
Chandler said earlier when I mentioned the birds in the background, where Chandler said, "Be careful and make sure the birds are not a drone." Well, if you're in Tehran and you hear birds, that might actually be the case. I don't think the Iranian drones are that. I mean, we saw a video of one of them. Yeah, it didn't sound like a bird. It sounded like a plane that's barely flying. But yeah, it will make its way, and they've launched drones from Iraq as well as other places from the reports that, again, I'm reading as we're doing the show. So they don't have a clear timeline. It could be that, different drones from different places arrive in different times. And yeah, again, Israelis should expect some very uncomfortable days, and hopefully none of these attempts will be successful on the Iranian part to basically kill as many Israelis as they can. And I think they must know at some point, or to some extent, that it is over for them unless Israel decides to pull back, or worse, Trump decides to pull Israel back. This is this absolutely is and should be the end of the Iranian regime. I mean, with the way this operation started, it's how can it not be? How can it not be unless, those who can make it happen choose for it not to be? And yeah, you mentioned the Iranian people, many of whom absolutely do not want this regime, have risked their lives, have many have been killed, and yeah, they have never had a moment like this since 1979, a moment that really is an opportunity for them to save their country. And uh, regardless, by the way, regardless, as I mentioned, regardless of whether that happens, and it would be a shame if it doesn't, Israel has changed the Middle East entirely at this moment, because all all of the so much of the evil around the Middle East is Iran or Iranian backed, and Iranian backed now means you're running on fumes. You have what you have left, and that's it. And yeah,
Look what's
so
happened in Lebanon and in Syria and now in Iran. Israel has reshaped the Middle East and created a situation that, I mean, honestly, if Iran survives, it will be the fault of Mr. Donald Trump, throwing them a lifeline of negotiation, moral sanctions, survival. No, Mr. Trump, don't negotiate with these monsters. Just the opposite. Give the people of Iran a chance right now. The ones who want something better there, to change their regime. Help them this time. Every time the Iranians have tried to rise up against their government, the American president has turned their back on the Iranian people. This is the moment, as you say, to change the evil regime. And as I say, if the Ayatollah survives this personally and their government survives this, it'll be the fault of Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Um, so the foreign offices of Jordan and the United Arab Emirates have condemned Israel's attack in Iran, to which we once again say thank you for your feedback. Your opinion is very important to us. Uh, yeah, and again, we know that I'm sure the UAE are not unhappy that this happened.
That's the thing. There are people in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. They know where their actual security interests are. Israel is doing them a giant favor. They know it, and for domestic and international consumption, they're denouncing Israel for doing a huge favor for them. It's just ignore it. people. Ignore it, Israel. Ignore it, Americans. They're just saying it for international and domestic consumption. I mean, not that I give two craps what some Muslim royal, some emir, or some Saudi king or prince thinks. I mean, they are not legitimate governments either. They are the in Saudi Arabia, as I say, they're the ones who foster this Wahhabi ideology, which is just as evil as the Iranian ideology, just as hell bent on destroying civilization, just as hell bent on killing every Jew they can possibly get their hands on. And when they're done with that, coming after America, and when done with that, the rest of civilization. The world is so effed up on this. The UN, Western leaders, they're so screwed up on this. I don't expect anything better from them. But from an American president to still be begging Iran for negotiations, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know if you, as part of the anniversary celebrations, had a romantic weekend getaway in Amman or Dubai planned, but yeah, I don't know if that's canceled.
No, that's not our style. I hope I'll manage to get to Auckland though. Let's see how the 2 weeks ahead of us will turn out.
Yeah, I was actually talking a few hours ago to another friend who was planning to go to Ocon and was flying with a U.S. carrier. I don't know who you're flying with, but yeah, if it's not an Israeli uh, airline, chances are the only way you will get out is an Israeli airline. Or, when I was in Israel recently, and then a Houthi missile hit the airport, and my flight was canceled with an airline that still hasn't gone back to flying to Israel. I ended up staying for a while, then having to fly low cost, which really my rule in life is if I can only afford to fly low cost, I can't afford to fly. But in this situation, that wasn't an option. One of the options, interestingly, was Azerbaijan Airlines, which is a very weird way to get from Tel Aviv to London, but I considered it. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, hopefully you will manage to get on a plane.
So I booked with Delta, and luckily they co-share with Alal, so they might be able to uh, help me get a different flight if they have to cancel those flights. But listen, 2 weeks is a long time. Maybe Iran will be over like tomorrow, and then like flights will come back next week. I don't know.
That doesn't sound so unlikely. I mean, even if it's not the regime entirely falling, the chance that maybe 24 hours from now, when I assume this live stream will still be going on, we might see an Iranian regime that has no military capabilities. Look, I'm again, I would absolutely encourage everybody in Israel to assume the absolute worst with these drones, assume some sort of warhead that is potentially not conventional weapons. But yeah, it could very well be that these are all shot down, that these are just drones, that Iran's, capabilities are completely gone. Israel had 5 rounds so far of attacks in Iran. Last I checked, which was last time I went to get a cup of coffee, and yeah, I don't know if I'm assuming it's going on as well during the day. They're not just going to do it nighttime. But yeah.
Yeah, I have another update.
Go ahead.
So I see a report from our Israeli channel 13, which is Iran states they are ready to launch 850 drones and cruise missiles. So I don't know whether it's true or not, but this is what Iran is saying according to what I see on the news right now. So let's see how things will roll out.
Yeah, and again, if Trump made that statement that I read earlier from Ynet, I assume Ynet just doesn't make up quotes. It's I think the biggest news outlet in Israel. I don't approve of their reporting, but I don't think they would make up a Trump quote. They said that Trump said we will defend Israel. So it could very well be that if Israel needs to shoot stuff down, the U.S. will take part in that, and let's hope it does, so that nothing goes through. But also, Israel should, and we say this all the time, although it never happens, Israel should act as if everything went through and killed as many people as it could, because we know, again, the same type of attack, the same type of missile hitting a building and killing, hundreds of people potentially. Uh, if it hits, the fact that it missed does not mean you let the people who shot it off the hook. So I very much hope that Israel will behave as though, this threat needs to be removed forever, not just set back a year or two or however many.
Yeah, I agree. And sorry, I just want to say that sometime in the past few years, Israel has been very result oriented. So if they manage to kill an Israeli, we'll respond. If they manage to inflict them, no, you're absolutely right. We need to see every attempt and every threat as a quote unquote successful initiation of force, and respond to it in proper means, and inflict serious damage 100%.
Absolutely. And it's shameful that America isn't joining in to help bring down the entire regime of the Ayatollah. That's what world safety requires right now. And I don't expect Mr. Trump to get it, but really, he ought to be doing everything that's required to eliminate the regime in Tehran. That's what's been needed for the last 45 years, the last 20 years, and how many more terrorist attacks? I mean, Iran has been funding the most evil terrorist groups in this world, and we've been suffering the price. How many more Islamist attacks does the West need to face before they wake up and stop acting cowardly and start getting on the right side with Israel against Iran? But as I say, I'm not holding my breath for Mr. Trump to do that, but that's what ought to be.
Yes, I agree. I'm just hang on a second. Yeah, do you want to go ahead and I'll join in a second.
I'm just like thinking about, like, it's been like 5 decades since the Islamic Revolution in Iran, and
Yes.
it took us 5 decades, and this is just like, I'm really glad it happened, but like the fact that it took us 5 decades is just like, I'm astonished. I don't know. It's like this should have happened before I was born. Uh,
Yeah.
but I'm just glad it happened. I'm just, we're still processing. Obviously, it's not only the initial military results and influence. It's there is a lot of things that need to be considered right now, like in our private lives, that are going to be different in the next few hours and days. So there's just I'm just sharing. There is a lot to process, a lot to think about, a lot to war is not a routine. War is not a time where you expect things around you to be rational, and it's quite a heavy load on your mind sometimes, trying to realize what the future will bring and plan, and because and again, the people in Israel are really, they're very resilient, and this is as you said, James, this is very badass, definitely. Like,
You guys are
re-
badass. Your
listen,
courage, your
I
attitude right.
see I hear the people, like, on the family group chat, on our friends, and yeah, I'm really proud. It's a really good feeling and a good state of mind in this regard, and it gives you power. It gives you a lot of power, a lot of confidence. Gives you some sort of peace and ease to do what you got to do in the following days. Uh, we were supposed to have. I was supposed to meet friends today and do all sort of things, and just like thinking about how everything's gonna go in the near future. It's just it's very interesting.
Yeah,
But
it's like we said, it's going to be probably a really bad few days that will follow. That following those, if everything continues as what we've seen in the last few hours, actual maybe peace of sorts, or at least calm, or at least not having to run to shelters all the time, or at least set Israel on route to that point in a much more serious way than this whack-a-mole attempts to just stop immediate threats rather than take out the problem, the root of the problem. PB Law said earlier in the chat that she also saw from Fox that on Fox that Trump said he will help Israel if attacked. PB Law also says Steve Witless is still going to try to negotiate Sunday, but some may not be available from Iran. Yeah, but also Iran has since said that they will not negotiate, which of course, yeah, any fighting words from Iran to the US, I love it. If you can also insult Trump personally, that's helpful,
that's
towards
very. But the Iranians have had a hit out on Trump. His former Secretary of State Pompeo, Iranian dissidents in my country, and several others, and they have been uniquely failing to get them. Iran has not scored in their attempts to assassinate major figures in the United States, which is what they have planned to do. Now, I would have thought that Mr. Trump would have learned from just their attempt, from just their plots to come after American leaders and Iranian dissidents in my country, that would be enough of a cause that would stop him from even trying to negotiate with these monsters and to work to take out the regime. But it hasn't been so far, Razi. It really hasn't. And I mean, it's hard. He said, he'd blow Iran to smithereens if they tried to kill Americans. But they've been trying to kill Americans. And now, look, there's no good faith negotiation going on. There's no good faith negotiation possible with a regime like that. And Mr. Trump still thinks that deals and negotiation can solve any problem with any dictator in the world. And so it's a very unfortunate, but all we can do, as I say, as anti-Semitic violence is spreading across my country and across the world, all we can do is be as safe as we can be and hope that finally some lesson will sink at some point with Western leaders, and including Mr. Trump, so that they recognize that the only solution to this problem is regime change in Tehran. They are the ones who've been backing the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, all of Hezbollah's affiliates. How many Israelis and Americans have to die before we finally get it? I don't know.
Yeah, so we look at the US kind of being on the fence on this. We look at our friends in Europe not really being on the fence with the foreign minister chilling in Oslo. And yeah, you mentioned in Israel, the people you talk to, people are very much united behind this. And I just saw something from Benny Gantz, one of the leaders of the opposition. I never know who's actually the leader, but yeah, Israel's opposition.
Yeah, even
Aside,
the fringe left
yeah.
is like whatever, like they'll always be anti everything. So the only thing they have to say now is like ad hominem and like some other like excuses. Even the fringe left in Israel like basically cannot say anything against this attack. So this is great. I also have another update from the news. So I've seen reports that our fighter jets, Israeli fighter jets of the IDF, are already starting to take down drones that have not yet arrived to the Israeli airspace. So this is good progress, and it seems like it's going well. So that's very good news for at least particularly for me.
Yeah, and PB Law is asking if there are any sirens. You had sirens basically when
We had
Israel attacked, you had sirens, but
mhm,
that was sirens not because something was coming, but just to wake everybody up to know
yeah,
that.
brace yourself. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because if let's say, so we didn't know Israel, we don't know how Iran it will respond, how effective our attack will be, and what will it cause, and in what state the military will be, and what decisions they make. I guess the logic behind this was, okay, we don't want a ballistic missile alert to catch people when they're sleeping. Let's put on the sirens, make people update, and like let them know what's going on, so they'll make their smarter decisions, go to sleep in places with better shelter, etc., etc. So yeah, it was sirens are never make a good feeling. It always I don't know, I don't think most of the viewers around the world don't know the feeling of hearing missile sirens. Over here in Israel, we're quite used to it, but it always give you this fight or flight, this feeling of a threat. And think about like how every once in a while you have this major fight or flight scenario, like in your psychology. Like think about like, you know, and like you kind of get used to it. Like you hear the alerts, you feel this like this feeling, this like stress, like this something very serious is going on, and like let's think what's the best thing to do right now, and then you go to shelter, and getting used to this feeling is just crazy. It's just like conceptually thinking about it, it's just insane that like a whole country, like millions of Israelis, are just used to such situation. Um
The
so
idea
yeah,
that
there
you
was only
like
one
that,
alert.
the
What?
idea that any people should have to live like
Yeah,
is
and this
just
is basically, it's not being free. When you have force initiated against you over and over again, and stops you from doing your regular life, from acting rationally, and you have to just stop everything you do and just go to shelter, just like there is no freedom. And knowing that it could happen any moment, just like it completely destroys your sense of freedom in this regard. And that's one of the reasons we should do the job and finish our enemies once and for all. We do not deserve to live in constant threat.
like I say, you're the most badass country in the world. Your people are the most courageous, and they've had to put up with more in the front at the front line of the fight of civilization. It's and that's what makes the Western response so unspeakable. That's what makes Guterres and the United Nations so evil, and leaders of European countries so evil when they send out these horrible attacks on Israeli leaders. I mean, it it's as if, it's Israel's fault for existing. And, after October 7th, you'll say you have a right to defend yourself until Israel does something to actually defend itself. And then, of course, you're the bad guys, and they'll make up all kinds of horrible language, turning moral language upside down and inside out if they have to do it. Repeat the lies of Hamas or Iran anytime as if it's reality. And that's the real ultimate cause, is the Western mind willing to sanction this kind of assault on civilization, assault on Israel. Um, all I can do is hope that Israeli defenses are still as strong as I'm afraid of what Razi said earlier might be true, that Iran is sparing their most powerful, weapons for just this moment. And let's just hope that Israeli defenses hold, like they pretty much have held pretty well so far. But my God, what a courageous people you are to take living like this, which no civilized human being should have to endure. It's heroic.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, it is I who should be thanking every Israeli for doing what they're doing to protect civilization right now.
Uh, so I am seeing a report now from a few minutes ago where a security source in the security defensive apparatus in Israel says that the Iranians were planning a much more sort of a wide attack with missiles and with drones, and the IDF, the Israeli Air Force managed to basically preemptively strike many of these. Yeah, sorry for my loss of vocabulary. It happens when you don't get any sleep, but we are continuing this as long as physiologically possible, and yeah, we will have more people joining as soon as they wake up. So uh yeah, we're still here again because this is an ongoing situation, and um yeah, and again, a historic moment, not just because I believe at 3 hours and 40 minutes in, this may be a record for our live stream, our longest ever video on the channel. I'm not sure. People can fact check me on that, but it will be our longest live stream if it's not already. But yeah, it's a historic day in a much more important sense that the reign of terror in the Middle East that started 46 years ago is uh, hopefully coming to an end, or at least looks like has been damaged more than more than we expected. As Yal said, we were talking about exactly this on the last show that was on this channel, the reality show last night, Thursday night, and yeah, WUB also enjoying the name of the was it the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, Salami? Yeah, good name, and yeah, good, an appropriate name at the moment.
Wow. I mean, Rosie, I am running. Here I am, and I'm out here in California. It
Yeah,
is,
James, I know we've kept you way past past your bedtime, and I do appreciate that.
um, and you know, I've been happy to be here for the last few hours because, my God, as you point out, this is a what a glorious Israel has had some amazing glorious moments, and it never has a military been so effective in defending itself in its history. And in the short history of Israel over the last 80 years, I have been, you know, just reading the history, one is can must be impressed. But in this last year and a half, the pager attack, the targeted taking out of really bad operators, and now this, I stand in awe. I stand in awe of Israel, truly. Um, Israeli intelligence, Israeli defensive shields, and their ability to take it to their enemies like no other country I've ever heard of in history. Um, and so I'm just grateful and impressed. And you know, before I kind of say, I hope you are getting some more guests to come in because I'm about out of steam here. I was doing a podcast before I came onto this podcast. I had a long day, and I have another long day ahead of me tomorrow. But before I leave, I just want to say, um, wow! I think that's the American vernacular for this. This is a glorious day, not just for Israel's history, but for the salvation of civilization. And if anyone thinks I'm speaking hyperbole, they can. I will not use profanity right now. I couldn't care a fig. You guys, this is a moment for civilization to be happy, because literally, the cutting edge of civilization's battle against the most savage forces in this world has had a glorious victory, and the courageous people of Israel have to batten down the hatches once more for another expected attack from the most evil regime on this planet. And so, to all my friends in Israel, and to all, frankly, all Jews and what they call Zionists worldwide who are under threat and under violent attack, even in my country in America, be safe. Be safe. There's a target on your back, especially now. Um, believe me, believe me, believe me. All of my Jewish friends worldwide, be safe. That's all I can say before I sign off here. But
Well,
thank you,
thanks, James.
Rosie,
You
for
you
what you
don't you didn't want to swear, but we were talking right at the right when I saw the news come in. I called
yeah.
you and uh yeah. After that, actually during our call, I tweeted for the first time. I used a swear word on Twitter, and that is actually something I stole from you. But I think you didn't actually say the word. You said effing rather than the actual word. I
Shall I
still
shall
didn't.
I say it? Shall I actually break my normal rule of no
You
profanity?
can do that, and that is the tweet. You can also see on my Twitter and retweet it. That is a James Valiant unattributed quote.
I will do it. I normally try not to swear on podcast, but I will do it right now. About fucking time. It happened. Something good happened. A real hit against Iran. About fucking time. Thank you, Rosie, for all that you do. You really are the consistent voice on this topic. Heroic, heroic. Thank you, thank you. And to all my Israeli and Jewish friends, please, as for the last year and a half, I've ended all these podcasts. Be safe. This is a particularly dangerous time, so be safe.
Thanks, James. And yes, that is how James ends podcast, but that is not the end of the podcast or the live stream, which will go on, and James might join it when he wakes up
I wake
again.
up.
Uh, yeah, so PB Law says, very proud of Israel and my amazing family there, who are all chill, including the 90-year-olds. Yeah, that is how Israelis do it. Although, yeah, again, please chill in the shelters for a few days and then yeah, go back to enjoying the birds chirping. See you later,
Yes,
James.
be
And
safe.
yeah, we've been as James said, very proud of being a consistent voice on this. And you have a project that we talked about. We can talk about a little bit more now because this live stream is as appropriate. I think so your project, the Victory Now project, victory.now, that is the website. Uh, what you're advocating for, this is as close as we've seen to it, right? Since October 7th.
Yeah,
It's very
definitely. So yeah, so we might even have to make some changes in the book we're bringing out because this is pretty much changes the whole picture. Regarding the movement, so basically, and this also relates to United States response and to the way Israel has been dealing with this war. I'll put it this way: this war started with a huge number of casualties for Israel, hundreds of civilians, almost 1,000. Security forces murdered, kidnapped people, kidnapped children, murdered and kidnapped and whatnot. And we've had a really rough blow. We've really experienced firsthand the evil and the barbarism of our enemies. But when we went to defend ourselves, we didn't do it properly. We didn't use enough force. We risked our soldiers to save our enemies' lives, and we just didn't have enough courage and pride and understanding of good and evil in the deepest terms to do to fight our war in the most proper way. And the reason for it is that morality is misunderstood in our day and age, obviously in the West, but also unfortunately in Israel. And when I was talking about the fringe left, can't like say anything against the attack in Iran. They sure can like speak against Israel fighting in Gaza and speak against us defending ourselves and demoralizing us. So and listen, evil is impotent. Evil is completely impotent, and we see it now. And if we talk like merely on like military capabilities and the will of our soldiers and the equipment we have, we could have like get way better results. It was way easier. The only thing that's stopping us is us trying to be quote unquote moral. But this morality of like how do you call it? The morality of humanitarianism and of not hurting the uninvolved and on balanced warfare and tit for tat warfare and like letting your enemy be, despite this is a tyrannical regime that initiated an attack on you. We must fight those premises thoroughly. And so there is this movement, Victory Now. We are aiming to release a book soon, both in English and in Hebrew. The audience is people in the West who are pro-Israeli and people in Israel. Both are frustrated that this war is taking too long, and there need to be progress that we have not achieved yet. And we're giving them a plan on how to win the war. What should we do? How to truly make it a total war and win without risking our soldiers. And we lay the moral foundation for that. And that's our edge. That's what makes us different. We show a comprehensive moral argument for Israel's right to defend itself in the proper way, which is not in a way of sacrificing our soldiers and our heroes and our people for the sake of the enemy. And this is very important for people to understand. And this is true for the West and for Israel, because if the United States would have understood this message, let's say if this book were extremely popular in the United States, so the regime could not have been saying, oh, listen, we want to stop Iran's nuclear program, but we don't want to take down the regime. We, like the United States, basically saying, oh, we don't deal with other regimes. Every regime is sacred. It could be like it could be an extremist Ayatollah regime. It could be a regime that wants to destroy the West and does so in a way like they fund militias, they do terror. But no, we're not going to touch that regime because a regime for them is a sacred thing. So no, a thriving country that respects human rights has the moral obligation to completely destroy a tyranny that is risking their people's life. And this should be clear. So this book also, again, there's two parts. So it shows the plan and it shows the moral grounding for such plan. So if you're interested, if you want to have a better arsenal of defending freedom and defending good fighting for itself and through self-defense, and you wanna show it to your friends, or you wanna have a better understanding, so please visit www.victory.now, join our Patreon, join our Substack, join the waitlist for the book, and it will be an opportunity for you to hear more from me as well.
Yeah, and that link is in the chat. It will be in the description later. I kind of set this live stream quickly, but it will be there. And okay, I have another point, but thank you, PB Law, for the super chat. PB Law says thanks for the all-nighter, Razi. Yeah, thank you. It's yeah, we'll you know, many of us have been waiting for this moment for decades. That's not an exaggeration. So yeah, we can wait a few more hours for sleep. Although in order for me to do that, I do have to go get another cup of coffee. But before I do that, I want to just point out that the point of Victory Now, uh, it did come from how Israel is fighting in Gaza, and that hasn't significantly changed. It has changed in some ways, but yeah, it was a week ago today that 4 Israeli soldiers died going into a building they should not have gone into, and basically that kind of those 4 deaths are the thinking behind what caused those 4 deaths is the kind of thinking that Victory Now is meant to challenge and offer a better alternative for. And I'll leave you two with that. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to make my fourth cup of coffee. Hopefully, Daniel, Red Bull, I think, is pretty much funded by the Ayn Rand Center UK at this point. Luckily, coffee here is free. I will see you in a couple of minutes.
Well, as much as I would like to say that Red Bull is enough as somebody who might have ADHD, stimulants don't really help you. They usually just screw you up even more. Uh, but yeah, sort of, some people are sort of like trying to criticize this attack already, right? This was not defensive. This is, Israel is trying to make the same argument like Russia has been making about sort of like the security. And again, that's all of that is ridiculous. Israel has been, or well, with Israel, it started a bit later, but when Iranian regime started, it started by declaring war on several nations. Like, and that was the time to take it out. Like, as soon as it came into power, it declared the war on many nations around the world. That's when you take it out, and that's the whole thing that's happening. This is just a delayed response from Israel with dealing with its enemies. Again, this is not the first time uh, Iran has been a threat. Iran has been posing a threat to Israel for forever. And again, going back, dictatorships have no like rights, or dictatorships have no sort of legitimacy to exist. They do not respect the rights of their citizens. They do not respect the rights of their own people, and they cannot claim any legitimacy to exist. So trying to look at it with this like realpolitik Henry Kissinger style of like, well, who has the right to do so? Who should respond? Is the response proportionate? That's the kind of like amoral view of the world that
Immoral.
doesn't and immoral, yeah, yeah. Trying to act amoral as if these are all just rational actors, these are all just sort of like same things. Yeah, fundamentally it is immoral because it's unjust. It's you are
It's
absolutely.
it's creating like compare. It's like creating an equal moral sense between good and evil. And if there is no good and evil, so both sides are morally equal. And this is just absurd.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then I see some people in the chat saying now we're waiting for Iranian response. I mean, Iranian response is kind of happening, right? We have the about 100 drones or so coming.
Yeah, there's so I've seen reports there is already sirens at Jordan, and
Yeah,
Jordan is a neighbor of Israel, so it's just a matter of time if the sirens in Jordan are accurate and there are missiles already on Jordanian airspace. It probably be here soon as well. I've also seen reports that the Israeli Air Force has taken down at least 13 Iranian fighter jets, and that's not a big surprise for me because the Iranian Air Force is pretty lame. There has been reports of them sending their old fighter jets to basically try their futile attempts to stop the Israeli Air Force, which of course failed. So yeah, a lot of going on right now, a lot of updates. I keep checking out all my sources and news apps and chats. Also reports that we have taken down the head of the Iranian Air Force. There is now a sign in Iran in Hebrew, like their propaganda, which says basically a message supposedly to the Israelis in Hebrew in Tehran, a huge billboard that says, "Seek shelter under the debris." And it's funny because it's more like a message to the Iranian regime rather than to Israelis.
yeah, and just to build on more reports, you said they shut down, and yeah, I've seen the same thing. Specifically, it was in over like Saudi Arabian airspace, and now I'm seeing that apparently Jordan has opened its airspace to the Israeli and U.S. Air forces, so Israel will be a lot
Yeah,
will be able
I'm
to.
also seeing a report that Jordan says that they shot down drones, or did you just say that?
No, no, I haven't seen that.
Uh, and a report that says that Mossad has established a base of explosive drones in Iran. Not a surprise, but an enjoyable thing to read. And the Times has reported that Britain will not defend Israel from the Iranian attack. Big surprise. But can I just say to take this opportunity, and I don't have any reservations about saying this. Fuck you, Keir Starmer. This is your response. What a piece of shit. I mean, no surprise. Hamas loves this guy so much that they send him love letters and yeah, what a disgusting, despicable response to again one of the greatest moments. By the way, Margaret Thatcher, this country's uh, arguably best prime minister, certainly in living memory, her response to Israel saving the world from the Iraqi Saddam Hussein's nuclear program was to condemn Israel and to say that Iraq has the right to defend itself. So yeah, Britain, even in its better days, is wrong on the Middle East always, and wow, for this to be the first thing that comes out of Britain instead of just applause. That is the correct response is applause and thank you, Israel, for saving our ass once again. But yeah, what do you expect? Yeah, yeah, any response?
Well, it's I didn't know that, and it's sad to hear. Well, I should sum it up because I gotta get back to the house. Uh, Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad I got the opportunity to come up and share my how I see it and how I feel and what I think. Once again, very proud, very happy, bracing myself for whatever comes. And if you like what you've heard and you want to hear more from me and from my worldview and whatever I want to say, please visit www.victory.now. And once again, thank you so much, and Run Center UK, and Razi and Daniel for having me and for having a principled, consistent, and rational view on the world and on Israel.
Yeah, thanks, Iyar, and yeah, I hopefully we'll see you again in the next few days. I don't know if even later today. I don't know how long this live stream will go when it becomes a Razi solo because I'm not a fan of those, but I will try to keep it going as much as possible because yeah, I think that is important, and if we do keep it going for a little bit more. I do think some people in the UK will wake up and join us, or maybe some people in Israel, or maybe both. Actually, in Israel, nobody's asleep, right? But actually, no, people are asleep.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, they will have to wake up at some point soon, and we will if we're not live, if we do go off the air, we will come back not necessarily when the daily objective is on. It could be before that. We will go live as is needed if we are awake, which is not a guarantee, but yeah, and yeah, if it is a solo Razi live stream, people in the chat feel free to say things that will make me respond or just yeah, give your commentary as well.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thanks. Bye. Daniel, I don't know if you're still on and you want to jump on for a couple of minutes. I know you are also barely awake. But yeah, look, stuff is coming in. I mean, we if what would have happened if we weren't live when the first report of Britain taking a stand came in? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, oh, I wanted to make this point earlier, and by earlier, it's probably like 3 hours ago, right? It's that in the West, it's the fact that both we ally ourselves with dictators, but the democracies or the Western countries that are defending themselves, we do not ally ourselves with. Like Saudi Arabia, the greatest ally the West ever had. They are the best people. You couldn't get better people. Like the best people I know. Yeah, you just couldn't get any better. When France with Lebanon, the greatest ever. Like nothing to change, nothing to adapt. Like perfect, stay exactly where you are with Hezbollah in your government, uh, and you could go on and on. But Israel, Jesus, defending yourself in 21st century, how dare you? What are you doing? This is exactly what's happening. Like UK saying they will not help Israel defend itself. First of all, I'm not sure who's asking, because I'm not sure if they ever did. I'm not sure if they have that much capabilities in the region or any influence whatsoever. But again, it's like nobody was even asking, and like saying it outward, like right now, I mean, it's really despicable. And I'm not saying that because we ally ourselves with Saudi Arabia, now we should ally ourselves with every dictator. But Netanyahu and Israel is nothing of that kind. Whatever fighting they are doing is fighting for Western civilization. Even if believe he's just fighting to sort of escape his corruption charges. What Israel is fighting is actually defending itself. Iran is a threat to the world. Russia is a threat to the world. China is a threat to the world. But we keep acting like, I mean, I don't even know. Like, what is the point here? Like, what is the point of the UK? What is like the goal? Is it really that the philosophy of the West is so corrupt that even when there is a chance of the Iranian regime to be taken out, there is a chance for again, we are not talking even about like similar situation with Palestinians and Hamas. There are Iranians who do want something different, who do want something better. The sort of the previous regime, the Shah of Iran, was a Western ally. Again, not the best kind of regime, but it was a Western ally. And this situation is somehow more preferable. This situation is somehow better because what? Some people don't die in a dictatorship. The people actively working for the dictatorships don't die. That's is that what is like good, preferable? But let's say the Iranian attack goes through and UK was capable of shooting it down, but didn't do so. And some Jewish people, some Israelis, Jews, Arabs, Christians, whoever die. Did UK commit some sort of justice? Is this some sort of like, oh, don't when you respond to attacks, when you actually fight for your survival, that is somehow immoral, that somehow deserves a punishment? Again, we care incredibly for the innocence, for the so-called innocent Palestinians or maybe innocent Iranians, but innocent Israelis, no such thing apparently for the UK.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gigi Ryder, for the super chat. Gigi Ryder says, Raymond Ibrahim's channel for everyone who never learned about the violent Islamic conquest of all Christian lands before the Crusades. I mean, look, the thing is, you know, Judaism and Christianity went through certain processes, which, of course, were advocates for atheism on this channel. But if you're gonna be religious, the less seriously you take it, the better it is. And yeah, Islam didn't really go through that process, so they are still living in the dark ages, for the most part. Yeah. I'm also reading as we go along, but this is in Hebrew, and my ability to translate gets weaker by the minute. But yeah, once again, this story that I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about, and probably this alone sounds like a Hollywood movie if Hollywood will make it, which is a big if. That the Mossad basically set up this base in the heart of Iran, and for years, again, this is years of planning and intelligence operations. Uh, yeah, a bunch of different. Actually, some of it sounds very much like the Ukrainian operation in Russia, which I think it was you, Daniel, who mentioned earlier, much earlier. Yeah, we're more than 4 hours into this live stream, but I think it was at the very beginning. Yeah, um, s- incredible. So many, and those were used to target uh, missile launchers. So whatever Iran is firing, it could be that yeah, their ability to fire missiles alongside those drones is, I don't know if it's gone, but it is at least damaged significantly. And those drones, this is another story that is coming in the last minutes, that the IDF has began to shoot down those drones. So we don't know how many, if any of them, will make it to Israeli airspace. Again, Jordan is doing the same. So yeah, we will see. As Eyal said, there's kind of an expectation that when these drones in a few hours make it to Israeli airspace, they will fire ballistic missiles to kind of coincide to make it difficult for the Israeli defenses. But if those drones are shot down over Iraq or wherever they are at the moment, then yeah, that coordinated attack will not be coordinated, and again, ballistic missiles are, I don't know if completely gone, but they were a part of the very early stages of this incredible historic operation by Israel that is still ongoing and is expected to go on for a few days. And again, as we mentioned, Israel is expecting the war to last at least 2 weeks, and that's what kind of came out of Israel immediately, sort of as the attack started. But maybe Israel didn't really expect Iran to be as weak as it is. On the other hand, they seem to know they seem to know both Iran's offensive and defensive capabilities maybe better than Iran itself knows what they have. Remember, there was that story about the special unit that they set up. Was it in the IRGC of just to track down Mossad agents within Iranian security forces and government? And it turns out that everybody in that, from the whole committee, was actually Mossad agents. So yeah, Iran is full of them, and again, for Iran, it's for Israel, it's easier in many senses in Iran than it is anywhere else because so many people are against the regime, and some of them may be, some of them take to the streets to express that, and some of them may be a part of the regime and express that in that they fight against it, or basically are spies for Israel. Yeah, I'm wondering, I hope one day we'll actually find out the exact number. Once this regime is gone, we will hear the exact number of people and what they did, because yeah, this is a beautiful moment that has come together after, as they mentioned in Israel, uh, 20 years of planning. So.
Yeah, Torah Worldwide says, "What happened?" Three question marks. Well, you are in for some fun news. And somebody says, "I hope they finally take action now against Israel." Again, the idea that Iran hasn't taken actions against Israel. Iran has already tried to wipe out. I mean, 200 ballistic missiles are not something you can just shake off. Israel was able to do so, but normally it's not, just something whatever. It was an attempt to basically wipe out a large part of Israel. Israel was able to defend itself, but it still was an act of aggression. It still was an act that was meant to go after Israel. Um, this is not about who started it first. This is about who is the legitimate country and who is not. Iran is not a legitimate country. There is no Iran has a right to defend itself. There is no sort of what is a appropriate reaction from Iran. It's a almost totalitarian. It's an authoritarian state that has no legitimacy, that cannot claim anything. I'm truly baffled that there are sort of like supporters of Iran, people like Jackson Hinkle, or people who just support Iran because they dislike Israel. Again, like, what do you actually do with your life? What is your like view of the world that brings you to that scenario? Again, all Iran has been doing so far. Well, of course, there are drones coming now, but before that, it was all just words. It has been words always. If and again, this is just Israel doing this. This is not involved America, not involved any sort of. Apparently, there is Trump and Netanyahu are trying to form some sort of a coalition inside Middle East to. I'm not sure if it's just specifically to fight against those attacks or something more, but there is some talking about that. Um, so yeah, that is what's happening, and yeah, I mean, if yeah, and this is what needs to happen at the very least. The fact is that Russia, Iran, China, North Korea have to realize that the only reason why they exist is because we don't feel like destroying them. That has to be shown. That has to be shown. And I think great way to show that is by taking out Iran completely. If Israel could do it alone, that would be even better. But if needed, America should join too. It has absolute both justification for doing so, both a reason to do so, and absolute interest to do so.
Yeah, and again, I think what's clear now is especially with America saying, with Trump saying, we will help defend Israel after that weak response from Marco Rubio, which, by the way, I read very early on in the show. Since we've been here for more than 4 hours, I might read that again. But yeah, with America saying that it will shoot down anything that's fired at Israel, and with Jordan. I mean, Jordan, has a peace deal with Israel, but Jordan is not an ally. They're not, they're not on the side of the good. But they shot down some drones. Yeah, Israel, if it needs any help, it's in that defensive capabilities, and just maybe in the first day or two. If Israel wants, I think it's clear now from this from what we've seen over the last few hours. It's clear if regime change is something Israel wants, it doesn't need America's help. It can do that. Again, it has already won this war, if it chooses to finish the job. And again, that's a big if with Israel. We know that because we've seen it accept deals with Hezbollah in Lebanon when there was no need to do that. We see it negotiating with Hamas and agreeing to ceasefires. Yeah, it's a bit of a different situation with the hostages and everything, but yeah, that's we know that Israel finishing the job is not a thing that Israel does, especially when there's pressure to not do that. I'm looking a little bit at Israeli media now, and I have to say, we have some Israelis in the chat. You know who Ben Caspit is. I don't know if our non-Israeli audience knows, but yeah, I haven't read the whole thing, but his column, I'm used to looking at whatever Ben Caspit has to say, and it's something nasty about Netanyahu, and I'm not a fan of Netanyahu, as viewers of this channel know. But Ben Caspit disgusts me so much in his obsession with Netanyahu, and I always think if some such people on the Israeli left hated Israel's enemies as much as they hate Netanyahu, then Israel would have achieved peace long ago. But even Ben Caspit can't help but say, look, this is he says the word history is not nearly significant enough to describe what is happening this morning. And yeah, he if he is celebrating this, and of course he would celebrate this. And as we talked to Yao, uh, across the political spectrum in Israel, this is the least controversial thing ever. Of course, perhaps the anti-Zionist Arab parties are maybe against this. I haven't. Maybe when uh, when it's Daniel's turn, I will look at what they have to say. Even there, I'm not even sure what they're going to say, but I would think everybody from uh, the left wing, the most left wing party, which is the Democrats, the newly formed the Democrats, a combination of Labor and Meretz, who we had an obituary for here when they didn't make it past the threshold in the last election. Uh, it is a complete consensus in Israel because Israel uh, hears Iran and has heard Iran for 46 years tell the world and tell Israel that basically their main goal of that regime is to wipe the Jewish state off or off the map, or the Zionist entity as they called it. They refused to use the word Israel. And so yeah, and again has put its money where its mouth is, because the attacks on Israel from wherever they came were usually funded by Iran directly, and they were Iranian attacks, and Israel had the right to attack Iran long ago. Um, chose not to really do so, chose to only do so in a half-assed manner after Iranian attacks last year, in large part because there was a regime hostile to Israel in the United States. In the White House, there was a president who was um, openly and fully anti-Israel, and yeah, to the point that as we mentioned earlier, somebody in the administration intentionally leaked Israeli plans to the press to prevent them from happening. So that was what Israel was dealing with, which again, when we look at Marco Rubio's statement, it could have been worse, and it was worse.
Yeah, again, somebody in the chat is saying something like they are weak and only can do it this way. Israel has atomic. Well, I should. Israel might or might not have atomic weapons. Israel could wipe out all of Iran from the face of the earth with probably not much problem. Iran has no defenses. Israel was able to do whatever it wants in Iran. Iran was not prepared for it. Iran didn't have any response ready. Didn't have the people to make the response ready immediately. It took several hours just to launch something. We'll see what it can accomplish. But also, what are they gonna do after that? Israel has planned for next 2 weeks of continuous attacks. Iran will do this one response, and then what? Can they continue this? Will they continue try to respond? Israel has already committed to going for 2 weeks, so no tit for tat is happening. No take the win is happening. Israel will simply continue do what it can do, what it needs to do. I think there needs to be more talking about the regime change or more regime removal. The fact is that you don't have to go there and then build up something. Take out the people who are there, uh, see whoever brings up, and if they are the same kind of Islamic thing, well, you take out them. Similar to Syria, Israel didn't take out the regime, but very much helped to let the regime fall. And then after it fell, it continued destroying whatever it needed to ensure its security. That's what you do. That's what Israel should do. And yeah, I mean, if there is some resistance in the Iranian people against the regime, they'll try to do so. We still have the remnants of the Pahlavi dynasty. If they want to bring a monarchy back, it's not the first one in the Middle East, but even then, Israel should do whatever is necessary to ensure its security, or specifically the security of its people, because those are the rights that Israel has to defend. If there is a threat or a sovereign nation that is threatening those rights, Israel has to respond.
Yeah, PB Law says Israel allegedly has a new defensive weapon. If true, if you mean the laser, the Israel's Star Wars, as we yeah, we discussed that, was it on TRS or TDO yesterday? And yeah, we don't know. It's a weapon. It's something that they've said has been used to shoot down. I think it was hundreds of drones and maybe missiles as well, or rockets. And again, it's in still it's being tested kind of as they go along. And yeah, it could have offensive capabilities. It's very interesting. We don't know much about it, so we can't unlike Jeremy Bowen, we don't report things we don't know, but and wouldn't brag about it if we did. Kira says, I'm not sure if any of this would be possible if Harris had won the election. I'm absolutely sure none of this would happen if Harris had won the election, and people who watch this channel cannot possibly accuse me of being a Trump supporter. But yeah, Harris, remember, Biden was the worst president towards Israel ever. His post October 7th response, as in his response to Israelis being murdered, was we stand with Israel. His response to Israel responding to Israelis being murdered and kidnapped and trying to defend itself was absolutely atrocious. Was to stand with Israel's enemies, and Kamala Harris promised to be worse. It was a clear promise. Netanyahu spoke uh, in Congress in front of a joint session of Congress, and she wouldn't show up as the vice president and therefore the president of the Senate. She wouldn't show up. So there was no question whatsoever that she would have been absolutely terrible towards Israel. It only would have gotten worse and worse than a president who, when Iran attacks Israel, calls up the prime minister immediately and says, take the win. The win being only one person was seriously injured in your country from this massive drone and rocket attack. And do not respond militarily. That was the message. And when Israel did respond, it had to do as little as it possibly could. Couldn't attack the nuclear sites. Had to go, even within those constraints, managed to take out the defensive capabilities of Iran to a point where what we saw today was in part made possible by that. But yeah, no, again, uh, Nikki Haley, President Haley would have taken part in this, and this would have happened sooner, and there wouldn't have been a negotiation with Iran. There would have been what needed to be done would have been done earlier. But yeah, we are nowhere near as bad a situation as we would have had under Harris in this regard. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kind of depends. Definitely, well, because like this act of Israel was, in many ways, sort of like act of desperation. It's like Iran is getting nuclear weapons, we have to do it. Now, if this would have happened under Harris, maybe, but what is definitely so is like the response, right? Maybe Harris would have still defended sort of Israel against Iranian aggression. But again, that's so uncertain, and definitely nothing more. Not to mention if the reports are true that sort of Israel was able to get the bunker buster bombs, basically from Trump, or sort of being allowed to go in. If that played a role in sort of the attack, that definitely wouldn't have come from Harris, since it didn't come from Biden since October 7th. It was basically frozen. So that definitely would have been the Iranian regime definitely would have gotten, I think, more sort of relief on sanctions. Uh, so make it stronger in that way. So I think that this is sort of definitely a better scenario. We'll have to see where we go from here, but it doesn't look like Trump has any. I mean, he at this point I feel like he is trolling. He's like, "Yeah, Iran, are you coming on Sunday? We can still talk about the deal." It's this is kind of the way I'd like to take it in the sort of the better world. Um, but it's because like Trump asking if Iran still wants to make a deal is really weird move after such an attack. It's almost like a tone deaf sort of like a request that you don't really, maybe he didn't check the news yet. Uh, but yeah, it's like there is I cannot see how we go back from here, how we go back to, making some sort of a deal, unless Iran truly believes it is on the verge of collapse and will take anything. I mean, if the development of nuclear weapons is already stifled, might as well take some sort of a deal. But again, Iran sort of like needs nuclear weapons because it will fall apart if they don't have it. So I think they are pretty much stuck. They cannot really do anything.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. Mark says, Baathism, etc., were reform movements. No more, please. Uh, Yeah, it's great that some in the Islamic world kind of tone down the religious aspects and replace them with communism or a sort of communism that's kind of nationalistic and fascistic and that's yeah. Uh, as long as it's totalitarian, it will work in the Middle East. That is what Middle Eastern cultures kind of demand. And again, the one major exception to that, other than Israel, is Iran. And now there is this great opportunity in Iran, which brings me to another point that we haven't discussed, even though we've been here for 4.5 hours and absolutely, I'm sure, broken the record of our longest live stream, right? Um, but we haven't talked about how this, after the fall of Assad in Syria, the Russian Middle Eastern influence is really taken a hit as well. And because they also started their own war, and they're kind of that's not going as they had planned, they don't really have time to deal with it. With Assad, they basically told him, just you can hide here, but we're not gonna save your regime. And with Iran, I don't know what if they tried to help them to any extent, but yeah, they could not save that regime. Again, we're maybe a bit early for an obituary for the regime as such. Trump still might be able to save them through negotiation. The fact that he is even offering it is absolutely insane. Um, and suicidal, absolutely suicidal when somebody says death to you and you say, how can I help you? Stick around and maybe be able to achieve your goal. I don't understand it. But yeah, well, maybe it's the fact that Trump, is a fan of Putin, and he doesn't want to see his friend, watch his whole network collapse. I mean, Putin is now basically relying on North Korean soldiers to help him fight his war to take over Ukraine and then presumably more of Europe.
Yeah, and Russia has been, I mean, funnily enough, Russia has been taking some supplies from Iran. So I'm sure Iran will be happy about that when they don't have anything to defend themselves with or respond with. Um, so yeah, I mean, again, this is like we're like so close to actually, uh, like it's sort of you cannot overstate how much this would change both sort of because it really could be a domino of like Iran and Russia. If those fall, who cares about China for that matter? We can pretty much isolate China. It's they will try to sort of make a threat, but won't really be able to accomplish it that much. North Korea, while annoying, can sort of like just be isolated, and Israel would be able to finally sort of be, I mean, for once in sort of a bit freer or more peaceful times, and more people across everywhere, right? Middle East as well. As much as the culture in the Middle East is really bad. There is very little move towards modernity, very little move towards civilization. There are some pockets, and I want them to get bigger, and I want more people to embrace Western values. And the way you do it is by crashing down Islamism, is by crashing down any sort of Baathism or whatever uh, communist or the other kind. Islam is gobbledygook. It's you shut it down.
Thank you, Alexis, for the very generous 50-pound super chat. Alexis says, thank you for your live coverage for nearly 5 hours. You guys are great. Thank you on behalf of both of us and the Ayn Rand Center UK and the Red Bull Corporation, who are making sure that this stream can continue on Daniel's side and on my side. Free coffee in the office coffee machine, which I might actually might run out as well pretty soon. Where is this? Oh, actually, a couple of comments from PB Law. One is, do you think Huckabee has influence? Maybe. I mean, we did we discuss his comments? Yeah, we did discuss his comments a couple of days ago, and I think the State Department said something like he's speaking for himself, which is not the role of an ambassador, by the way. The ambassador doesn't speak for himself; he speaks for the country. And yeah, if he disagrees, he either says words that he disagrees with, or he leaves his job. But yeah, Huckabee is, I wish that was fully America's policy. I mean, he is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, look, he might have some influence. I mean, Trump is shifting positions kind of as we go along over the past few hours, right? If you look at Rubio's statement and then you look at Trump's statement, those are not exactly matching, but it could be kind of a part of diplomacy and how you play that game, unfortunately. PB Law also said the populations are anti-Semitic in most Muslim countries. Most, which countries, in which country, Muslim countries is the population not majority anti-Semitic? Um, and Akira said, I hope the Iranian regime change happens before AOC becomes president. That is a scary thought, but yeah, the Iranian regime change needs to happen now and needs to be facilitated by, at the very least, Israel. If America doesn't do the right thing, Israel has proven that it is very, very close to doing it. And yeah, there's an Iranian leadership in exile. There's Iranian Iranians who, again, stand up to the regime at great risk to themselves. Now is a moment that they can help. I don't know how busy the security forces in Iran are, but they are busy. And yeah, let's hope that the Iranians, the good people in Iran, use this opportunity to get rid of the bad people in Iran who are in power, and Israel hopefully will help them achieve that goal.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about AOC at least for 2 to 3 election cycles. When it comes to presidential elections, I don't think she has enough clout, enough sort of backing of the Democratic Party to do so. And I wouldn't probably worry about Kamala Harris since she lost. So we'll see who the next person the Democratic Party will give. Although Gavin Newsom is looking like a really good contender right now with all the sort of like him standing up to Trump. So guess that might be something that's coming. I'm not sure how he views Israel or how good he is. But again, once Iran gets taken out, Israel doesn't have to care. Israel should not care who is in the White House. Uh, and by that, I mean sort of like decouple itself a bit more. It should be able to be a bit more independent, to basically not be held by who is in the White House too much. So occupy Gaza, occupy West Bank, annex all of it, and then nobody can say anything afterwards, and take out Iran. If all of that happens, it's that at that point it is just anti-Semitism. At that point, if you continue criticizing Israel, you are just trying to be sort of anti-Semitic. You are just basically want to hate on Israel forever, which is something you wouldn't, for some reason, you wouldn't afford to any other country but Israel. You can say that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, but I think it's very much clear what
Did you say Gavin Newsom is looking like a good option, or am I already dreaming?
good option, as in like likely to happen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean he made a good call not trying to step in when Biden was removed, because I think he understood it's going to be a more difficult election to win. And yeah, I that those are our options is a depressing unfortunate truth. But yeah, there's still time for somebody better to emerge. I don't know how, but maybe. I'm reading now a bit more about the attack. So it says that dozens of nuclear sites were attacked, and of course many Iranian officials. 300 attacks so far. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and more than 200 planes participated, as we said earlier. Um, yeah, there's a list, but again, I don't know if list of nuclear sites. I don't know if that's interesting to anybody, and I certainly am not going to try to pronounce the names of them at this point in the night or morning or whatever it is. Yeah, that is something I will bring up again, which is it is morning in Britain, it's morning in Europe. We don't know what kind of situation to expect here if you are anywhere near an Israeli embassy or an Israeli consulate. Remember, here in London, uh, there was uh, there was going to be an Iranian attack on the Israeli embassy here, and it was stopped hours before. And yeah, was it days later or a week later or however long it was later that Britain, uh, along with France and Canada, wrote that love letter to Hamas that Hamas thanked them for. And of course, today, Britain's response is saying we will not help defend Israel. Okay, well, it doesn't look like it's needed, but of course, Britain is following its tradition in from turning away Jews when they were escaping Nazi Germany to abstaining in the vote on the partition plan, which would have created a Arab state before Palestinianism was invented, but also a Jewish state, to its absolutely cowardly stance on Israel under Rishi Sunak after October 7th. And of course, it is now fully pro-Hamas. While it is a designated terrorist organization in the UK, the British government is still openly stating its support for Palestinianism, openly, like I said, exchanging those love letters with Hamas, and today saying without saying which side Keir Starmer's government is on. yeah, this is a government that just 2 days ago uh, announced that it is placing sanctions on two Israeli ministers in the government. It has not, and also there were several countries signed to that. One of them was Norway. We had an episode on that discussing how Norway at the same time was hosting the Iranian foreign minister. Uh, Again, a country that if you're going to sanction people for statements, their statements are death to America, death to Israel, and making clear that their goal is the extermination of the Jewish state. And again, we now find out that they were really potentially days from maybe being able to achieve that goal with achieving a nuclear weapon. Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, commenting on sort of like the actions of the British Prime Minister, it sort of reminds me, there's this certain type of games called RPGs, role-playing games, where you can sort of choose to do what you want when it comes to certain actions. Like, do you want to be a good guy or a bad guy? And I saw once a post about somebody was asking, why don't people play bad guys a bit more? And somebody answered, because it makes me feel bad. And I'm honestly wondering what kind of RPG are people like Keir Starmer playing? Like, do you just want to be this disappoint? Well, not disappointing. That would mean there were some expectations. Do you want to be this evil? Do you want to be this spineless? This abandoning of Western ideas? This much abandoning of, I mean, Jewish people for that matter, but also generally of just standing up for what is right? Or are you so evil that you see Israel as the bad guy here? That you see Israeli actions as an actions of a bad guy? And I don't even know which one is worse. If sort of like having such a different ideals, I wouldn't even want to call it ideals, having such a different standard of the good that Israel comes out as evil, or uh, just being this spineless, being this what beholden to like the Muslim vote or something in the UK, being so beholden to the crazy parts of the Labour Party that you have to be this appeasing of Iran, that you have to be this appeasing of basically, I mean, Iran, Russia. Talking about that, right? It's not like UK attitude towards Ukraine was the best either. It's all the support was slow, insufficient. All of Europe never ramped up production, never ramped up its own defense to provide some sort of counterbalance to Russia. Russia is able to kill people within UK, and there is no response. It's just accepted as like, it really shows that UK or Great Britain was used to rule 25% of the Earth's surface at one point, and it went from that to, and there was a whole diplomacy built around that called the gunboat diplomacy, that where you did something bad, ships will show up at your shore, and you better change your mind. And now it's like just asking if these dictators can be a bit better, maybe don't oppress your people so much, and we'll give you money. We'll give you money either way, but if you if you would change this, we would like appreciate it. And you can then go into UN and blame the Western countries for not being human rights protecting enough. It really shows the true spinelessness and sort of lack of any sort of uh, like confidence in the Western system. Again, for all the faults of liberal democracies, we're the pinnacle of civilization, especially compared to Russia, Iran, or China.
Daniel, if you want to share the video that I sent you the Twitter link of Netanyahu, his comments to the Iranian people. And before that, I'm just gonna, yeah. So the recent news is that yeah, security officials in Israel say that the nuclear facility in Natanz, I think that is the main one, right? That has been completely destroyed. Yeah, there's a lot more, and a lot more where damage has been done, and of course the fact that 200 plus Israeli fighter jets are flying around Iranian airspace freely for many, many hours and will continue to do so for days. And Israel has already announced it's going to be days, uh, means that whatever hasn't yet been destroyed is hopefully on its way to being destroyed. Or I think it was Michael. We've had a few people on the show, and it has been nearly 5 hours. But I think it was Michael who mentioned you don't actually have to destroy it. You can just, uh, destroy the area around it, destroy parts of it, and then it heats up, and then you can't actually, uh, yeah, you can't, you can't access it and you can't use it. Yeah, okay. Let's listen to Israel's Prime Minister's message to the people of Iran.
So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again.
So, the first thing that comes to mind, of course, this is true in the case of many Iranians. They do not see Israel as an enemy. They see the regime that is oppressing them as their enemy. The problem is this is also Netanyahu's policy towards Gaza. So I don't know that this is that he fully understands why it's right. Sometimes people are come to the right conclusions from the wrong perspective or for the wrong reasons, but it actually it's not that it doesn't matter in this case, but it, as long as it's acknowledged that there is an opportunity here with good people in Iran to actually have a reasonable, yeah, reasonable regime there. More so, again, more so than anywhere in the Middle East. There is no other country other than Israel with any real potential, I would say. I know some people disagree and think that the UAE is moving towards being semi-reasonable, and Saudi Arabia even is moving towards kind of less bad policies. But no, these are still backward cultures, and as mystic as you can get, and there are still totalitarian regimes in Iran. There is the totalitarian regime that the people are against. And again, the Gaza comparison is important because in Gaza there isn't, and yet Netanyahu on October 7th declared a war against Hamas, not against the people of Gaza. So yeah, but good on him for saying what he said and doing what he did, and hopefully he will do some more good again, because he is the person in power at the moment. And like I've said from the start, like I said certainly from the October 9th episode, October 9th 2023, the episode that people were upset with me because I titled it Why Israel Can't Win. I said then, and I've said since, I hope I'm wrong. I was absolutely wrong in terms of not in terms of the timing of this attack on Iran, because it's at least 20 years too late. But in terms of the extent, I did not expect Israel to do this much, and I hope that what I'm expecting it to do from now until whenever this ends is nothing compared to what it actually does.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to sort of like talking directly to the Iranian people, I mean, as much as I think there is resistance towards Iran, the fact is people are supporting of the regime. That has to be. You cannot sort of control or rule or govern any sort of land without some consent of the people in that land. So there is still some. What can happen is the regime will get weak enough for either people will not want to support it anymore, or some alternative might come into place, or some parts of the regime itself will take over to transform it in some way. Um, there are many different ways that this can happen, um, and something needs to happen. I mean, again, Iran is not, and any dictatorship is not something that you want to live next to you, or you want, especially the one that is threatening you. Sort of it. I think, as much as I said it so many times, I think it kind of has to be repeated because people forget, for some reason, that Iran is actively sponsoring terrorism. Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Assad regime, Iran has been supporting all of them throughout the decades, in many cases just to specifically fight Israel, just to specifically have a faction, have somebody who is actively threatening Israel, so Iran doesn't have to do it directly. Iran did, in many cases, do it directly because it was desperate, and because Israel is wiping out all of its proxies. Hezbollah is not really functional right now. Hamas.
Breaking news that is important enough to interrupt. Yeah, so the IDF has said that all the drones that were launched from Iran have been shot down. So yeah, 100+ drones flew and ended up the same way that dozens of Iranian officials ended up. Yeah, those drones will not be uh, killing any Jews today. Yeah, the Allah is not not helping out. Not helping the cause on this Friday the 13th. Yeah, too bad.
Also, the IDF Home Front Command says civilians no longer need to remain close to bomb shelters. So it looks like Israel is very confident in basically
Yeah,
nothing else
confident that
coming.
yeah, that's and that means that it really destroyed the ballistic missile capabilities entirely. If it says that, it is absolutely confident that Iran has no ability to fire back at Israel. This is, we've been saying for 5 hours that this is a historic day that we will talk about. This is if the Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube channel had existed on June 4th, was it, 1967, we would be broadcasting, we'd be broadcasting all day and yeah, celebrating, even if it meant staying up all night and then broadcasting into the day. And yeah, this is, I don't know that that is what we're gonna do now because both of us here are, nearly 24 hours up in a row. And yeah, been live streaming for much of that time, but yeah, what an amazing, amazing day, and the good news just keeps coming in. I don't want to. Okay, actually, finish your thought, and then I'll add some more news that isn't as breaking and important.
I mean, not much to add. Israel has, as I said, sort of like made Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis in functional to some extent, not fully yet. But once it takes out Iran, it won't have to deal with all of them, since they'll eventually get wiped out by themselves, since they'll lose their major donor. They'll lose the person or the country that has been supplying, that they have been relying on. So once Iran is gone, I think you'll see the sort of dominoes fall, as well as I think Russia to some extent. I mean, it has to be sort of remembered that Russia has been eating through its reserves, has been consuming all of wealth it had for the past 3 years. At some point, we'll see that Russia has no longer anything to consume. And with Iran being gone, with North Korean soldiers running out, that will come closer. So I'm hoping to see the end of Russia as well, as a domino effect of this. Again, sort of like Syria fell apart in the matter of a week, or days for that matter, because of how much other stuff has changed.
Yeah, the irony that with the irony of the amazing levels of hatred specifically towards Israel around the world, which is not that amazing when you consider the fact that most countries in the world are dictatorships, and dictators don't like free countries, and specifically they don't like it when in a sea of dictatorships you have this one free country. Uh, but it is astonishing when you look at Western countries and the fact that people take to the streets to advocate for tyranny here and for a return, which I think they have achieved, a return to 1930s Germany, or at least late 1920s Germany, in terms of the levels of anti-Semitism. The irony of this, while Israel is literally saving the world on so many levels. Again, Assad would not have fallen. Uh, uh, Iran is about to fall. Russia, as you mentioned, and as we've talked about, Russia is this is very bad for Russia, and Ukraine is doing amazing things against Russia. Uh, there's still a question of who will stand up to China, but yeah, tyrannies are falling like flies, and if only if only the West understood the importance of it, and if only Israel fully understood the importance of what it's doing, because it seems to understand it in terms of its rhetoric sometimes, especially Netanyahu. The one thing he's great at is making speeches and making good points and then not acting on them. But yeah, this is a moment that the entire world should be applauding and thanking Israel for once again saving it like it did in 1981 when it took care of the Iraqi nuclear weapons program, like it did in 2007 when it took care of Assad's nuclear weapons program in Syria, and like it is doing now on a much grander scale with a nuclear weapons program that was built on the lessons of that strike in Iraq and that strike in Syria, and spread out in dozens of different places. And Israel for 20 years has been figuring out where it is, making sure it has intelligence, making sure it has people on the ground, to the point that today we find out that it had an actual base in Iran of drones. Yeah, just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, with the question of who will stand up to China, well, Taiwan will have to stand up to China unless something changes. And when that happens, I think Taiwan has a really good chance against China. I think it can be sort of the same kind of basically Chinese sort of downfall. And I think we should be getting ready for it. I mean, the fact that the amount of lenience that has been given to China, especially with their sort of like intellectual property theft, is ridiculous. I mean, when it comes to, again, not a big fan of tariffs. I think you either ban all trade or you allow it, or you basically do not sanction it. But if you want to tariff China, that's at least one way of sort of like trying to solve it. But the goal should be to completely decouple, because China again is posing an actual threat, unless you want to abandon Taiwan, as we almost did with Ukraine, as we almost did with Israel. I think at some point we have to realize these are our enemies, meaning Iran, Russia, and China. They have been actively threatening us. If they want to free themselves up, if they want to stop being aggressive nations, if they want to stop being enemies, we should welcome them. But if not, they get what they deserve. You deal with people in kind. If they show you willingness to cooperate, willingness to trade, that's what you do. If they are showing that they want to live by force, they want to live by taking rather than creating, then you let them take the L and destroy them.
So more news coming in, and this is less pleasant for people in Israel or people on their way to Israel. The security sources in Israel are assuming that Ben Gurion Airport will be closed for 3 to 4 days. It's definitely inconvenient if you are, like not where you live, as in if you're visiting Israel or if you're, an Israeli abroad and have to figure out how to stay somewhere else for additional days. Daniel and I both experienced that on our recent trip to Israel last month when Houthi missile fell in the airport, and then airlines canceled all their flights. Almost every non-Israeli airline canceled their flights. Uh, yeah, the Houthis, have we spoken about the fact that there is nothing so far from them? I mean, they haven't fired anything since this happened, which is I find it surprising. Like I would expect the response to come from all directions. I don't know if it is, but it just hasn't started yet. I don't know if maybe Hezbollah is actually so weak that even the weapons it has, it's afraid of Israeli presence. Israel bombed uh, their drone factory in Beirut a few days ago, I think, which by the way is also interesting. This obviously, Israel knew when this is going to happen in Iran. So some of the preparation work, I guess, was making sure maybe that Hezbollah doesn't have the ability to fire. Maybe what we saw in Yemen a couple days ago was actually that significant. I don't remember. Was there another Houthi missile since the last Israeli attack there? Do you remember?
When was the last one?
It's like a day or two ago, and I remember I did a show with Alex, and she had a
That was on Monday.
okay. Oh, really? That was Monday. Wow, everything is
Yes.
disoriented when you have no sleep. But yeah, yeah. If anybody remembers if there was any Houthi missile, because from afar when they're so regular we don't actually remember when they all are. But if there was none since Israel's last attack, it could be that they are actually uh in trouble. It could also be that they're kind of recalibrating. We saw reports when Trump for a couple of weeks or so saw the Houthis as an enemy before he no longer saw them as an enemy, and the U.S. was actually doing like doing damage to the Houthis. There were reports that Iran isn't stepping in because they're assuming the Houthis are done, which of course they weren't because Trump let them off the hook. And I'm wondering if it's the other way around now. Maybe they're not firing back because they think, okay, Iran is done. If we want to stick around, we need to either find better allies or just not bomb our betters. But yeah, this is speculation. I don't know how the minds of savages work.
Yeah, I mean, sort of, we are at this stage where we might repeat ourselves a bit, although we still are getting new people, so people haven't heard this. But this again, sort of a reminder has to be that this is a great operation. This is absolutely something that had to be done. It's great that it is being done, and truly shows how. I don't want to say how little is needed because I don't want to undermine Israeli achievements because this has been in the works for a while. Uh, both because it took out the air defenses. No response is coming. I have to cough more, so we have to take over.
Okay, then I don't think I said this, but I intended to. So I may have, if I'm repeating myself, that's kind of what happens in a 5-hour stream. But the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said today, and I'm translating this from Hebrew, even though that's not the language, presumably, that he said it in. Netanyahu updated me this morning on the phone about Israel's military action and its targets. He added that Israel has the right to defend its existence and the security of its citizens. It's pretty good. Much better than Keir Starmer, but that's really not a high bar. And then he said, of course, because, what else? I call on both sides to avoid escalation. The goal has to remain that Iran cannot develop a nuclear weapon. Well, if you want to avoid escalation, in the long run, if you actually want to avoid bad things happening, you should be fully supporting and celebrating this. I mean, again, this is better than any European leader that we've seen comment so far. But yeah, that's avoid escalation thing that people keep saying. No, no, you want right now escalation. You don't want it a week or two from now when Iran has a nuclear bomb and you're done. Yeah, it's very, 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 very bizarre that they have to add that in everything because this is now the thing. Remember, Chamberlain wanted to avoid escalation, and we got World War II. Do not avoid escalation when that means the other side gets stronger.
I mean, I kind of agree. Iran shouldn't escalate this. I'm all for that. It's definitely no responses from Khomeini on X for a while now. I'm wondering what happened. Um, uh, I mean, yeah, sort of like a decent response. I guess we'll be getting more responses since leaders might be waking up and sort of like more. Cannot wait for video from Owen Jones. Definitely more. Oh, cannot wait for Piers Morgan show. It's gonna be a ton of fun. But yeah, this Jesus. Do you want to try to guess what Piers Morgan will say? Do you think he will be supportive of this?
Uh, he'll probably say something like, "Look, Iran shouldn't have a nuclear bomb, but yeah, Israel shouldn't be so aggressive." I don't know, something like that. I don't. Yeah, Pierce Morgan will do some calculation of what the actual uh, least annoying position to the biggest audience he can get is, and then yeah, it will be a calculation of the what people want to hear and what people will click because that is Pierce Morgan. He's despicably pro Hamas, and it's I don't understand how even he would pretend to deny it at this point. But yeah. Okay, Owen Jones. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's read. I'm gonna read it as I see it. Um. Uh. So. Owen Jones says Israel is a nuclear-armed genocidal rogue state which has, and then there's bullet points, wiped Gaza from the face of the earth. Just a point. Maybe I'll reply to each of these points as we go along. Wipe Gaza from the face of the earth. The population of Gaza has increased during this so-called genocide, committing a massive pogrom in the West Bank. Again, he's talking about any military operations that end with dead terrorists. Devastated Lebanon, from where rockets were fired daily at Israeli citizens for nearly a year. Invaded Syria. Yeah, Syria was a threat. It is now no longer a threat. And now he says, launched a new war of aggression against Iran. Again, Iran, the country that is responsible not just for October 7th, but for decades of terrorism against Israel. This is Owen Jones. Yeah, Daniel, any response to?
Uh, I mean, what do you even say to this? again, sort of like even saying that Israel invaded Syria, there was no Syria when Israel entered that part. I mean, Assad's regime has fallen. That there is no sort of real government coming out, real nation. Not to mention, even Assad's regime wasn't sort of like real government, real Syria in any way. So, what were his other points? Uh, I mean, again, it's the same kind of BS as always. It's like, and it should be so clear what's going on. It should be so clear that these people are do not stand for any sort of like Western values. Do not stand for any, uh, like anything really. It's like what kind of like even like sense of life you have when you look at this and your instinct or your the something you want to express is condemn Israel again. It's truly, I mean, it's truly ridiculous. The fact that people are standing up for dictatorships first, and then somebody else. Also people like Dave Smith, who I think at some point he was asked why does he always seem to support dictatorships if he's libertarian. He's like, well, I just care for what is right. So apparently, what is right means, defending dictatorships, because
Yeah, and
somehow,
his brand of libertarianism is anarchy, right? That's yeah. Yeah, libertarianism is not a defined term. They're very libertarian when it comes to concepts, and yeah, anarchy does lead to dictatorship inevitably. It is the strongest gang that takes over, so it's actually a consistent position on his part. um yeah, PB Law mentions MSNBC, MSNBC having a meltdown now. It's 4 a.m. New York time. Look, if we can go until 9 a.m., 9:15 London time, and 10:15 Slovakia. Yeah, then MSNBC can stay up until 4. And yeah, a few days ago, when was it? Oh yeah, last week when the Trump Elon thing happened. I mentioned this on the show I did with Jonathan about it. I watched a bunch of clips from MSNBC. They were enjoying it as was to be expected, but they were enjoying it so badly. They're not good at their at their left-wing propaganda. Others do it in a way that looks more professional. So yeah, MSNBC is really pathetic. Oh, okay. Oh, Another tweet from Owen Jones says, Israel is a genocidal rogue nuclear armed state that has spun out of control. Discussing that on Jeremy Vine at 9:15 a.m. So yeah, hopefully none of our viewers go over to watch Owen Jones. But if that's that's uh, that's why we have freedom and we have multiple media outlets to choose from. Uh, yeah, it's I'm gonna guess he's not gonna get the kind of treatment that Israeli spokespeople and pro-Israel people get on British media when he says that Israel is a rogue state and he defends a country where he would be put to death, for acting on his desires. So it's really Owen Jones is so despicable in every way imaginable. He will. Pretend to care about rights of the kind of people specifically who would be either murdered or second-class citizens in every country that he supports, and have their rights protected in the countries that he's against, which is, of course, Israel. But yeah, if you look at his views on Britain and what he wanted to make this country into when he was all in for Jeremy Corbyn, and what he thinks of the United States of America. Owen Jones, yeah, is a open and happy, proud advocate. I use these terms loosely of tyranny. Yeah, I'm trying not to swear, but it's difficult when speaking of Owen Jones.
So Iran military ex-official. So apparently like 2 hours ago, which is I think when the drones were launched. No, might have been a bit earlier. They've said it's time to bow and arrow emoji, some rat emoji. So it's time to shoot some rats. And they failed at everything, of course. And later they posted a quote saying, "We were not and are not ones to start a war, but if anyone commits aggression, we will smash their mouth." This is a quote from a dead guy called Ruhollah Khomeini. So why would I care what he has to say if he is not even alive anymore? Again, Iran is incapable of doing anything. Their drone strike failed. It didn't. I'm not sure if it even reached Israel because this was way too fast. I think so. There might have been.
No, none of the drones were anywhere near Israeli airspace when they were shot down.
Yeah, so didn't even make it there. Sucks to be you. And the recent post is uh, some Gubbalty song with the Iranian flag. So yeah, they're really crushing this social media game, but they're hardcore losing at everything else. They are getting wiped out, and they will be wiped out. They do not have any response. They do not have anything to offer. They are weak, and they should be taken out. Now is the best time. Uh, there will probably be another opportunity because dictatorships like this are not really ones to uh, be able to sort of be strong ever. But I think we should save ourselves some time and just do it now.
By the way, my favorite thing when I look at Owen Jones's Twitter is that part over there. I don't know if people saw it, but yeah, it's a reminder that Owen Jones, yeah, does not want to engage with me. I think the last thing he did was call me a liar right before blocking me. That's a thing, by the way, of people um, on his side of thing and his way of arguing. It's basically shoot and run away. There was yeah, so there's reports, again, reports are coming in from Israel that are super interesting, and more of this is coming out, which is also a big part of why we're still on the air. I don't know for how much longer, but yeah, Israel basically, even though we were talking again a few hours before this happened about, is this about to happen like right now? Is it about to happen tonight? But Israel did do some sort of disinformation campaign. The story about Netanyahu and his wife going on vacation ahead of their son's wedding, and all sorts of things that, were effective enough that all these Iranian military leaders happen to be happen to be sleeping in their beds comfortably when they were sent to meet their virgins. That is impressive. It's not easy to do. You have to do it in one go. I mean, Khamenei, assuming he's not dead, will probably not be easy to kill now because he is hiding somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure he's looking up wherever he is, even in a tunnel somewhere. It could be that they build tunnels, not just fund them. Uh, but yeah, it's such an impressive thing. I know I'm repeating myself, but it is something that, once as details come out, I'm thinking think of everything that hasn't come out yet, and this will go down in history as one of the most impressive military operations ever by anyone ever. Um, okay. What else did I want to go through? Daniel, you have anything to add while I figure out what else I wanted to?
Yeah, 2025 has been a good year so far. Definitely looking forward to more. It's only halfway there. There's better stuff coming out. definitely at towards the end of the year. And if we get the fall of Iran this year, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would definitely appreciate it. I would definitely be think it could bring a lot of good to the world, or just remove the bad, which unfortunately this is the best thing we can hope for, and then we can actually focus on fixing the culture in the West. But I'm kind of afraid that the culture will have to be fixed before we actually see any change. But Israel is proving me otherwise, so that's always great to see.
Okay, I know you're leaving very soon, but before you do, if you can, I don't know if you can find this somewhere, but there's a video, there should be a video from maybe I'm assuming the IDF, the Israeli Air Force, of, yeah, of some of the bombing in Iran. If you can look it up and if you can find it, let me know. And Iranians are claiming that there is no leak of radioactive material in Natanz. Okay, I mean, look, I'm gonna trust the reports that say. I mean, and they are saying that Natanz was hit, and I'm gonna trust the reports from Israel that say it was completely destroyed more than I'm gonna trust the reports from Iran that is so far. Uh, at least their threats to Israel haven't really doesn't look like they're gonna be fully fulfilled. It looks like they tried and they'll presumably try more. And like at this point, if Israel is telling people there's no need to be next to a shelter when hours ago they woke everybody up with sirens, even though nothing was fired at Israel, just so the people are awake and near a shelter and ready, because and should expect to spend a lot of time there for days to the point uh of Israel actually saying, "Don't worry about it." Like, that's like literally hours after this happened. Don't worry about it. We shot down all the drones. We're not worried about ballistic missiles. You have to, as you said, Daniel, you have to be so confident that they have no ability to fire ballistic missiles to say to people, "Don't worry about being near a shelter." Uh, wow, what a wonderful day.
So I have one video we can play that I've had from earlier. This is specifically a drone attack by Israel targeting, I think, the air defenses of Iran. How much the guy inside of that felt?
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, loved it when Ukraine did it. Love it when Israel does it. Yeah, uh, yeah, a drone on its way to take care of problem, and yeah, Israeli drones and planes have taken care of many problems. I don't know if this was a drone that was launched from. Actually, it must be a drone that was launched from inside Iran. We don't know how many there were, but the fact that Israel again doesn't just have spies that can tell you about dozens and dozens of Iranian military leaders. You know how difficult it is to get next to one of them? They were next to all of them. Close enough to tell you, yes, these are all sleeping in their beds or whatever beds they were sleeping in. Um, Having at the same time a base inside a country that says the whole reason for their existence is to wipe this country off the map. And yeah, Israel did that and did that amazingly. Yoav says Ben Gurion is still closed. Yeah, we saw a report like 30 minutes ago or so that it will be closed. That security forces or security officials in Israel are expecting it to be closed for 3 to 4 days. That being said, um, they also said you're gonna have to be next to the shelter for a while and expect a really bad response, which is, again, we don't know that's not happening. We don't know that it's not happening from somewhere else other than Iran. Uh, we don't know to what extent Israel took care of Iranian militias in Iraq, for example. And the fact that we haven't seen anything from the Houthis yet. It's been what, 8 hours or so since this started. So we haven't seen anything from the Houthis, anything from Hezbollah, anything from Gaza. Hamas is still there. Anything from the West Bank. That doesn't mean that that isn't coming. But again, Israel usually, often, October 7th aside, often knows what is coming and knows how to prepare for it. And yeah.
There's another news that apparently Israel has destroyed the ballistic missiles that were aimed at Israel. So get fucked. And there's another. There is a comment from a senior IDF official saying, "The Air Force launched a historic preemptive attack, and we will remove this existential threat from the state of Israel. The move was planned during the difficult multi-front war. This is not an operation. This is a planned war in a dangerous maneuver 1,500 kilometers from home. The attack began with the elimination of senior officials and scientists. This is an evolving action, and we are responsible for preserving the continuity of Israel's and the IDF's function. We chose the best operational timing for us. We attacked the facility in Natanz and would not have attacked it without the ability to accomplish the mission." So I'm wondering how much this is like correct translation, because he's both saying this is not an operation, this is a planned war, which is a great thing, but also focusing a bit too much on the nuclear facility.
Yeah,
This
but
should be a
again,
war.
the fact that, yeah, Israel, the IDF says that the Air Force has destroyed ballistic missiles aimed at Israel. That doesn't mean necessarily all ballistic missiles, but it could be all, it could be all launchers. It could be, or it might even not have to be all launchers. I'm not knowledgeable enough to know what exactly would be needed for Israel to get to the point where they say, don't worry about being next to a shelter hours after we woke you up in the middle of the night to make sure you're next to a shelter. But it has gotten to that point, so I'm gonna trust the IDF with that. I mean, yeah, and again, they said this is an operation that will take days, so I'm sure the order of things for the whatever from the beginning until the end is planned in such a way that security of Israeli citizens in the immediate future was very high up on the list of priorities, and of course, the operation is to ensure Israel's security going forward. Yeah, so the French foreign minister says, and again, I'm translating from Hebrew, France is following closely what is happening in the Middle East in coordination with its partners. We call on all sides to show restraint and to avoid escalation that could harm the regional stability. Yes, what would harm regional stability is a nuclear Iran. An unstable regime with a nuclear weapon is not something you want. He then continued, we've expressed often our deep concerns about the Iranian nuclear program. Uh, and blah, blah, blah. We are standing with Israel's right to defend itself against any attack. So yeah, again, we talked about how in Israel, this is a complete consensus. This is not something you have different voices, except maybe the voices that are against the very existence of the state of Israel. Um, but yeah, you do see some in the international community, as it's called, other than the United States, understanding what an important moment this is. Britain, of course, not one of those countries. I mean, the fact that France is organizing a conference or to basically to get widespread support for recognition of a Palestinian state in a reward for October 7th. Uh, and is making a sort of half pro-Israel statement here, while Britain, France did this, Germany did this, and Britain is standing with Iran against Israel. What an absolute shame. Shame on Keir Starmer. That's, of course, it's a statement that can be made daily about pretty much everything he does. But wow, this is unbelievable, unbelievably on the absolute wrong side of history on a day that is historic, like we haven't seen in our lifetime, at least when it comes to warfare.
Yeah, and also I'm just reading a report about sort of the amount of IDF or Mossad infiltration within Iran, how it was able to set up these attacks. Again, the fact that Israel was able to not only completely wipe out most of Iran's defenses, but also their offensive capabilities. The drones were completely shut down. The ballistic missile attack, at least the first one, was completely shut down. We'll have to see if Iran can come up with something else. But even then, Israel is, I think there are videos now that Israel is pretty much flying around Iran, with Iran not able to do anything. So, it, like Iran is truly at Israel's mercy right now. Israel could be bombing the cities right now, strategically bombing them. Well, maybe not 100%. I'm not sure because that requires a sort of like a different thing, but possibly could threaten that. Not to mention, Israel could send its own drones. Israel can pretty much do whatever it wants when it comes to Iran, and Iran should know that. I think they are. I won't be happy until they stop tweeting. So do whatever is necessary to stop that. I think it would be real funny if Elon Musk just banned them. I mean, why let these dictatorships like spread their messages? Um, so yeah, best of luck to Israel. With that, I think I'll be leaving at least for some time, and depending on how long you go or if anybody joins, I'll see everybody in maybe a few hours or maybe a few later hours.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Yeah, I'm going to stick around for a little bit. This has now become, at least temporarily, a solo episode, which is my least favorite type of episode. So, yeah, if you have any insights in the chat, I only have to use my mind to read rather than to come up with anything of my own. But I am, of course, following the news as well. So. Uh, I don't know why I'm seeing this again, but it says that the presidential uh, uh, plane or the prime minister's plane in Israel has taken off from Ben Gurion Airport. I don't know if this is, yeah, this is a report that I thought we saw and read hours ago. Maybe this is just now they're announcing it officially, and maybe before it was just somebody picked it up on flight radar. Uh, Break Yourself says, "Oh, I see Razi more than my mom. This isn't good." I don't know why. Because of the hair. This is what happens when you stay up all night. Normally, my hair is super uh, well organized, as are my thoughts, as opposed to now. Yeah. Uh, one of the things that I'm kind of I want to avoid, but we won't avoid if I'm unable to express a coherent thought is going off the air while again the news is coming in, and this is clearly stated as the firing shot, the opening shots in this war that will hopefully be the end of the Iranian regime. Yeah, as once again, I see that Israel is saying there's no reason, there's no need to be next to any shelters. So that says really a lot about the current level of confidence in Israel that the threat to Israelis, at least at the moment, at least from Iran and possibly from Iraq, is uh, pretty much eliminated. And what the Houthis will do, we will find out maybe, or we won't find out, or the Houthis, uh, are seeing Iran finding out and are deciding to stay out of it. I read this at the beginning of the stream, but that was nearly 6 hours ago, so I'm going to read it again. Here is the Marco Rubio's official statement. This is the first official statement that came out of the United States. This is not the full statement, but this is what Reuters is showing me. So tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. So, I mean, as soon as you use the word unilateral, you're already saying we're not involved. But adding that in a full sentence is why not? Why not show that you're not involved? He then continues. Let me be clear: Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Rubio said U.S. ally Israel told Washington that its action, quote, was necessary for its self-defense. So, he's, I have to say, Marco Rubio, if he is the Secretary of State in Donald Trump's administration, we know where Marco Rubio has stood, where at times when he was expressing his own views, and he is much more pro-Israel than the Trump administration has been so far. But again, the Trump administration compared to what the alternative would have been when it comes to Israel, and we know that because we saw it with Biden and we heard it from Harris. Yeah, it would have been much, much worse. Luckily for Israel, that didn't happen. Okay, I am getting some texts that I want to take a look at. So let me. Okay, so Alex is telling me that. I don't know if you want me to read this, but we were told to get food and ammunition. Yeah, okay, where Alex lives, maybe that's also that's part of living where she's living, but yeah, hopefully everything's okay there. All right, yeah, part of doing a solo episode will be these slight delays in me figuring out what is next, but yeah, since I don't really see that much news coming in right now. I kind of want to just read the articles that are coming in from Israel. It's being referred to as the pager operation on steroids because this is so much more comprehensive. It is against not a terrorist organization that is essentially a militia within a country. That's not to play down Hezbollah as a threat. But just compared to Iran, there is no Hezbollah without Iran. Turns out there was no Hezbollah even with Iran at some point when Israel decided to get rid of that threat. But yeah, trying yeah, to do trying to do what Israel did is you know really next level, and all these elements that hours into this operation are coming in are so amazing. And yeah, I'm getting another text from Alex saying that they closed the roads to Arab traffic. Yeah, that makes sense that in areas. And she also says we have credible threats about them activating the Palestinian terror groups. Yeah, that's something we were talking about. If Israel is confident enough to tell its citizens you don't have to be next to a shelter, it's confident that it removed the threat from Iran itself. But yeah, there is we have said since October 7th that what Israel is doing in Gaza is insufficient to remove the threat from Gaza, and what it needs to do in Gaza, it also needs to do in the West Bank, preferably preemptively. Um, Preemptively, as in before the next October 7th happened and comes from the West Bank, because from the West Bank, it'll be much easier to carry out. First of all, there are Jewish settlements throughout the West Bank that they can attack, but there is also, there's not a relatively small closed border. There is many thousands of Palestinians make it through from the West Bank into Israel to work illegally every day and go back home. So that's not a that's that's a very difficult border to defend. Alex is also telling me that yeah, so we have credible threats about them activating the Palestinian terror groups with RPGs and stuff. I mean, we saw RPGs being used on October 7th. She also says we can we can hear some gunfire, but it could also be a wedding. Yeah, yeah. Palestinians shoot, for fun and shoot to kill. Um, let's hope that doesn't happen. We will continue covering whatever does happen. It is possible that things will happen when everybody at ARCUK who is able to go live is asleep, because Daniel has just left us to go to sleep after about 24 hours awake, and I am also very close to doing that. It has been, this has been again something as Yao mentioned, and I was texting Adam Mossoff earlier. Adam will probably join one of the shows later today, but uh, he said something like, "Isn't it something like 2 a.m. there in the UK?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm not going to bed anytime soon. We've waited for this for 20 years, and again, I really doubted, and you can see my doubt in episodes that we've done on this channel over the past 20 months. Really doubted whether this would happen at all, and assumed that when it would happen, it would be very surgical to an extent. I mean, it's still dozens of sites that needed to be hit, but yeah, I never expected something so comprehensive, and really hoping that it's not the end, that it is the beginning of something that is the end of the Iranian regime. Part of that, with the pager operation, and we talked about it when Israel resumed fighting in Gaza after the last ceasefire ended. We talked about how Israel was using new tactics that they weren't using before in killing and targeting, intentionally targeting terrorists that were not sort of high up. Your run-of-the-mill uh, terrorist foot soldiers, or whatever you want to call them, because they saw that when they did that in Lebanon, when they first did what they did with the pagers, and then did this similar thing with the walkie-talkies. It demotivated so many of the reserve terrorists in Hezbollah that most of them just didn't join the war effort at all. And that helped Israel win as relatively easily as it did. So they did the same thing in Gaza. Now, with the terrorists that undoubtedly, Hamas would do something in Gaza or from Gaza if it could. It can't. Maybe it has some rockets it can fire, but in terms of what else can it do? It can try to kill soldiers in Gaza, but it is already doing that undoubtedly. So, um, yeah, you know, it will come from the West Bank. It might come from Lebanon still, but it will probably come from the West Bank. And the question is seeing how badly Iran is losing and how badly and how quickly is that going to demotivate some of the terrorists in the West Bank from doing what they are now expected to do? Then again, how do you demotivate somebody who wants to die? Like, this is their highest goal in life, is death. Alex, I hope you know that I'm reading all your texts on the stream. She says we even have Shuafat, which is a camp inside of Jerusalem where Israel has almost no control and it's lawless and dangerous. I don't think our Air Force did it from Israel. The skies are totally quiet, and usually we hear the Air Force and it roars and shakes the entire house. Yeah, when I was in Israel, and Daniel was staying with Alex a couple of nights, and I heard the planes. I texted texted Daniel, can you check with Alex? Is this are they going to Yemen or are they going to Iran? And yeah, a couple of hours later, we heard that there was a strike in Yemen. So yeah. Okay, Alex is about to join me, so we are not going off the air yet. We will make it to 6 hours, presumably, unless she leaves very quickly. But she says she also says, I think we did indeed do it from Iraqi Kurdistan or Azerbaijan. We appear to be close. Yeah, that's another thing. 200 planes, that's a lot of planes, but they have for them to go back and forth would be very difficult if you know yeah, if they're traveling 1,500 kilometers. These are fast planes, but still they need refueling. It's a big gamble for Azerbaijan, but they have been taking that gamble for a while, and yeah, Alex and I think talked about it on yesterday's episode of the Daily Objective. By the way, at the beginning of yesterday's episode of the Daily Objective, when we were talking about this was actually the topic. We were talking about the hunger strike of the flotilla terrorists. I was saying, this might be a bit tone deaf of us to talk about this when it looks like Israel is about to finally do what needs to be done in Iran. And we did talk about it a little bit at the end of the episode, but yeah, turns out you remember that boat with Greta? Yeah, that's what we talked about most of the week. And so yeah, maybe we in part participated in Israel's ruse to put the enemy to sleep. And well done. Lisa asks, Israel has air bases that far out? I mean, they would be using Azerbaijan's air bases. Yeah, that's that that sounds very likely. And again, with Jordan closing its airspace, I don't know what exactly they think it means if it comes to Israel wanting to use that airspace. I wouldn't advise Jordan. In the past, in the Six-Day War, Jordan was advised to stay out of it because the first thing that happened was the Egyptian Air Force being destroyed completely. Jordan didn't take that advice. I really doubt that Jordan closing its airspace means that they would try to shoot down an Israeli jet, especially if Israel said, "Look, we're flying above your airspace. Do not shoot us down." Um, but yeah, okay. I am going to check the news while we wait for Alex, who is joining shortly. Let's see if there's any breaking news, because it is a very, very much breaking news uh, day. Okay, I'm reading. This is an article. I don't know if I'm gonna trust it, and I've only read the headline so far, but it says after the historic attack in Iran, only one European country gave full backing to Israel. I don't know who they're referring to. I hope it's not Germany, because I wouldn't call that full backing, but let's see. Um, I don't see them actually. This is not clear to me who they're talking about. I would guess if a country gave full support to Israel, it would be the Czech Republic. That would be my first guess, but I don't see that mentioned here. Yeah, if anybody from Riv is watching, can you stop with the clickbait and try to present the news in a more coherent manner, one that's easily readable, especially when we're doing a live show? That would be appreciated. But yeah, again, Israel, Yal was saying this on yesterday's show, and again today when he joined earlier. Israel should really stop relying on its allies, and certainly on its so-called allies. I mean, Europe is not an ally, and but yeah, even on the U.S., that is not a good idea. Even if you have, even if you had a really friendly, even if you had Nikki Haley in the White House, it's not a good idea to rely on America, because Nikki Haley would be there for 4 or 8 years, and you don't know who would be there next. And you know who was there previously, and who the person who was there previously was clearly anti-Israel. And you know who's there now. Somebody who can be pro-Israel one day and want to negotiate with Iran the next day, and think of Erdogan as his best friend. Yeah, so Israel, the desire to have allies is good, and but yeah, but make sure you know that the people the countries you see as allies really are allies, and not you know enemies in allies clothing. Um, okay, let's see what actually, you know what? Yeah, I was trying to see on Twitter if any of the anti-Israel members of the Israeli parliament said anything. The first one I'm looking at is Ayman Odeh, the head of Hadash Tal, and that is one of the Arabic parties, the Communist Party, officially the Communist Party. Actually, Hadash is the Communist Party, right? So that is the Communist Party, and another one in the same list. He hasn't tweeted since in the last 23 hours, and that was, of course, some left-wing bullshit that doesn't really matter right now. But I don't see him, yeah, tweeting about this. The silence of people on the left is a sort of statement. He, again, would really, really struggle, I think, to explain, even him, even the somebody who's clearly anti-Israel working within the Israeli system, would have trouble, uh, you know, uh, attempting to claim that this was a bad thing, because if Iran has a nuclear bomb, nuclear bombs, they're not anti-Semitic. They don't discriminate. They kill everybody. They kill Arabs, they kill Jews, they kill you, whoever you are. If a nuclear bomb is dropped on where you are, you're done. And yeah, and that was a very clear goal of Iran that they were very close to achieving. Uh, that all of this doesn't mean that we're not going to hear from Ayman Oda, later today or tomorrow. Maybe he's coming up with the right way to say it. But yeah, again, I wouldn't be surprised if there's complete silence from him, or if he says, okay, let's focus on the Palestinians or whatever. South Coast says, great job, Israel. Bet the flags of Britain, Canada, and France are flying at half-mast. So France issued a, relatively as reasonable as can be expected statement. France said, so basically, Israel has the right to defend itself, is what they said. And of course, de-escalation. Nobody says anything when it comes to any military action without using the word de-escalation. So they included that, but yeah, haven't heard from Canada yet. I haven't. I don't know that they haven't issued any statements. They're not as important as they think, except of course our many Canadian viewers and super chatters who are important and who hopefully will at some point make Canada better than it currently is. But yeah, Britain was clear. Keir Starmer was clear on where he stands. He said, or Britain, according to the Times, the statement made by Britain was Britain will not help defend Israel from an Iranian attack. I don't know what they're expecting. To like nobody's expecting Britain to help defend Israel. Britain is not the military superpower that it used to be. So yeah, you know, it doesn't look like Israel. I don't know if America shot any of these drones down. According to the IDF, they shot the drones down. According to Jordan, they shot some drones down. So yeah, Britain, thanks for not offering help that wasn't needed, but making a statement, uh, letting the world know that you are not on the right side of history on this. Still nothing from Ayman Uda, but you know what? Let's see. While I wait for Alex, I will go to the next best thing. Owen Jones. Kidding. Hopefully Alex didn't watch that. If she doesn't join, that'll be why. Oh, Owen Jones retweeted Mark Owen Jones saying, Israel murdered the person spearheading the nuclear negotiations with the US. Again, remember, even the IAEA issued a statement about Iran, enriching uranium, and again, what we know from what was happening was that Iran was potentially days from an actual nuclear bomb that potentially would have been deliverable. So yeah, it really sucks to be Owen Jones on a day like this. Owen Jones, long before October 7th, had an obsession with Jews, and Jews in general, specifically with Israel. Since October 7th, he has done pretty much nothing else. Again, his first video on this, October 9th, 2023, 2 days after the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Owen Jones's video was titled Palestinian Lives Matter. Owen Jones saw the videos. He didn't have to wait until the IDF video was shown to journalists in the UK, and then he went and said, some token condemnation of it for a few seconds before going into a whole long rant about how there wasn't any rape, or he didn't see any evidence of rape, and how Israel is actually the bad guy. But yeah, it took him 48 hours or less to do a video saying the people who did this, the people who did this, it's their lives that you should care about, not the people to whom this was done. Yeah, the perpetrators are the victims. Owen Jones, by the way, also, if you look at one of the few things that I've seen from him, not Israel related, on his YouTube channel, post October 7th, was after the murder of the CEO of United Healthcare, where he started off by saying, I do not condone murder, and then fully condoning that murder. And so, yeah, that's Owen Jones for you. But yeah, we do have Alex joining. Hey, Alex.
Hey, hi, how are ya?
Good. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going okay. It's just trying to kind of, give you the idea of what it is that sort of we're hearing and seeing, which is actually like very, very little. Oh, I can see a bit of activity in Ramallah, but it's not it's pretty insignificant. Um, nothing that different, nothing that impressive. We just had this very weird, kind of scary like alert that came in at 4:30 in the morning or 4 o'clock or whenever. And it kind of sounded like it was literally like my phone was screeching. It was like, meh, meh. And I kind of thought it was a joke. And then we were
Wait,
told to
was
get
that the
into
thing
the
on your phone?
yeah, yeah. And it was
Yeah,
this
because
weird alert, weird alert. I mean,
yeah.
I assumed probably it was like a prank.
Well, I
Because I
saw on
had
Israeli television that they did whatever they did to override, anybody who has his phone on silent or anything like that,
yeah.
just to make sure everybody gets the alert.
Exactly. In terms of the military, I don't really see much. I hope I'm not like revealing anything here. Um, yeah, maybe I'm just gonna go to where there's not the entrances to the settlement. Just gonna walk over this way. Yeah, I don't really see much. I mean, there's a, I think they called the Kitat Konenut, the rapid response team, and we were not told the same thing as the rest of the country. It was definitely a far more kind of, okay, we need to prepare, like تخماشات and yada yada yada. And the rapid there also was like the like settlement security for all of the Benjamin region. They were sending out a video basically saying, okay, we're like convening this emergency security briefing. Get ready, kind of thing. It was a little bit more, I would say, intense. And then word came on the street that yeah, there are credible threats, um, which will probably come from over that way, which is kind of the east. But probably the most dangerous place will be the northern Samaria, I would say. Most likely that'll be the most dangerous area.
Are you safe where you are right now? Are you armed? I mean, I don't know if,
Yeah,
yeah,
of
okay.
course. What are you kidding me? But yeah, of course, of course, of course. Everybody is here. No, I'm just having a little walk around, but I just trying to see if I kind of what the vibe is. But there's a lot of cars in the street. I heard that they're not letting Arabs traffic onto the roads, um, probably because they are afraid of insurgency. But I mean, I don't know how. I really don't know how. Um, what's the word?
I don't know what the word is because you're muted now and we
I
didn't
was gonna
hear it.
say, I don't know how prepared and how professional, I suppose, the the terrorist groups are here in this area. And I don't think they're very professional. I don't think they're very good. So I think that, a couple of RPGs, we can definitely handle that.
Well, look, if for no other reason, people should stick around and watch. We might get to see Alex shooting some terrorists live on this channel. It will get the video demonetized probably, but we will take the financial hit It'll be great content. I'd love to see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
By the way, to people in the chat, we don't have anybody behind the scenes. If a troll bothers you too much, block them directly. I can't read all these messages. If I see spam, I will remove it. But if it's just somebody being an asshole, you can block them, and then you won't get to see their messages. Only the rest of us will.
Yeah. Block 'em. Sorry, it's also I can't really see very well. It's a beautiful day. Definitely a very, very, very beautiful day. And I don't really feel there's no panic. Definitely no panic. Everyone seems really cool. Everyone seems really like, they're unfazed basically about whatever it is that's going on. I mean, I think it's hard really to quantify. Like I can see into like Arab houses from here. Like I can see what they're doing. I can see what they're eating for breakfast. It's very, very close. Like very, very close. If there is insurgency there, it, I mean, because remember, Iran's been preparing for this, so they've been arming all of the terrorists in Yudav Shamwan for the past God knows how long. I mean, years, right?
Yeah.
Smuggling things in, and I guess this literally is their do or die moment. But it's whether or not they're really going to come to the aid of these like Shiite people. I find it quite hard even to believe. I find that quite difficult to.
Lisa says this is some interesting on the ground reporting. I don't know if you want to maybe show us around a little bit. BBC Verify might ascertain from the position of the sun exactly where you are in Tel Hamas, but
Yeah.
yeah, if you're comfortable showing us around.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So over here, okay, if we just look directly behind me, we have the kind of the area direction that's going in the direction of Ramallah. So over here, in fact, you can also see behind me, right? So this is what they call the Judean Hills, right? So it's normally really, really quiet, really, really beautiful. And it is also today, but there is a different vibe. I mean, maybe there's a bit of a vibe of who knows what's going to happen right now, you know? And over this way, that's the direction of north, kind of North Jerusalem, right? We're going to go north to the east of Jerusalem, just going to go directly up. This is the area. This is the area basically that you're going to be seeing right here. I don't want to film anything like security related. So I can't really walk up to the gate or anything, but
Oh yeah.
this is what you're looking at. This is the beautiful Judean hills.
By the way, if you keep shaking that Coke Zero can, it will become a weapon of its own, and I believe that you will make it to the next UN report on settler violence
Yeah,
against Palestinians. So
definitely, definitely. Well, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I think also that there's some Palestinian workers inside of the supermarket over there, and I might buy a couple of new Coke Zeros from there, and then that'll be more, violence, of course.
well, yeah, I see a comment from, and again, I can't read much of the chat in part because I've been up for 24 hours and live for over 6 hours, but I saw a comment from Torah Worldwide saying, anyway, Alex is speaking. So, okay, when it's just me, you can fight with the trolls, and when Alex is speaking, you pay attention. All right, I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm taken.
Yeah, point taken, exactly. Yeah, you should know where you stand, Razzie. I mean, I don't even think I'm really supposed to be outside, but what are they gonna do? I don't know. We were told not to kind of wander around, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see anyone else outside, so I guess that definitely means you're not supposed to be doing it. But I'm not very compliant, so
Um, so just a couple of things from the news.
mm,
Um, so Khamenei has appointed a new chief of staff of the army and a new head of the Revolutionary Guard. So
Yeah.
yeah, IDF, I'm sure you know exactly, or somebody in the Mossad knows exactly where these people live. Yeah, the virgins are waiting. So make it
Yeah,
quick.
it's just because of the way that we know that their armies kind of operate, right? They don't, like, the guy who is in charge doesn't train a deputy because he's very threatened by his deputy. This is a dictatorial regime. They don't give other people information because then they're afraid of, them killing them, them turning against them, right? And having kind of a revolution inside of the army. So I think it will be really painful, right, to lose these particular individuals. I don't think it will be that easy just to replace, like we replaced Herzl Levy with the new, what's the new guy called again? With him. It's not the same as that.
Yeah. Thank you, Alexis, for the super chat. Alexis says, stay safe, Alex. Yeah, absolutely. It would be great content if you shoot some terrorists, but they can also shoot. So yeah, let's not get
I
that kind
mean,
of content.
yeah, I mean, but then again, I mean, like, if you look behind me, a sniper could get that. It's not like a sniper could get that if he wanted to. It's not that far. You can literally see into people's, you can see into people's front rooms.
All right. Yeah, don't show also well, you know better than I do not to show things that will reveal anything to the other side. Um, but what else was I gonna read out here? So um yeah, the I don't know if I should keep reading these, but the European foreign minister says the situation in the Middle East is dangerous. Again, I'm translating this from Hebrew. The situation in the Middle East is dangerous. I call on all sides to show restraint and prevent further escalation. You know what? I don't need to read these anymore. I can just name a country and I will tell you they either called for de-escalation or they haven't woken up yet. And when they do, they will call for de-escalation.
Sure.
All right. I see that we do have a spammy troll, so I will get rid of them. Yeah, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I don't really know even. I mean, I don't think there's not even a lot of rumors going around. It's kind of almost. I have to say it's disbelief. I never thought this day would happen. So I'm pretty shocked. I'm pretty surprised. But I guess indeed it actually has happened. And we
Actually,
are.
yesterday when we were doing the daily objective, and it was absolutely the wrong topic to do on such a day right before
Yeah,
this, but we talked about this a little bit at the end, and you said you were worried. Like you were very worried, I think, about
yeah,
the Iranian
yeah.
response.
No, I
Are
wasn't
you
worried
worried
about the
now?
Iranian response. I was worried about us screwing it up. That's what I was worried about. I was worried about us not being able to do it properly,
Yeah,
and
and
failing.
again, even in my best case scenario of of the things I would expect Israel to consider doing, uh, this is a lot more than we expected. A lot more.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I knew that I was going to be surprised. I knew that there was a lot of capabilities that I wasn't aware of. And I have been surprised, and it's been great. Um, I just, I don't know what, I mean, they're saying it's going to take days. I don't know. I don't know days. I think they say weeks, but I guess they know better, or they don't want to say it's going to take weeks to us. Um, but if I mean, it depends on it depends on what their war aims are here. If their war aims are to attack the regime, okay. If the war aims are to destroy the nuclear facilities, yeah, that really might take a very long time.
Yeah, but with the regime being as weak as it is, the two should be
Yeah,
should be combined and yeah, not using this incredible opportunity. And again, Netanyahu did call, at least on the Iranian people, to
right.
stand up to the regime, but it would be a much more powerful call if he said, you rise up and we will not just stand with you, but we will make sure that you win, that you get rid of that regime.
Yeah.
Thank you, Break Yourself, for the super chat. Break Yourself says, "Oh, look, it's Alex. Finally, I can super chat." All right. Now our fans are trolling me, but I'll take it. It's in the 7th hour of a stream, we should have fun. And yeah, we've been having fun all night.
Yeah, yeah, me not so much to tell you the truth. It's kind of, it kind of sucks. And they said like, stay in the shelter because there's no air condition. Well, in mine at least, there's no air conditioning in there, and also it's like it's just not the most comfortable place to actually be because I didn't prepare like everybody else. You have people here who I think are like those doomsday preppers, who they've got like a full surgical kit, 25 million bottles of water, water purifiers. They have the ability probably to repair their radios. I mean, and me, you go into mine. I had 4 cans of Coca-Cola. That's what I had in mine. So they said go and get any medication you need and put it in. So that's actually what I was doing.
I mean, if there's
Um,
any country where it makes sense to be a doomsday prepper, it's Israel.
Yeah, I know, I know. The problem is that I've done it a few times. Is that I've gone out and I put food inside of the mamad, and then I've had to go and like it's been like expiring. So it's like a few times now I've had to go in and I've been like, right, guys, we have to eat all of these potato chips, and we have to do all of these things. And also, it's like you want to have fresh water. I mean, like, whatever. You want it to be, if you're going to be stuck in the mamad, you want to at least have semi-decent stuff, right? Um, so, but I see there's public transportation, which is pretty insane. Probably, I heard there's like, one bus every couple of hours or whatever, but I don't really see that much traffic right now. Probably people know better. They're looking at me outside thinking, what is this woman doing? She's lost her mind.
I mean, so Lisa says Iran had a bigger response last year. Now, yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing. Israel took out their ballistic missile capabilities right at the start, and then they fired those 100 drones, thinking, okay, this is what we're, this is how we're gonna get them. And those 100 drones were shot out of the sky. I don't know if it was in Iranian territory or Iraqi territory, nowhere near Israel. Uh,
Yeah.
and you have to wonder, I mean, again, I keep repeating this, but the amazing thing from Israel is that, first it, wakes everybody up with sirens on their phones, so that they just know that something might be coming, and stay close to a shelter. And then within hours, they say, don't worry about it. No need to stay next to a shelter. We've taken care of everything. That is, again, absolutely, be vigilant when it comes to anything coming out of the West Bank. But how amazing is it that the threat was eliminated, so swiftly, and yeah, to the point that Iran is seemingly done.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be so fast. I think maybe they felt that there would be a very, very like forceful attack, and they kind of assumed it, and maybe they didn't have any concrete evidence or intelligence about it. Um, so maybe in the Iranian battle plans, they never intended to fire back immediately. They intended to do something else. Who knows, right? But it does appear, right? It does appear that they were able. Well, yeah, because you can't really tell people to stay in their shelters for like 8 hours. You need to tell them, okay, listen, be close to it. You don't need to be in it. Go and kind of prepare for a long couple of days.
Yeah, but they've now said no need to stay even close to a shelter.
Well, there you go.
Maybe not where
I mean,
you are, but as a general kind of, when it comes to the threat from Iran, I think that's, they 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 are, you know staying on the safe side. Otherwise, they wouldn't wake everybody up at 3 a.m.
yeah, no, they definitely are staying on the safe side. I think they are very risk averse, as I'm sure that as I'm sure you would be. But a problem is with the Israelis nowadays is that like if this would have happened a year and a half ago, then the whole country would be like paralyzed right now. Okay, but because we've had a year and a half of war and we're kind of battle hardened at this point, and there's a bit of alert fatigue. Alert fatigue has definitely settled in for a lot of people. You kind of have this sort of approach. Like I looked outside in the window and there were men standing around smoking cigarettes, having fun. They were trying to look in the sky, trying to find the missiles. I mean, really, it was like, kind of like, where's the light show? Kind of, it was quite surreal. Chatting on the phones, going, "Hey, mom, no, I don't see it. No, no, nothing." Kind of very chilled out, just taking it easy. So yeah, I mean, good on the Israeli people, I guess.
Yeah. And there's now reports in Iran, in Iranian media that there are explosions in the area of the airport in Tabriz. So Israel is still continuing and yeah, and look,
I can hear a whole lot of screaming and shouting, and from the muezzin coming. God knows what it's about, actually. So, I
is it
can hear it.
unusual? Is it not just a normal Friday
No. I mean, I know those sounds. It's not that. It's just talking. It's talking. It's talking some crap. Um, who knows? But it's very annoying. It's very annoying. Yeah, but I mean, they don't like the Shiites. They don't like the Iranians. It could also be celebration. You know, there's not a lot of love for them. They're really the only people maybe who are probably more hated than the Israelis is going to be the Turks and the Iranians. They really don't like them. So who knows? I don't know. I don't think they're crying over them. That's for sure.
um Yeah, but I do think they're crying over, the biggest chance to get rid of Israel that Israel's enemies had. It was
Yeah.
never going to be Gazans, and again, even to the extent that it is Gazans, it's Iran-funded Gazans. It wasn't even going to be Hezbollah, although Hezbollah was Iranian-funded Lebanese. So
Hmm.
the whole their whole network has been crumbling since October 7th. You have to wonder if I actually don't know if to them, it was worth it, because look what they did, and the hostages are still there, and the great victory that is October 7th for the anti-Israel cause is still
Yeah.
something to remember, but
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it definitely. I don't know if it was worth it. I mean, maybe it was worth it just for the ecstasy of that hour or that ecstasy of that 2 hours, whatever, and that kind of celebration. But if you look in the long term, it never really works out for them, right? And it never works out for anybody. Um, especially, it's kind of like the United States. The United States kind of has this history whereby you can really push it around, right? You can really kind of bully it and push it around. But once you do a 9/11, once you do a Pearl Harbor, oh, you're ending. You're in for a world of pain. And I think maybe kind of I don't agree with I think you should neutralize all enemies, but it's probably the same with Israel. I mean, once you kind of screw around with the Israelis too much, um, I mean, you're gonna get something like what's happening in Iran. Okay, like you're gonna have something like that. You're gonna have something like the pagers. Now the Gazans they get off lightly, for all manner of reasons, but look at Hezbollah, look at the Iranians. I reckon they're going to be very humiliated, and then probably it's a bit like when we did Stuxnet. That kind of Stuxnet was great, especially because the kind of maybe the assumption was that it was always going to be covert, but then we also woke a sleeping giant. We also kind of turned the Iranians into being a cyber superpower, which if you look at that also in the long run, I don't know how good that's been for us. I just hope that this I just hope that this one is. I just hope that this is clear, decisive, and really does end the regime and really is long lasting. Because I think that the Iranians, the Persians, and the Israelis and the Jews, yeah, there's a lot of common interest there. There's a lot of ways that I think that a partnership there would make a tremendous amount of sense. They're aberrations in the Middle East, and so are we. But in a good way. I mean, obviously they're the kind of the okay, yes, of course, the Iranians were very bitter about losing Mossadegh. Okay, no doubt. And the Shah obviously was not exactly into liberal democracy, of course. However, the country was in a social way, okay? It was far more functional. Okay, yes, you had to be afraid that the secret police was going to snatch you off the street. But again, this was the 1950s. I really do think that they have the best chance of being a liberal democracy, or as close to a liberal democracy in 10, 15 years. I mean, far more than anyone else here. I don't see them falling back into absolute monarchies or, theocratic dictatorships. Really don't see them. I mean, I see they could fall into civil war. I see they could fall into ethnic civil conflicts and break up into 12 different countries. I could see that. But I also heard something else, Razi. I heard something else from an Iranian analyst that says the Iranians are extremely scared of revolution. They're very scared of having another revolution. Then they see what happened in Iraq and they feel very fearful about it. So, I mean, I could see, this is just my mind, I could see Azerbaijani insurgents who are Iranian Azerbaijani insurgents, okay, like start to march on, start to take the fight, a violent, insurgency, a violent uprising into the streets. Could see the Baluchis doing it as well. Could see them start doing it tomorrow, and then I could see that maybe as a threat they're neutralized. That Iran is going to be a problem. It's going to be the next Syria.
Yeah,
I
I
could
mean
see both of these things.
that's a concern, although I don't know about the next Syria because again, the population is better. And yeah, civil war sounds like a possibility. It's splitting into two or more countries, also a possibility. And I really hope Trump, you never know which Trump you're going to get because he changes his mind from one day to another. I really hope he forgets that whole thing he said in Saudi Arabia about not preaching to other cultures because yeah, in Iran, if you want Iran to no longer be a threat in the long run, you have to not just preach but impose Western values to the extent that you can, and make sure that that country does not become a threat ever again. Denazification, it's they when they did it in Germany, it's not like in Germany everybody was a Nazi. It wasn't Gaza. And yeah, something needs to be done to make sure that Iran isn't a threat. Yeah, to the rest of us.
Yeah, yeah, but I think I don't know if I don't think the will is there. I think that I think if the regime just vanishes, and the Iranians themselves don't have to necessarily, depose them and murder them, then it's a revolution it's a revolution it's a revolution, okay? And they can just take over, and it doesn't have to be a violent kind of event, right? That's also, I mean, it will be a violent event, of course, but they don't necessarily have to initiate that violent event. That's also an option. I would imagine that there's a lot of that Israel's having a lot of meetings with various different, places, because Iran doesn't have autonomy in all of Iran. There's areas of Iran that the central government doesn't have any control. I would wonder if there's Israelis there, that are trying to help this. So I'm trying to see if how we can do this. Because it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It is maybe easy to do something like Iraqi Kurdistan, where you have a force that has fought, right? That does know how to fight. Like the Iraqi Kurdish forces really do know how to fight, and they're organized and they're prepared to fight as well. They're
Um,
prepared to fight.
Back in April, when the New York Times reported that Israel was planning to attack in May and that America is preventing it, they reported that the attack will also include some sort of ground operation or troops on the ground or something like that, which I immediately thought, how do you do that? But again, today we did hear that the Mossad had set up a whole base for explosive drones within Iran. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's what they mean, but maybe there is more coming, or maybe there is more already happening, and this kind of playing the media game when Israel is dealing with a 22-year-old woman who pretends like she's a child so that you can't
Yeah.
argue against her. Israel is terrible at that PR war, but here it could be that it's kind of playing the media in the right way and putting out the stuff that they want to make sure that this is what Iran focuses on and doesn't realize what's happening underneath.
Yeah, yeah, and of course, some of the assassinations as well. That I mean, Israel's obviously deeply involved in Iran. It's taken the threat seriously for 20 years. So we have an incredible amount of assets on the ground. I mean, we built our network. When did we must have started building our network there in the early 2000s. Okay, so this is like the culmination of 30 years of work. Um, I even heard that we basically control. I heard from the last Makrisadu. How do you say it? I can't even remember. We killed some guy, we killed some scientist for Krisadu. I cannot pronounce the Shia name. Sorry, guys. I can't do it. But apparently, we killed him, and that exposed the fact that we apparently control the illegal not control. We control the people who are doing the illegal smuggling in the Kurds that are doing the illegal smuggling into Iran, and that's how we're able to get a lot of stuff in. That's how we're able to kind of, we control a lot of this. I think that we're I think we're very powerful in this area. I think we're very in this arena. This is a theater that I think I said to you about a year ago, Razzie. I said, when we were talking about Gaza, I said, "Oh, this is not the war we want to fight. We're not fighting the war we want to fight. Let's fight the war we want to fight." It's very clear to me. We're fighting the war we want to fight. You can see it's super
Yeah, I remember you
organized.
saying that, and I remember you saying this is also, October 7th in part happened because that's not what the IDF is preparing for. This is what the IDF is preparing for. And yeah, when we see what the IDF is preparing for and what happens when it carries it out, it is, again, I think, we there's a lot we still don't know, but because of what we do know, this is one of the greatest days, not just in Israel's history, but in military operations history. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's our airspaces are closed, but yesterday we had 7 flights to Azerbaijan to Baku. So I mean, I wonder, I mean, this is open source, information. I mean, I wonder how um I wonder really if there's, if there's, again, the skies are so clear, nothing in the sky, nothing. So I wonder where actually the Air Force is, what country, or if we'll ever find out what country let them use the airspace. Could even be Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
Depends
I
on who
mean, they
feels
did
threatened
condemn
more.
it, but
Yeah, sure.
they
What does
have
that
to.
mean?
Um,
What does that mean?
Yeah. Thank you, Christian, for the super chat. Christian says the Shah was mostly just hunting religious fundamentalists, but they now deserve a free state. Yes, let's hope they get it. And also, Yoav mentions that Tabriz is being bombed. Yeah, the latest is that the Israeli Air Force has destroyed the airport in Tabriz. Yeah, Iran is really finding out, as the as the title of this episode says. Yeah, I mean, look, that when we started this episode 6 hours and 37 minutes ago, episode, I don't know even to call it an episode. It's not officially a part of any show. It's just us having fun. Um, Yeah, when we started it, it was already very, very impressive, and it just keeps getting better. So much so that, I don't want to end this stream, and I especially don't want to end this stream and then we get really good news. I don't know, we get Khamenei is dead, we get,
Yeah,
whatever. I don't know what to expect anymore, but I'm looking forward to
there you
finding
go.
out how Iran
There
is
you go.
funding
There you go. Yeah. I mean, I guess I suppose the people that aren't dead, you can probably be sure that, yeah, we control them. You know, they're probably our people on the ground. Um, yeah, I don't know what would I do if I was in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard right now. I don't know if I would put even my attention on fighting Israel. You know, that's kind of like a pipe dream. I would probably think about my survival. How are we going to survive as a regime? How are we going to survive to live to fight another day? I don't know if I would even bother attacking. It's like number three on my priority list. Yeah, I gotta prevent a revolution here. I gotta stop myself from dying. Probably that's where I would. I mean, where I would put my. But then they're not rational, so I don't know why I'm thinking about it rationally. They're not
Yes,
rational.
yes. But then, when people actually face, I mean, look at some of the Palestinians, videos of Palestinians being arrested and stuff. They don't really, at that point, they don't really believe, they don't look like they believe, and they don't act like they believe they're going to meet 72 virgins, or
Hmm.
they're just not into women, maybe, or that's why they're not, I don't know what exactly is their reasoning for not wanting to die anymore. But yeah, if you look at them arrested, they're like,
Pussycats.
yeah.
Yeah, they're
Um,
not exactly. Yeah, because I guess maybe if you're staring down the barrel of a gun, that can be a bit of a sobering experience. Maybe they feel that. Maybe that's what the regime feels. I can't, it's people have been from what I understand, there's been people in both our intelligence services all the way down from military intelligence to also, obviously the Mossad everywhere has been just trying to figure out how the hell the Iranians think, how they interpret information, as analysts or all continually. And I've as far as I understand, there's such a wide range of opinions. Like people really can't seem to agree. No, this is how an Iranian would do it. This is the way they think. This is da. It. They're very unpredictable. They're an extremely they're an extremely challenging enemy. They're extremely challenging, far more challenging than any others. They've also got long-term goals and long-term vision. They're not the same as what we're used to.
um, yeah, you mean the regime?
Yeah, the IRGC it's not it's a very capable enemy, very capable. In terms of survival, okay, in terms of survival to live to fight another day. In terms of them being able to, I mean, come on, it's amazing that they've managed to get to this point. When did the talks start on the Iranian nuclear program? What, 2010? Okay, and only 15 years later, right? You managed to string along the West. I mean, good going, Iranian regime. 15 years, you managed to string along everybody in these bogus negotiations. But now you've the rubber has to eventually meet the road. I never believed this day would come. I guess I did on some level. I understood to my logical mind that it was going to come, but I just kind of, I don't know. I stopped believing it was going to happen.
I didn't believe it would come under Netanyahu. I mean, he's not, okay, we'll shit on Netanyahu another day, but yeah, he's not the kind of
Yeah,
person, not the kind of leader you'd expect to do this.
right,
Yeah,
right.
there's a video. We will share it on one of the shows later, but there's video of uh Mossad agents in Iran. And this is an Israeli news, so it's it passed the censorship, so it's something official from Israel of
Hmm.
Mossad agents putting together all sorts of I guess drones or whatever it was that they were assembling there.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when people say Mossad agents, I think people are thinking like Jews. These will be locals.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they won't. Yeah, they won't be like normally the way that it works is that you have the Israelis will be like the handlers, and they'll probably meet them in other countries. I don't know if we really have. I mean, I doubt it that we even have any. I mean, maybe we have it in Baluchistan, or maybe we would have it in another area that's not kind of fully controlled by the regime. And then they will, train them, equipment, the handlers will deal with they'll be case officers basically, you
Have you
know?
watched the show Tehran?
No, never. I
Has
just bought
season, do
it.
you know if
Yeah,
season three has come out? Because I remember they filmed it and then
yeah.
Apple TV said we're not going to release it until until things quiet down. I don't know if they already released it. If somebody in the chat knows, let us know. But yeah, I can't wait for season four of Tehran, which I think should be the last season. Speaking
Yeah.
of Mossad agents, I remember there was this football player, John Pencil, who played for Maccabi Tel Aviv for a while, for Hapoel Tel Aviv for a while, and was he in Cameroon? I don't remember which national team he was, but he was in the World Cup, and at some point they his team scored a goal. I don't even think it was him, and he pulls out of his pants an Israeli flag, and because he played in Israel and he loved Israel, and he's
Yeah.
waving it, and an Egyptian newspaper called him an idiot Mossad agent, and I'm like, wow, if Israel's enemies, and
Yeah.
Egypt is
I
supposedly a
know.
friend, but if Israel's enemies think that Mossad agents are people going around with Israeli flags, then Israel is in pretty good shape. Yeah,
I
that's
know
that's
that
why they're not
they
caught in Iran. They're expecting.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because that exactly the same thing happened to me when I was traveling in China. I traveled there on my real passport, my Israeli passport, and they kept asking me all these dumb questions about, yeah, yeah, why are you coming in all the time? And I was like, because I'm working here. And then they said to me, are you a Mossad agent? I said, is that I couldn't believe it was a real question. I said, no, I said also if Mossad is gonna send someone to China, they'll send someone that looks like you. Yeah, not someone that looks like me with an Israeli back. I just couldn't believe it. And it kind of goes to show you the lack of vision, I think, of the enemy, that you're kind of like, oh, Israeli passport, an Israeli person, oh, definitely, oh, I got him, I got him. It's just like, I don't know. So I guess it's good. That's what they're kind of they're out there searching for ghosts, following around, British women who are working at British Israeli, whatever, women who are not working for the government, trying to find evidence of something. I mean, it's actually quite comical.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the follow-up video of Mossad agents assembling drones, and then the police shows up and asks them, "What are you doing?" And they're like, "We're assembling drones." And they check
Uh,
their passports, and they're not Israeli, so they let him do it because they said it's for
yeah,
YouTube or something.
yeah,
Um,
definitely. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're assembling drones for YouTube, man. You want to come and take a look?
Iranian media outlets are now reporting that Israel is also attacking in Shiraz. Yeah, nobody is safe. Yeah, this is really. We might have egg on our face at some point, and
Yeah,
hopefully that'll be the worst of it. But it really looks and feels like the end of this evil, horrible regime, or at least so much damage is being caused to it. It's beautiful.
yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? And but who knows also, what the next couple of days have in store for us here. Who knows? There's so many things. Like, I don't know, Iran has spent the past how many years developing its own networks inside of Israel and its own networks in Yudav Shawan. It would be crazy for them not to use it. This is your time. Like I said, I mean, there's IRGC agents here. I mean, there's IRGC people here, right? And everywhere. In Yudav Shawan. It would be insane for them not to activate them now. But like I said, I have no confidence they would actually, like, even if there
No,
were people, that they would actually do it. I could imagine
yeah.
them saying, "Oh, piss off." Piss off.
Well,
We
don't
took your
give them any
weapons.
idea. It could be that they're not even thinking about it. Look, these are clearly not the brightest military minds in history. This is not like the Islamic equivalent of the Mossad. You know,
Right.
it's yeah.
The IRGC are pretty good. I mean, not pretty good. I mean, like, they're definitely good at developing networks. We see that they smuggle weapons in very, very easily, but I just don't see them coming in, and I just don't see the people that they've recruited actually going and fighting. Could see them just being like, "Oh, we took your weapons to kill the Jews, but don't tell us what to do. Okay, you guys are weak now."
Yeah, and I hope, at least Israel is at least aware of some of these networks. It could be aware of them not because of any intelligence operations in the West Bank, but because of
Yeah.
intelligence operations in Iran. They
Hmm.
might know who in the West Bank is a threat. Yeah, I also absolutely think there's a threat, if you are in an Israeli embassy or consulate anywhere in the world, if you
Hmm.
are in any way the Foreign Office's recommendation to not look openly Israeli and Jewish as well
Hmm.
is a good idea. Yeah, people who support savages are also savages. They are not there to convince you that Israel should withdraw to the 1967 borders in accordance with resolutions 242 and 338 and create a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. They are there to kill Jews. Thank you, Baker, for the super chat. Baker says a coffee for Razi and a full strength Coke for Alex. Thanks
Thank you.
from Australia. Thank you. Yeah, I've had a few coffees and I'm the adrenaline from what's going on is again, like I said, uh I I like not to be awake for 24 hours in a row, but also I
Yeah.
this is something I've waited for 20 years, so a few more hours of
Yeah,
not sleeping.
exactly. Yeah, and I actually, why does this have to be specifically on the day that I am loaded with a cold and sick? I mean, it just really is. So I'm like sitting here kind of, taking my, what's that stuff called that you take that makes you kind of wild? I don't, not wild, but it makes you really, they put it in meth. Oh, pseudoephedrine, that stuff. So I'm kind of here high on that stuff, trying to take it. But I have to admit, we couldn't have done it on a day where I don't have COVID or whatever it is that I have. Very inconsiderate, Razi. Very inconsiderate of the IDF. They could have waited until Sunday. I would have felt better. I would have had more energy to run around and whatever. Um,
Well, so the Iranian president just tweeted that the Zionist entity will regret this. So that might
uh,
happen Sunday. So you might have to run around a little bit. Um,
mm.
but yeah, another report just coming in that the Air Force has attacked a large ballistic missile production and
Oh,
storage facility in
mm,
Shiraz.
huh. No, I definitely hear screaming now from the Moazine. It's definitely, I can hear it. It's just, they're going wild. I can't, I want to get close to hear it, but like, I don't, I could walk there and stand outside, but I can't really, I don't know if I really want to do that. But
Yeah,
I can
maybe
hear
not.
they're going crazy. They're going totally crazy about something, but you never know. They could just be going crazy in general. Like that, but it's Fridays. Yeah, because they've been told that you guys are not coming out of you're not coming out because we're really worried that I guess they are. I get yeah. I just see people walking across the field though. Just see people just walking there. I don't know if they're Jews or whatever, but looks like looks like it could be shepherds or whatever. I see people walking around, which I don't normally see. But
Um,
I mean, there's no way to miss them. Other people will have seen them as well. But I see like there's big shouting and screaming. I can hear it from all directions. I can hear it from but definitely in Ramallah, there's some guy going nuts. He's squawking
is that a
at the
translation or is
people.
that how it sounds in the original?
It Yeah, literally what it says. He's squawking. He's squawking. Because normally it's just like and then
Yeah,
he kind of has his
don't let people say that on ARCUK you don't get the full experience. This is literally you basically spent your Friday morning in a mosque now. You know what it's like. You're all welcome. Um,
exactly. Normally they're just kind of singing, but now on Fridays they do normally have their little kind of speeches, but the speeches are, as soon as I listen to them, I mean they're very dumb, very stupid stuff. I mean, truly conspiratorial. Um, but this one it seems anger, real anger, you know? Seems like it's real anger.
yeah, if you hate Israel, this is a day on which you will be very angry. Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying trying to look at some of the social media of people who express that anger in a language I can read. But by the way, I also looked at the Twitter account of Yair Golan just to see if he said something, and of course, he's expressing full support. He doesn't mention the government, but he's expressing full support for the military.
Ugh.
And yeah, once again, as I mentioned in Israel, this is not a controversial topic. There is complete consensus across the board. Maybe not in the anti-Israel Arab parties, but even within Arab society, I think there's you know, probably more people. I don't know. You can tell me, but I would think more people are good with this than.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely say so. I don't, yeah, because I mean, who the hell likes the Iranians besides the Brits? Who the hell likes them? It's so, and that's the thing. It's kind of like their dream. I mean, they've done very well, but their dreams of taking over the Middle East were never really going to work out because no one likes them. Same thing with the Turks. The Turks have done pretty well, managing to take over kind of parts of Syria to a degree, but no one likes you. You're not a brother, right? You're not a brother. You're not an Arab brother, so you're not part of the game. I did hear shouting and screaming as well, like from all sides. I wonder if there's a fight going on.
And there is the latest report is that the IDF says that the Air Force is continuing to shoot down drones launched from Iran. That's all they say. Again, these drones do take their time, and there's no report that I see of Israel changing changing its change for the recommendation and saying uh, go back near the shelter. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
it doesn't look like Israel is too worried about that. And again, when those drones arrive, it will be already Shabbat. It will be they take their time. They're not very fast
they're
aircraft.
not very fast. Yeah. So, and also, um, I don't know. I don't know what the weekend whole is kind of gonna. I don't know what it's gonna have in store. Um, it could be very, very quiet, and it could be a bit less quiet. Yeah, I do see. I think I gotta go, Rosie. I see the. I see, oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Okay. I will stay on for a few more minutes so that Alex can confirm that everything is okay once she's safe. Thank you, Alejandro, for the super chat. Alejandro says, "Good job, ARCUK." Thank you. Yeah, I am just gonna stick around and I will also excuse me for a few seconds while I text Alex. Christian, I don't know what happened. But yeah, I think she's close to home, so we will I'll let you know once I get a reply from her. And all right. In the meantime, in the news, so according to Reuters, a source in Hezbollah has told Reuters that the terrorist organization, I don't think that's how they call themselves, but this is how it's reported in Israeli media, will not initiate an attack on Israel in response to the attack from Iran. So again, I don't really take terrorists at their word. I would be happy if there was no source in Hezbollah to say something like that, because the organization was had been eliminated rather than saved by a ceasefire. But yeah, uh, it's I think Hezbollah already the reason why I don't also assume that they're lying automatically is because they already found out what what happens. So it wasn't pleasant for them, and I don't expect them to expect to be able to do much with their current capabilities. Besides the fact that Hezbollah's entire power comes from a regime that is about to be over. So Lebanon, while Hezbollah was firing daily into Israel without any real response from Israel, Lebanon officially, their official stance was if um, if Israel attacks, the Lebanese army will fight alongside Hezbollah. Hezbollah was part of the government, very much, there was not much that they could do without, Hezbollah was there were two armies essentially in a country, and a country with two armies is not really one uh, clearly defined country. And Israel solved that problem first of all, and uh, with Hezbollah. Then the Syrian regime fell, and Israel solved the threat of Syria in a sense by destroying whatever weapons they had under Assad. And of course, as long as the head of the snake is there, you can they can rearm and regroup. And now that that is gone, what is Hezbollah? What little is left of Hezbollah going to do in a war against Israel, knowing uh, Iran is not going to help them. Hamas isn't really going to help them. Hamas is doing what it can at the moment, and it's more than it should be capable of doing, but it's nowhere near sufficient, to pose any real threat to Israel. And again, the Houthis, we're not hearing anything from them yet, so they might also be in a position of, you know what, this relationship is over with the Iranian overlords, and if we want to stay in whatever power we have, we should probably not attack Israel again, knowing that Israel will let the Houthis exist. Unfortunately, Israel will let the Houthis exist despite what they've been doing for the last 20 months if the Houthis leave them alone. Alex texted me, everything is fine. There's just a load of people walking around and the army is there, and I just wanted to get away in case I'm in the middle of the ruckus or if I'm bothering soldiers. Okay, so everything is fine with Alex, which I think is probably a good note for me to end on if I want to make an appearance on the Daily Objective or the reality show or whatever whatever shows or whatever streams we end up having later today and over the weekend. We will be, I will say it's very likely that every day in the coming days we will be on at our regularly scheduled times. It's also likely that we will be on in additional times, or that we will just have longer shows. It might be one show. I don't really know. I can't really think about it at the moment. I'm not even going to have a full night's sleep in the middle of the day if I want to make it to the shows. But yeah, let's hope that upcoming shows will be good news shows like this one. This is the best news show that we've had since October 7th. Yes, this is bigger than the pager attack. This is bigger than killing Nasrallah. Those were great. Yeah, if anybody, you know, wants to see some of our uh, you know great content while we're not live, watch the episode we did on the day that Nasrallah was killed. We had a lot of fun. We had a show that went on and on, and yeah, it was fun. All right, I will read this. Trump in a warning to Iran. Okay, actually, this is on Truth Social, so maybe I can find it there. You know what? Never mind. I will give a rough translation from the Hebrew translation back into English. I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest possible terms, just do it. But no matter how much they tried, no matter how close they were, they just couldn't do it. Trump added, Iran has to make a deal before there's nothing left. Just do it before it's too late. So yeah, what a shame that in this great moment that one of the biggest threats to world peace is so close to being removed permanently, Trump is begging them. They said already, they announced we will not show up on Sunday to the next round of negotiations in Oman. Oman, also a country that condemned Israel's attack. And Trump is saying, please, I do not want to see an Iran where the Islamic theocracy that has funded terrorism around the world, that came into power and immediately declared war on the United States of America by taking Americans hostage. Uh, yeah, I don't want to see that regime fall. This is unbelievable. And you know what? Not how I want to end the show. So it's not going to be how I end the show. I will go on for a few more minutes and end it with something positive, because a show like this needs to end with something positive. Yeah. Okay. There's one of the positive things is there's a whole list. There's a whole list of the people the IDF got rid of. I don't know if the whole list is here, but yeah. Yeah, it's they're saying that there's basically the Israeli intelligence is talking about how they followed the movements of senior officials who were killed simultaneously. Yeah, so we know 200 plus planes were involved. And I don't know if they were all in the air at the same time, but clearly many were in the air at the same time, getting rid of both uh, weapon stockpiles and the kind of weapons that could immediately be a threat to Israeli citizens, and the military leaders who would, be in charge of these attacks, or in charge of figuring out what to do when these attacks, figuring out a plan B. So, uh, yeah, even when we see these drones being fired, I'm not sure to what extent, there's any coordination, because the coordinators are no longer with us. Um, yeah, absolutely, absolutely beautiful, wonderful day, wonderful operation by Israel, and good news to end the show on. Again, we will be back, if not sooner, we will be back with the daily objective in less than 6.5 hours. That's this stream has gone on for more than 7 hours, so the time from now until the next one is shorter than the time of this stream. Yeah, they're no longer on this stream with me, but thanks to the people who joined. Let's see if I remember all of them. So Michael Kaufman was on, Daniel was on, James Valiant was on, Alex was on, Yao was on. I really hope I'm not forgetting anyone. If I am, I been a long, long, wonderful night. Thanks everybody for watching. Give it a like if you haven't. I don't know if yeah, you can share it. Why not? It's a 7-hour stream. I don't know how many people will watch it. It is our longest stream ever, and I think it might be more than double or close to double our longest stream ever. And yeah, a very, very good topic to have it on. Thanks everyone, and we'll see you in a few hours. And thank you. Wait, does that just happen? Yeah. Oh, okay. No, this is I'm seeing two different things. So okay, thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you in a few hours.